Mecha and Sword. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 501, 1 against 1,000. Ji Xinghe, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Dong Guosilian looked at Ji Xinghe, who was standing in front of it, and directly stretched out his hand to it, with a tired look in his eyes. Someone nearby also dissuaded him. General Ji, give me a chance, let me feel what ki is like. I'll stand in the middle, you put your hand on me. This dissuasion was very tactful, but Ji Xinghe shook his head and refused. I hope to feel it more intuitively. It doesn't dare to kill me, and it can't kill me. Someone winked at Han Li, who was standing aside, hoping that Han Li could persuade Ji Xinghe, and someone else winked at Suhi, hoping that Suhi would speak or go to find Ji Xinghe. But Han Li and Suhi didn't react, and both of them looked a little excited and expectant. Han Li doesn't need to say much. He also learned from Ji Xinghe this morning a piece of news that almost made him faint with excitement. The key is not that Ji Xinghe has ki, but that Ji Xinghe's trust in him is beyond his expectations. Because of Ji Xinghe's escape from base number 5 by driving Xinghe, Sui had been worried that Ji Xinghe would be disappointed in him, but now it seems that his efforts have not been in vain. In base number 5, there were only 2 people who could persuade Ji Xinghe not to speak, and the other one was not present, so no one could stop Ji Xinghe's hand from pressing on Dong Guosilian's wrist. Is this considered taking the initiative? People still don't know enough about ki, so they are still worried. But Dong Guosilian, with a flickering look in his eyes, did not have the courage to try to kill Ji Xinghe after all. He didn't know whether he was afraid that after it killed Ji Xinghe, Han Li, who had his hand on the holster on his waist, and Suhi, who was wearing a single soldier exoskeleton armor and staring at it, would join forces to kill it. He still believed what Ji Xinghe said just now, it can't kill me. The reason is not important. What is important is that Dong Guosilian, who has been working hard all night, has transferred part of the ki that has just recovered in his body into Ji Xinghe's body. This time, it didn't even check Ji Xinghe's body. It has been checked once, and nothing has been found. What's the point of checking again? From all aspects, Dong Guosilian did not think that Ji Xinghe could master the power of ki. Regarding the order of Emperor Wu Yi to capture Ji Xinghe alive, it seemed to him that it had nothing to do with ki. It was just out of curiosity and the desire to strike a blow to the Federation by capturing Ji Xinghe alive. Of course, what Dong Guosilian believed most was the reason that Ji Xinghe had told a Dakan before. Emperor Wu Yi just wanted to use Ji Xinghe's hand to kill these great nobles of the empire. Now many of the great nobles who were able to come to the alien planet to participate in the war had been killed by Ji Xinghe, and the internal contradictions of the empire were on the verge of breaking out. So Emperor Wu Yi did not need to use Ji Xinghe's hand anymore, and ordered a Dakan to kill Ji Xinghe. No more. Dong Guosilian broke free from Ji Xinghe's hand and collapsed on the ground like a dead dog. Ji Xinghe looked at Dong Guosilian with an oppressive look. It's really gone. I've only recovered 1/5 of my ki, and I've given it all to you. It's your problem that you can't grasp it. What does it have to do with me? I've told you a long time ago, don't have any hope. The secret of the gift is not that simple. Dong Guosilian's tone was dissatisfied, and then he thought of his own tragic fate in the near future, and emphasized, if you keep doing this, then I won't be able to treat your wounded. If they die, don't you feel guilty at all? Ji Xinghe glanced at Dong Guosilian, suppressed the idea of using ki to explore Dong Guosilian, and turned away directly. 1/5, let's believe it for now. If Ji Xinghe hadn't awakened him last night, Ji Xinghe would not have directly contacted Dong Guosilian today, but would have let others block in the middle. But after Ji Xinghe woke him up, he decided to speed up some progress, also to obtain more ki to improve himself. There is not much difference in magnitude between the 1/5 of ki in Dong Guosilian's body and the 1/5 of ki in his body. This shows that after experiencing 2 nuclear bomb baptisms, he has reached the level of the 4th stage of Kying realm after digesting the nuclear radiation in his body. According to the radiation value, Ji Xinghe is now 220,000, and Dong Guosilian is 250,000. It is already very good, equivalent to saving 30 years of cultivation time after obtaining the Duke level gift. The only regret is that Dong Guosilian's 1/5 of the ki did not increase the ki in Ji Xinghe's body from the level of 220,000 radiation value to the level of 270,000 radiation value. After all, It is not the real beaming divine art. Even if it is the real beaming divine art, it cannot be a 1 + 1 = 2 algorithm. Ji Xinghe, who turned around and left the cell, had already digested it when he went out. As far as he felt, the ki in his body only increased by about 500 radiation values. It is better to use the nuclear radiation generated when a nuclear fuel cell leaks to practice efficiency. But this improvement is an essential improvement. In simple terms, after Ji Xinghe's existing ki was consumed by him, when it was fully restored, it was still at the radiation value level of 220,500, no longer the previous 220,000. But it's okay this way. Ji Xinghe can't quickly improve his ki through this method, and Emperor Wu I certainly can't do it either. So in the end, the competition must be the limit of the body's tolerance for ki. Ji Xinghe's advantage is that he doesn't believe in limits. Han Li and Su He both stayed in the cell. The former was waiting for Dongguo Silian's ki to be repaired, and then tried to receive the power of ki and find a way to make it his own, while the latter continued to act as a recorder. From this point of view, Su He's distrust of the Federation is more serious than Ji Xinghe. Adults have long lost their innocence. Ji Xinghe rejected the proposal of relevant personnel to examine his body and arrived at the training area of base number 5 on his own. The training area during the day can be described as overcrowded. Because of the imperial attack, many people were transferred to base number 5 before. Although the threat of the empire was temporarily lifted, these people had no time to be transferred from base number 5. None of them took the opportunity to slack off, but continued to prepare for the war with all their strength. The limited training space affected the daily training of many people. As a result, the open corridors outside the training area, part of the space in the machine repair area, the large restaurant, and even the closed parking area with oxygen, etc., have become places for soldiers to train. But when Ji Xinghe came to the training area, people spontaneously gave him a very wide space, and those training equipment that many people lined up to use were also prepared to be given to Ji Xinghe at any time. These changes are not just because Ji Xinghe was promoted to the rank of lieutenant general. Stand at attention, salute, someone shouted, and thousands of soldiers stood at attention and saluted at the same time. The uniform movements made the training area echo with thunderous sounds, the sound of their feet together when they stood at attention, and the sound of them raising their right hands. Ji Xinghe did not return the salute. He looked around and nodded slightly. Instructor Zhao, here, how many people are there in the training area? 1,435 people, 10 people in a team. Yes, Instructor Zhao's tone was extremely excited, and the 1,435 people who stood at attention and saluted were all excited. They all knew what Ji Xinghe was going to do. Many of them had experienced it, and those who were later transferred to base number 5 had also heard of it. The 7 instructors, including Instructor Zhao, were very fast. When Ji Xinghe walked to the center of the training area, they had knew what to divide everyone in the training area into 10-man teams, and the division was based on different arms in their respective teams, which made each 10-man team member familiar with each other. In other words, their cooperation will be better. Since there are 10 people in a team, what if there are not enough points? It's very simple, call people. But it is definitely impossible to call only 5 people for such a thing as calling people. More soldiers who were training in other areas also rushed over when they heard the news, and looked for their respective superiors to participate. The frontline superiors also wanted to participate, so the pressure came to Instructor Zhao and them. What should we do? It's simple. Divide them into teams and let them wait in line, but General Ji can't finish the fight. There are already 145 teams of 10 people. Even if General Ji is made of iron, he can't finish so many teams. If we arrange for them to wait, won't it be a waste of everyone's training time? Why can't we finish the fight? General Ji will not leave the base for the time being. If he can't finish the fight in 1 day, he can fight in 2 days. Sooner or later, he will finish the fight, that's true, but General Ji is already a general. How can he always be like a soldier and do actual combat training here? General Ji is different from other generals. I know it's different, but let's ask General Ji directly. Okay, Ji Xinghe, who was standing in the center of the training ground, didn't wait for a team of 10 people to challenge him. He frowned and heard Instructor Zhao's concerns. How many are there? How many are there? Ji Xinghe said softly. What you need to worry about is not that I can't finish the fight, but whether they have made progress when I fight the second and third rounds. Second round. Third round? Damn. Instructor Zhao was so excited that he could hardly speak. He had a lot to say and a lot of questions to ask, but in the end, he said nothing to Ji Xinghe. As he walked away from Ji Xinghe, he shouted, "Nuwa, start calling the numbers." Nuwa's execution ability is the most efficient in the entire Federation, and Xinghe can't compare with it in this regard. Because Xinghe can think, and Nuwa only cares about authority. Instructor Zhao has this authority, so when Instructor Zhao shouted, Nuwa started calling the numbers after confirming their identities through voice print recognition and image recognition. Dong 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 number 1 team, please go to the center of the training area immediately. Dong 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 number 1 team, please immediately. 3 consecutive repeated shouts resounded throughout the training area, and Team 0001 was already in place. Team 0001 had previously had this kind of experimental training experience with Ji Xinghe, so they knew very well that Ji Xinghe didn't like nonsense at this time, nor did they like them to express their respect by saluting. At this moment, Ji Xinghe is not a general, but an instructor, an opponent, a teacher, and the big devil they need to defeat. So there is no nonsense, just start fighting. Multiple drones quickly took their positions. Under the control of Nuwa and the technical soldiers who rushed over, they recorded the combat training that Ji Xinghe had done many times from the most comprehensive perspective, and opened a live broadcast platform for everyone in base number 5 to watch in real time. Before the battle was over, Nuwa's voice sounded again in the training area. Dong 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 Team 2, please go to the central arena of the training area immediately and stand by. Dong 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 Team 2, after 3 calls, Nuwa did not have time to rest. 7 instructors who surrounded the central arena and watched the battle from the best perspective had issued an order to continue calling. Dong 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 Team 3, when the 3 calls for Dong 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 Team 3 to stand by were finished, Dong 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 Team 1 had been annihilated. 10 people were all knocked to the ground by Ji Xinghe. They were very experienced. Although some parts of their bodies were in pain, they all knew that they were not injured and the pain would soon disappear. The Dong 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 Team 1 endured the pain and had to leave the ring as soon as possible, even if they had to crawl, to make room for the Dong 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 Team 2. Instructor Zhao and his team made a perfect hasty personnel arrangement. The Dong 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 Team 2 also had experience in challenging Ji Xinghe. They rushed in and surrounded Ji Xinghe at the first opportunity before the Dong 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 Team 1 gave up the fighting space and even completely left the ring without obvious boundaries. Then they started fighting. Their cooperation was really good. Even if an imperial gorilla faced such a situation, it would inevitably be restricted, and even be knocked to the ground by them with bare hands. But they were not facing the imperial gorilla, but Ji Xinghe who could unilaterally beat the imperial gorilla. Flying when rubbed, falling when touched. Ji Xinghe, who was surrounded and beaten, did not choose to defend at all. He chose to take the initiative to attack. His fists, feet, elbows, legs, shoulders and even his head all became his weapons. Combined with precise and efficient moves and techniques, the whole person was like a metal hedgehog. The 10-man team with bare hands had no way to avoid those dense spikes and attack Ji Xinghe's body. When the 2 teams of Dong 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 were crawling or walking away from the ring, the 3 teams of Dong 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 had already rushed in. The 4 teams of Dong 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 filled the position of the 3 teams of Dong 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 and appeared at the edge of the ring tightly surrounded by people. In one of the only 2 gaps, behind them were the ready-made Dong 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 5 teams, Dong 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 6 teams, and Dong 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 7 teams. The other gap was the position where the defeated team left the ring. Every time a team failed and left the stage, an instructor followed them and left, and then began to analyze and guide them. To be honest, if they really fought, the instructors might not be able to fight with these elite soldiers. But a bystander sees more clearly. The teacher may not be able to get into a prestigious university when taking the college entrance examination, but he can teach students who can get into a prestigious university. The instructor's analysis and guidance are useful, but the problem is that there are too few combat instructors in base number 5. There are only 7 people, and each team needs at least 1 instructor to provide analysis and guidance, and their analysis and guidance speed is not as fast as Ji Xinghe's fighting speed. Seeing that no one was available, after the Dong 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 Gao team left the ring, no instructor was able to fill in. Instructor Zhao, who did not participate in the analysis and guidance but was in charge of the overall coordination, became anxious. There have been such actual combat training before, but before, Ji Xinghe did the main analysis and guidance after he finished fighting, and these instructors supplemented on the side. But today there are too many people participating. With more than 1,000 people taking turns to play, Ji Xinghe may not be able to remember the initial battle after the fight, so there is no way to analyze and guide, so Instructor Zhao and others can only do it. General Ji, can't you fight slower? It's only been a short time, and you've already knocked down 90 elite soldiers. If you keep fighting like this, not to mention that we don't have enough instructors, we don't have enough soldiers either, but he certainly didn't dare to let Ji Xinghe fight slower. Although because of the authority issue, he didn't know that Ji Xinghe was now trying to master the power of Qi, and he didn't even know the existence of Qi, but if such a battle slowed down, it would not have much meaning for the soldiers. Instead, it would waste Ji Xinghe's physical energy. Support, we need support, the first sentence that Instructor Zhao said when he contacted Wang Wei scared Wang Wei. After understanding the cause and effect, he was angry. Give away the live broadcast authority and let the instructors from other bases help. Also, there are too many people who can fight in the base, so pick a group of people to help. You can also let them watch the video and discuss and analyze it by themselves. You instructors have to teach everything. Do you instructors follow them on the battlefield? Instructor Zhao breathed a sigh of relief after receiving the order and made corresponding arrangements. Wang Wei, who was in the interrogation monitoring room, suddenly contacted Tu Yuan after a pause and suggested, let Dongguo Silian keep some Qi, Lao Ji may need it. Tu Yuan was not on the interrogation room, but had already started a combat meeting for the number 6 base war zone. He accepted Ji Xinghe's proposal to accept the command of the number 6 base. Therefore, he didn't know what happened in the training area. Ji Xinghe needs it, the wounded need it, and Han Li needs it. Qi is not a mecha, and he can't immediately master the 2 spirits of Qi. So there is no immediate improvement in combat power. Let him line up, but, Wang Wei said excitedly, Lao Ji is fighting 1 against 1,000, huh? Tu Yuan was stunned for a moment, and quickly looked up relevant information, so he saw Ji Xinghe fighting 1 against 1,000 in the training area. It's a bit exaggerated to say that he is fighting 1 against 1,000, but fighting 1 against 10 again and again, with thousands of people waiting in line, from the perspective of actual combat training. It's not a big problem to say that he is fighting 1 against 1,000. After a brief pause, Tu Yuan, who was known for his impartiality, said softly, ask him how much energy he needs. This scene made Han Li next to him feel very familiar. It was just like when he wanted Tu Yuan to rescue Ji Xinghe who had committed a crime, but Tu Yuan first refused sternly and then said he wanted to go to Xinfeng City. But at that time, only a small part of the reason was because of Ji Xinghe, and more because of Ji Xinghe and because of him, Han Li. And now, it's just because of Ji Xinghe. Chapter 502 The Secret of the Gift. Wang Wei guessed wrong. Ji Xinghe didn't need Dongguo Silian's Qi at all, if he was just 1 against 1,000. But his guess was also correct. Ji Xinghe did need Dongguo Silian's Qi. It was not to cover up the exposure of his own Qi power in the future. Ji Xinghe no longer needed this cover. He thought very clearly that as long as he mastered the power of the gift, he could make it public directly. Even if he was the only one in the Federation who mastered the power of the gift at that time, he would not hesitate to make it public. For victory, to protect the Federation, and to destroy the Empire, he had no reason to hide it. The situation that Xinghe was worried about would not happen, because Ji Rongzhenai was right. The Federation would not let down those who protected it, and the mistakes of a very small number of people could be solved. Ji Xinghe needed Dongguo Silian's Qi just to do a study. Why could Dongguo Silian's Qi be absorbed by him, and why could it only be converted into Qi with a radiation value of 500,000? When defeating Dongdong Luiao squad in the training area, Ji Xinghe temporarily interrupted the combat training he had started, which was similar to the Ji Xinghe challenge. Let them wait a moment. Yes, Instructor Zhao asked with some concern. General Ji, is your body okay? Do you want to go to the medical area for a checkup first? No, I'll come in about 20 minutes. 20 minutes, Instructor Zhao, who thought Ji Xinghe was going to rest for a while, was stunned. Before he could say anything, Ji Xinghe had already passed through the crowd and left the training area with countless respectful eyes. His steps were steady, big steps, and not slow in frequency. It looked no different from when he came to the training area today. However, he only knocked down 610 people. Even if there was a precedent of Ji Xinghe's challenge, people were amazed in admiration. The physical energy consumption of armor-removing battles must be higher than that of armor-piercing battles. Although Ji Xinghe's challenge was not about victory or defeat but life and death, the mental pressure would be greater. But this bare-handed combat training is to fight 1 against 10 every time. No matter how you look at it, Ji Xinghe's physical strength should be exhausted. Wang Zhuang is resurrected, Lian Po is still alive, and Lu Bu can grow old. It's just like this, right? I understand the first two, but what does Lu Bu mean by being old? Lu Bu, who is invincible in his 20s, must be very good at fighting if he can live to be 66, which is the age of General Ji. Then tell me, who is the best fighter among Wang Zhuang, Lian Po, 66-year-old Lu Bu, and General Ji? General Ji, how can you be so sure? They only have horses, and General Ji has Mecha. The training area, where the discussion was very heated, did not waste 20 minutes of time. They did not rest, but continued to train. Including when Ji Xinghe was giving practical guidance, many people did not stop their training, watching while lifting dumbbells, watching while running, doing push-ups and squats while watching, even more energetic. The weight seemed to have no weight. When Ji Xinghe arrived at the interrogation room, Wang Wei, who had been keeping an eye on him, was ready. The interrogators, researchers, guards and others who were affiliated with Nanshanmen in the command sequence did not have any objections to Wang Wei and Tu Yuan's back door. Han Li, who had finally waited for Dongguo Silian's key to recover a part and used it part to treat the wounded, also had no objection to Ji Xinghe's robbing him of the opportunity. In fact, apart from a dozen seriously injured soldiers, there were not many wounded soldiers in base number 5 who needed key treatment. The special environment of the alien planet made the injury rate in the war far lower than the mortality rate. Being injured on the battlefield was basically equivalent to death. Minor injuries did not need to be treated with key. The medical technology of the Federation was actually very advanced. Except for terminal illnesses such as cancer, which were still difficult to overcome, the others were fine. In addition to the issue of authority, many people did not know the existence of key, so Dongguo Silian's treatment task was not that heavy. That's all, there's really nothing left. Dongguo Silian was about to cry. She had only recovered 1/6 of her key, and it was all taken away by Ji Xinghe. Can you wait a moment? My own injuries haven't healed yet. Dongguo Silian's request was naturally ignored. The guards did not want Dongguo Silian to stay in peak condition, which would greatly increase the pressure on the guards. Judging from the physical fitness of ordinary imperial guerrillas alone, it is far beyond the limit of human physical fitness. The imperial nobles have a better living environment, receive better education, and have more time to exercise and learn fighting skills, etc., so they have to be stronger. Ji Xinghe's battle to defeat the imperial Marcus is much more difficult than defeating ordinary imperial guerrillas. What's more, it is a great duke like Dongguo Silian who has key. Ji Xinghe did not communicate with Dongguo Silian throughout the whole process. He came and left gently, raised his hand and took away only a little key. It is equivalent to the magnitude of 40,000 radiation values, which is less than when he came in the morning. But this time, Ji Xinghe did not try to refine the key. He used his own key to absorb Dongguo Silian's key, which he called refining. Using his own key to surround and isolate Dongguo Silian's key so that they would not dissipate quickly, Ji Xinghe returned to the training area within 20 minutes and continued to fight. On the way, he also drank a few bags of high-energy nutrients. High-intensity and continuous fighting had obvious consumption of his physical strength and ki, and he had to replenish energy. After eating, it is actually not suitable for exercise, let alone high-intensity fighting, but Ji Xinghe is not worried about this problem. His digestion ability is really strong. When he was in the process of transforming his strength, he practiced his strength to the internal organs, let alone the current gangjin. The actual combat training started again on time when everyone was surprised. This kind of combat training is very meaningful to those soldiers, and it is also very meaningful to Ji Xinghe. While constantly improving his combat experience, combat skills, deepening muscle memory, etc., it can also keep the ki in his body in the most efficient state of operation. This is a physical exercise, but also a ki exercise. Considering that the ki in the body will be improved as a result, Ji Xinghe calls this behavior cultivation. Dissipated. The ki transmitted by Dongguo Silian eventually dissipated during the battle as the ki in Ji Xinghe's body continued to run, but before they dissipated, Ji Xinghe's ki was improved. Not 1% of 400, but 40,000. In short, when Ji Xinghe used his ki to fight with Dongguo Silian's ki, the ki in his body soared from 220,500 to 260,000 in magnitude. But this surge was not long-lasting enough. As he used it, Dongguo Lian's qi continued to dissipate, and in the end, the total amount of qi in Ji Xinghe's body remained at 220,500. There was naturally some loss during the battle, but Ji Xinghe could feel how much he had. There was no essential improvement. Last time, it could increase by 500 magnitudes, but this time it didn't increase at all. The qi without refining is like rootless water, and it will run out sooner or later. Ji Xinghe confirmed some things and thought about it while fighting 1 against 10. His fighting consciousness is very strong, and his mental will has been significantly improved after he possessed the power of qi. The body's muscle memory about fighting has become an instinct. The power of qi fills the whole body, which has comprehensively enhanced his physical fitness. Even if he is hit a few times, it's okay. If he is tied up, he can break free in an instant. So when he is distracted, victory is still unstoppable. So, if one day, there are more and more people who have the power of qi, when I need it, can I let them pass all their qi into my body and use it in this way? It should be feasible, but the prerequisite must be that my body can accommodate so much qi, and the qi I have can help me control so much qi. Ji Xinghe thought of some martial arts novels he read when he was a child. Some sects have such skills, which can gather the internal strength of many people on one person. As long as this person is not blown up, he can become very strong in a short time. According to the current information, the amount of qi mastered by Emperor Wu Ii must be very amazing. If calculated by radiation value, it must be a very large number. If Ji Xinghe really needs to fight Emperor Wu Ii, the qi in his body has not grown to the level of Emperor Wu Ii, he will definitely use this method. However, there is a lack of sufficient experimental opportunities for the time being, and Ji Xinghe's idea is just a guess, but his intuition tells him that this is definitely feasible. Regarding refining, the problem is huge. The problem that Ji Xinghe is really thinking about is related to refining. The equivalent of 50,000 radiation value of qi, after being refined by him, only 500 is left. This ratio is actually acceptable to him, but he must figure out why. After refining Dongguo Lian's qi, my qi has been essentially improved, just like physical fitness has been improved. Even if it is consumed, it can be recovered. Does that mean that if Han Li and others who have practiced Ganjin and Gangjin can refine the qi transmitted into their bodies by Dongguo Lian, they can get the power of qi? Ji Xinghe got a 500 value increase, which is not very meaningful to him. But if Han Li got a 500 value increase, it would be a breakthrough from nothing to something. The most difficult thing in the world is always from 0 to 1, not from 220,000 to 220,500. Without qi, only strength. Can we refine Dongguo Lian's qi? Ji Xinghe was going to try his idea later. If he succeeded, he could represent the Federation and declare that humans had mastered the power of qi from today. This is really important. Many people in the Federation who want to negotiate want to obtain the power of qi to prolong their lives, cure diseases and eliminate disasters, and then be able to control their resources for a longer time. If qi is no longer exclusive to the Empire, then these people's eyes will shift to the benefits that can be obtained by conquering the Empire. Peace talks? Impossible. Ji Xinghe does not allow the sacrifice of the next generation to exchange for temporary peace. Dongguo Lian's qi has not recovered much, so Ji Xinghe continues to fight with his own qi. He has never used the power of qi for a long time before, including when he unilaterally beat the gorillas and when Ji Xinghe challenged. The former is because those gorillas without qi are too weak and too few in number. The latter is because Xinghe helped at that time. During the entire Ji Xinghe challenge, Ji Xinghe did not actually destroy many imperial mechas. This time, Ji Xinghe noticed the difference between using qi and his previous practice. In addition to the efficacy of qi, the most critical point is how qi is restored after it is consumed. Like physical energy, qi needs to be restored through rest and eating after it is consumed. The key is eating, and rest is an auxiliary means, or a process for the body to absorb food, water, and oxygen, which also follows the law of conservation of energy. How can you create something out of nothing without eating or drinking? But this is not the principle of qi recovery. The body's digestion of food is divided into mechanical digestion and chemical digestion. Mechanical digestion refers to the conversion of food from large pieces to small pieces, and chemical digestion refers to the conversion of large molecules in food into small molecular chemicals with simple molecular structures that can be absorbed by the body. So, what is the body's digestion process for qi? Or is it a refining process, Since they all come from the energy and food, the nutrients needed by the body and the nutrients needed by Qi should be directly related. So if you want to understand it clearly, Ji Xinghe needs to understand the human body's digestive mechanism first. He only knows a little common sense, so he needs help. Taking advantage of the interval between the replacements, Ji Xinghe sent a message to Xinghe with his bracelet, and then Xinghe's voice sounded in his headphones. The content is about the detailed process of the operation of the human digestive system. If Ji Xinghe is not fighting now, Xinghe can also explain it with a more detailed video. But just the sound is enough. In the process of fighting, Ji Xinghe learned knowledge that he had never mastered before, and it is very useful knowledge for him now. The human digestive system is very complicated. The coordination between the various parts is achieved under the control of the central nervous system, through the regulation of two mechanisms, nerve and body fluid. In the entire digestive system, the mouth and esophagus do not absorb food. The stomach only absorbs alcohol and a small amount of water. The large intestine mainly absorbs water and salts, and the small intestine is the main part of absorption. The area of the human small intestinal mucosa is about 10 square meters. And the food is fully digested in the small intestine to reach a state that can be absorbed. The key point is that the nutrients obtained after digestion enter the body through the intestinal epithelial cells. One is to enter the blood circulation directly through the capillaries of the intestinal wall. The other is to enter the capillary lymphatic vessels of the intestinal wall, and then enter the blood circulation through the lymphatic system. The pathways are different, the difference lies in the different nutrients, but the end result is the same, all of which need to enter the blood circulation to supply oxygen to the whole body. Ji Xinghe finished another 10-man team and took the opportunity to send a new message to Xinghe. What is blood? Xinghe gave a detailed answer. The content was very complicated. Ji Xinghe could not master this knowledge after listening to it once. Just like before, he just found the knowledge points he needed from it. The main components of blood are plasma, blood cells, and genetic material, chromosomes and genes. Among them, the functions of plasma are mainly nutrition, transport of lipids, buffering, formation of osmotic pressure, participation in immunity, and participation in coagulation and anticoagulation functions. Ji Xinghe believes that plasma is not the essence of Qi recovery, but similar to the digestive system, it provides the necessary nutrients for Qi recovery. Blood cells are divided into red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets, each with different functions. Ji Xinghe does not care about the specific functions. What he cares about is that under normal circumstances, 40 milliliters of blood cells per person age and die every day. At the same time, there is also a corresponding number of new cells. From this point of view, if the recovery of Qi is related to blood cells, then in the process of using Qi, the aging and death speed of blood cells will be accelerated. Ji Xinghe did not develop anemia in the process of using Qi, and Dong Guosilian did not need to replenish blood. He only needed to replenish nutrients to restore the Qi in his body. Since the recovery of Qi requires nutrients, and after the digestion process is over, it acts on the blood, thereby restoring Qi, then there is only one possibility. Genetic material. Ji Xinghe obtained relevant knowledge points through Xinghe, and simply summarized, genetic material is the material that transmits genetic information between parents and offspring. Except for some viruses whose genetic material is RNA, the genetic material of other viruses and all organisms with typical cell structures is DNA. The DNA fragments that carry genetic information are called genes. After possessing the power of Qi, the offspring born will have a higher adaptability to Qi. The imperial family members are the most adaptable to the power of Qi in the empire, such as Dong Guosilian and Bilrosi IV, whose fathers and grandfathers have obtained the power of Qi, and they also have a higher adaptability to Qi than Kasman. Therefore, what Qi really changes is genes. Ji Xinghe suddenly felt enlightened. I have obtained the power of Qi, so my genes have changed. This change allows my body to restore the Qi I have, just like restoring physical strength. The more Qi I get, the more changes will occur in my genes. After a large amount of Qi is consumed, it can be restored at a faster rate if conditions permit. Just like people who exercise all year round will have better physical fitness, and will recover faster after physical energy is consumed. I use Dong Guosilian's Qi, and there is no refining process, so my Qi has not increased at the original quality level. That is, my genes have not changed for the better because of the Qi of Dong Guosilian. I refined Dongguo Ki is to extract a special substance similar to nuclear radiation from the ki it possesses to strengthen and improve my genes. Therefore, the ki I possess will be directly improved in magnitude, and it is a recoverable improvement. The so-called gift is that the Emperor of the Empire uses the ki it possesses to change, strengthen, and improve the genes of other apes, so that their genes can naturally give birth to the power of ki. Therefore, after possessing ki, the body is equivalent to completing evolution. Ji Xinghe thought of the evolution that Dongguo said, and also thought of the human definition of the word evolution. In biology, it refers to the change of genetic traits in a population between generations. The history of human evolution is the history of changes in genetic traits, and the so-called traits refer to the expression of genes. After generations of changes, the changes in human genetic genes have created the current human beings. This kind of evolution takes a very long time to complete, but ki can undoubtedly speed up the process of evolution. The 3 stages of gifts, that is, the different degrees of gifts that the Earl, Marcus, and Duke can get, are 3 different degrees of strengthening of genes, which are 3 different degrees of evolution. Genes, evolution, Ji Xinghe could only think so far, his knowledge level limited his further progress. But it didn't matter, if he couldn't do it, someone else would. The first person Ji Xinghe thought of was Dr. Essen, whom Xinghe mentioned. As a top expert in cloning technology, he dared to propose a plan to clone himself. This person should know a lot about genes. Chapter 503 Let's make it public. Dr. Essen sneezed in the laboratory. He felt that someone was thinking about him. This is normal. After all, after participating in this research project, he has completely lost contact with the outside world, and it is unlikely that he will have any contact with the outside world for a long time. But Dr. Essen has no dissatisfaction. Not only does he have food and drink and a very high material living standard, but he can also engage in research that he likes. Even if the research content is somewhat different from his original intention, it is still a very happy thing. Dr. Essen, please come to the conference room as soon as possible. The voice of the artificial intelligence program Alpha sounded in the laboratory, which made Dr. Essen a little dissatisfied. It was not because his research was interrupted, but the artificial intelligence program Alpha of Eagle Continent was not as good as Nuwa of Dragon Continent. He applied to use Nuwa's copy program, but was rejected. It's the Federation era. The Empire can defeat the Azure Star at any time. What continental competition is there? It's just ridiculous. Dr. Essen was very dissatisfied with this, but he also knew that there was nothing he could do. Not to mention that the Empire can only fight against the alien planet. Even if the war really spreads to the Azure Star one day, the competition that should exist will still exist. As long as there are more than 100 people in this world, there will be factional struggles. It's just a matter of whether it's big or small. Dr. Essen once naively believed that all mankind could put aside their prejudices and cooperate selflessly in the face of a crisis, but this is not the case. All mankind can be united against the outside world, but some internal struggles will never disappear. Evidence is everywhere. Not to mention a small company with dozens or 100 or 200 people, there will be all kinds of workplace struggles. Even a small family with only 3 or 5 people will have their own thoughts. What's more, it is a federation with a population of 7 billion. Dr. Essen hasn't thought about these issues for a long time. He is an expert in genetic engineering, not an expert in political struggle or capital struggle. He can't even think of all kinds of conspiracies, let alone implement them. If he really wants to do it, it will definitely be as funny as a child playing house. He only does what he is good at. The conference room is not far from the laboratory. After taking a look at the embryos in the cultivation state, Dr. Essen put aside his worries and left. The success rate is really too low. There is no hope in the short term. If it fails, just try again. There were not many people in the conference room, only 4 people including Dr. Essen, all of whom were scientists. The person who presided over the meeting was not present, nor did he use holographic projection technology to participate. He simply introduced the situation and then passed some videos and materials to Dr. Essen and others. Dongguo is not the first guerrilla captive we have captured, nor is it the first guerrilla captive who has the power of ki, but it is the first Empire Grand Duke who fully cooperates with us and has the 4th stage of the realm. I hope that you can find something useful from the information about Dongguo. So much nonsense. Dr. Essen has already read it carefully. Among the intelligence obtained from the interrogation of Dong Guosilian, he does not care about the information about the empire's military strength, total population, social system, etc. He cares about the conversation between Ji Xinghe and Dong Guosilian, as well as some of Ji Xinghe's speculations and performances. What is the pattern? This is it. Dr. Essence on the relevant content about Ji Xinghe's classification of the imperial guerrillas, especially Ji Xinghe said to Ma Gao and Lin Shu, the reference for the 9th stage is me. He was so excited that he couldn't help himself. Others have gotten used to the fact that he is a fanatical fan of Ji Xinghe. If it weren't for this, how could Dr. Essen insist that Ji Xinghe is the strongest human being and propose a plan to clone Ji Xinghe? Dr. Essen, who was ignored, continued to read and soon saw some experimental records made by Nanshanman. When he was amazed at the ability of the person who created this research base, he also had his guess. Evolution must be related to genes. Dong Guosilian said that these gorillas with Qi have completed a certain degree of evolution. He also said that General Ji Xinghe has also completed evolution, and those who have practiced Danjin and Gangjin have a completed evolution. Then, they and their genes must have changed. Dr. Essen's guess was confirmed. The person presiding over the meeting said softly, yes, Nanshanman has also made this judgment, but it has not yet been discovered what kind of changes have occurred in the genes of the imperial prince, the crown prince, Dong Guosilian, Bill Rossi, and Kaisman. Ji Xinghe, a mechanic and mecha warrior, can think of the key points. How could the real experts of the Federation not think of it? I couldn't figure it out before, just because there was not enough information to support it. Up to now, among the guerrilla captives captured alive by the Federation, there are only 4 gorillas with the power of Qi. The last crown prince of the empire was not considered to be captured alive. He was already beyond saving when he was captured. In line with the idea of waste utilization, all his flesh and blood were collected. The imperial prince, Kaisman, and Bill Rossi were completely uncooperative before, especially the imperial prince. Even if their blood can be drawn for research, it is difficult to get practical results without knowing anything. The genes of humans and gorillas are very different in themselves. The genes between different individuals of the same species cannot be exactly the same, unless they are cloned. When the sample is too small, it is really difficult to compare the specific differences between gorillas with Qi and gorillas without Qi. I need a few captive gorillas, the kind without Qi. I also need a gorilla with Qi. I think that by comparing the differences between their genes, it is possible to study the secret of Qi, or even the secret of the gift, Dr. Essen said excitedly. Compared to the research I am currently conducting, this is what is really important to us, the host said helplessly. If we can provide you with this research condition, we will certainly support you in this research, but unfortunately, we can't transfer the gorillas with Qi back from the alien planet. There are only 4 at present. 1 is not cooperating, and 1. You should still do what you are doing now, but General Ji Xinghe said that he would capture 6 more gorillas. Not counting the imperial prince. There are still 7 gorillas in Nanshanman for research. You are so powerful, it won't be a big problem to transfer 1 back? Or, Dr. Essen looked at the surveillance camera and said with some expectation, General Ji Xinghe must bring back a gorilla. Invite him to participate in the research, then we will have it, right? The host was speechless for a moment and just wanted to curse. Invite Ji Xinghe? Please come over and smash our stall, overturn our dining table, and break our legs? Stupid scientist. No need to say more, Dr. Essen, continue your research project. This meeting is just to remind you that when trying to use the prince's genes for cloning, pay attention to the information related to Qi that may be contained in its genes. If you can combine Ji Xinghe's genes and clone humans who are born with the power of Qi, you will have made a great contribution. What is the meaning of my great contribution? Dr. Essen suddenly became a little bored, but he continued to watch the information and thought about how to proceed with his subsequent research. If he only used Ji Xinghe's genes and artificial wounds to make clones, he could have cultivated normal human embryos now. But the problem is that he needs to combine the genes of Ji Xinghe and the Prince of the Empire, which is even more difficult than giving humans the power of Qi. So far, there has been no results except failure. Looking at the information, Dr. Essen suddenly had an idea. If, just strip off the part about Qi and the genes of the Prince of the Empire, can the fusion be successful? Born with the power of Qi, and with the strongest human being Ji Xinghe as the main body, how strong is such a clone? Ji Xinghe didn't know that Dr. Essen, whom he thought of, was also thinking of him. But it doesn't matter, It won't take long to meet. If everything goes well, it will only take about 4 months, 1 to 2 months of dust storm period, and 2 months of voyage from the alien planet back to the blue planet. If it doesn't go well, Ji Xinghe feels that he should be able to meet Dr. Essen, but he will be seen by Dr. Essen in prison instead of going to a research base to see Dr. Essen. The 1 on 1,000 combat training lasted from shortly after breakfast until the beginning of dinner. Excluding the time for lunch and a short rest, there is also the time for Ji Xinghe to find Dongguo Ocelion to inflate. In a total of 7 hours, Ji Xinghe knocked down a team of 10 people at an average rate of 2 minutes every 2 minutes, and knocked down a total of 2,000 people. And, without a scratch. Not only the number 5 base war zone, but also other bases and war zones that received the news were all shocked, so much so that they could not believe the facts even when they were in front of them. They were simply exclaiming that they were inhuman. It was not that the federal soldiers had not seen those who could fight and fight for a long time. There were many combat instructors in the army who could fight 1 against 10, and it was not a big problem to fight a few more rounds after 1 round. It was not unheard of for an instructor who had mastered Danjin and possessed superb combat skills to use this method to fight 100 or 200 soldiers. After Ji Xinghe used this method to beat hundreds of people, the capable instructors also followed suit and performed well. It is said that if it were ordinary people who had not been trained, those instructors could use this method to beat thousands of people. But Ji Xinghe was not facing ordinary people, but the 2,000 elite soldiers who were most proficient in combat in the number 5 base war zone. Is this something that a human can do? When the ordinary soldiers were talking excitedly, some people thought that the existence of Qi should be made public. They believed that Ji Xinghe suddenly became so good at fighting and his endurance was incredible because he asked Dongguo Ocelion to inflate his Qi several times. More and more people in the Federation knew about the existence of Qi because of the interrogation of Dongguo Ocelion and the various studies that had begun. Some people believe that Qi could be made public after knowing its existence. Some people also believe that it should not be made public because it would bring unpredictable effects. The imperial nobles who possess Qi are all mecha warriors. They are not the ones that ordinary soldiers need to face directly, but our mecha warriors need to face, so there is not much impact. Mecha warriors will worry that they can't beat the imperial nobles' mechas. Isn't this an impact? Will our mecha warriors be afraid? I am only worried that they will become arrogant. After having neural link technology, many of them think that their combat effectiveness has increased dramatically, which has begun to affect the battle. In addition to the special case of the independent regiment, there are 27 mechas seized by the Empire, all equipped with neural link technology, just because of their mistakes. What about the effect of Qi? Prolonging life, curing diseases and healing injuries. If everyone knew about this effect, how many idiots would yearn for the Empire? You should believe in our soldiers. They are all federal soldiers. Their beliefs are like the sun. Indelible, but if it is made public in the whole army, it is equivalent to making it public in the whole Federation. Federal soldiers have an indelible belief, but how many ordinary people have this belief? Anti-war sentiment is difficult to deal with, and this proposal is simply adding fuel to the fire. It will be made public sooner or later. Many people already know it, and the confidentiality agreement cannot be kept secret for too long. Instead of having an intelligence leak, it is better for us to take the initiative to make it public, so that we can take the initiative. For example, we only make public the increase in physical fitness and combat effectiveness of Qi, and do not make public that Qi can prolong life and cure diseases and injuries. If the confidentiality agreement is violated, it will be dealt with by military law. It cannot be kept secret just because it is difficult to keep it secret. Will our confidentiality regulations become a decoration in the future? This example cannot be opened. This meeting was hosted by Nanshanman, and Li Anbang, who is about to step down, personally participated in it. And Ji Xinghe, as the person most likely to master Qi in the Federation, naturally participated in this meeting. When all parties were in various interests and arguing, Li Anbang knocked on the table, and the communication channel became quiet. The people at the Nanshanman conference room and those who participated via video link all sat upright. The tea gets cold only when people leave. Not only has Li Anbang not left yet, but even if he leaves, the tea will not get cold. General Ji. What do you think? Ji Xinghe said after a slight pause. Open it. He was too excited to fight today, not only because he comprehended some secrets of Qi, but also because he was about to leave base number 5. When he arrived at the war zone of base number 6, He could not stay in the base like this because of the war and conduct actual combat training in a 1-to-1,000 manner. After the war at base number 6, he would return to Azure Star, and there would be no chance of fighting 1-to-1,000. Maybe there could be, but it was different on Azure Star and on alien planets. Those people did not directly participate in this war. It can also be said that there are not so many and so strong elite soldiers on Azure Star. So he will not only fight like this today, but also tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, until he leaves base number 5. Enjoy yourself and make progress together. But this is really inhumane. Without a suitable reason, it doesn't make sense. Li Anbang didn't ask Ji Xinghe the reason. He guessed it, but asked, "How do you think it should be made public?" Ji Xinghe whispered, "Just say that I practiced kung fu and developed ki. What about the imperial gorilla having ki? Let's make it public, and at the same time make the 9th stage realm public. As long as I say that I am in the 9th stage of Shianshu realm, there will be no problem. Okay, then let's make it public." According to what General Ji said, the relevant personnel will communicate with General Ji about the specific details. Yes, the topic was discussed at this point, and some people who wanted to express their objections had no chance. Although they could stop and argue before making it public, no matter who it was unlikely to change the decision of the two old men. It was indeed two old men. One was about to retire at the age of 65, and the other had actually retired and would be 67 in a few days. But these two old men were both on the alien battlefield at this time, and their merits were indelible and could not be replicated. For the Federation, whether Li Anbang retires or not, and whether Ji Xinghe returns to the Blue Star or not, the importance of these two old men is irreplaceable. Li Yuanba and the independent group are both here. After confirming the existence of public key, Li Anbang, perhaps because he was about to retire, asked out of curiosity in public at the meeting, "General Ji, are you in the Shianshu realm?" Others were also very curious about this question, but they were not curious about the answer, but what Ji Xinghe would say. Everyone knew that Ji Xinghe could not be in the Shianshu realm. Without even real key, what 9th-stage realm can you talk about? It is not necessarily the 2nd stage, let alone the 9th stage. When many people had this idea, they did not realize that they subconsciously thought that the Imperial Marcus Kaisman, who possessed ki, might not be Ji Xinghe's opponent. As for the 1st stage, that is, the Imperial Earl who possessed ki, no one thought that Ji Xinghe could not beat him. Perhaps it was because Ji Xinghe had unilaterally beaten several Imperial Marcus guerrillas, which made people think that the Imperial Earl who possessed ki, relying only on a physical fitness increase of about 50%, was unlikely to be Ji Xinghe's opponent. Or maybe it was because, in a sense, Ji Xinghe had achieved the incredible feat of fighting 1 against 1,000 today. It could also be because of Ji Xinghe's previous challenge. But in any case, Ji Xinghe's ability to fight has already surpassed the limits of human beings in everyone's cognition. Nowadays, no one thinks that Li Yuanba can be compared with Ji Xinghe in a battle without armor. If Li Yuanba can't do it, then others can't do it even more. Especially those Gangjin masters, because Ji Xinghe unilaterally beat the Imperial Orangutan before, they were also arranged to fight the Imperial Orangutan one-on-one, and the result. It can't be said that they really can't beat ordinary Imperial Orangutans. It can only be said that when they are afraid before the battle, it is really difficult for them to exert their fighting power. After hearing Li Anbang's question, Ji Xinghe did not answer directly, but asked back, "What is the standard for the 9th stage? Unarmored battle, kill Emperor Wu III. If Emperor Wu III is willing to fight me without armor, I will prove that I am." Haha, Li Anbang laughed twice. "I don't think it's possible for it to fight you without armor, then I don't need to prove it. I said I am, and I am." Ji Xinghe looked at the camera in front of him, as if he was looking at everyone at the same time, and said softly, "Someone who thinks I am not can fight me, and some guerrillas who think I am not can also fight me. I have never lost before, and I will not lose again." P.S. Extra chapter for the Silver Alliance rewarded by 9 buses of Chunayanjian, 13/66. Chapter 504 The 12 Apostles. When human virtual reality technology has developed to the point where it can build real scenes that simulate the real world in the cyber world, it is not only the 2nd-generation simulation system and the 3rd-generation simulation system built based on virtual reality technology that benefit. Mech warriors can conduct simulation training in the virtual world, and many people can also socialize in the virtual world. Regional isolation is no longer a problem. With the development of communication technology, Distance has been completely eliminated within a certain range. The entire blue star is like a hole. Every day, countless people in the virtual world easily cross mountains and seas for face-to-face communication. Therefore, there are countless virtual small worlds in the federal cyber world. Some small worlds have extremely low confidentiality, or extremely high openness, and even those who do not understand hacking technology can easily enter them. And some small worlds require specific permissions to enter them. Many hackers like to crack the corresponding permissions and enter these highly confidential small worlds to explore secrets that they should not know. But not all small worlds can be cracked by hackers. Some virtual small worlds cannot be discovered even by artificial intelligence programs, such as NUWA, due to permission issues. In a small world with a sea of stars as the background, there is a huge round table floating. There are 12 seats around the round table. There are no people on the seats, only floating cards. There are no characters on the cards, only 12 Roman numerals, from 1 to 12. This is the gathering place of the Tower Top organization that Xinghe and NUWA have not been able to find. Not long after Ji Xinghe and Lianbang decided to reveal the secret of key, 9 of the 12 cards lit up one after another. When the number on the number 1 card flashed, a voice also sounded in this virtual small world. Let's start. The number on the number 7 card flashed, and another voice sounded. It is a fact that you have never lost before, and you will not lose in the future? Haha, this kind of words must not be said in front of Ji Xinghe, even if the person who said this is one of the 9 apostles of the Tower Top organization. They dare not. Or rather, they dare not for the time being. The number on the number 5 card flashed. If Ji Xinghe can get the power of key and is willing to become the 10th apostle, he will not lose in the future. Hearing this voice, all the cards temporarily quieted down, as if they were thinking. The top of the Tower organization is an organization similar to the parliamentary system, but the person in power is not named after the parliamentarians, but after the apostles. The setting of the 12 apostles is based on the 12 apostles under Jesus' seat, but as of now, the top of the Tower organization, which has been established for many years, has only 9 apostles and 3 vacancies. The 7th apostle broke the silence and said, "We have promised to give the position of the 10th apostle to Kenfis, but Ji Xinghe can't." The 5th apostle argued again. But the premise for Kenfis to become the 10th apostle is that he can be elected as the commander-in-chief and complete the plan we have determined before. Before that, if Ji Xinghe can get the power of key, I think he can become the 10th apostle, and Kenfis can become the 11th apostle. The various apostles of the top of the Tower organization have different powers, mainly depending on the order in which they become apostles. The one with the highest authority is the first apostle who established a top organization, and then the others are ranked in order. It is almost impossible for the latecomers to be the top in the top organization. The resources mastered by the apostles who completed the accumulation of resources first will only grow like a snowball. Although those who become apostles later can get help and resources from those who became apostles before, they will also be restricted. Therefore, the difference between the 10th apostle and the 11th apostle is really big for them. Those who tend to Kenfis can naturally get more help from Kenfis and have a certain control over Kenfis. The 3rd apostle said, "If Lianbang is willing to join us, he must be the 10th apostle. Whether it is Ji Xinghe or Kenfis, they must go to the back." The 8th apostle's card flashed. I think it will take a long time for Ji Xinghe to get the power of key. Kenfis can become the commander-in-chief before that and perform the tasks we assign to him. Therefore, if Ji Xinghe agrees, he should be the 12th apostle, the last apostle. The 7th apostle continued to argue. Ji Xinghe will not agree. He only wants to destroy the empire, and we don't want to continue this war for the time being. He's already very old, so he can't wait. The 5th apostle's card flashed. But if he gets the power of key, he can live for a long time. We must consider that he may get a gift of power similar to that of Emperor Wu III. The position of the 12th apostle must be reserved for him. The 7th apostle raised his voice. I said, he won't agree. The 5th apostle continued to insist, and the 2 apostles began to confront each other. But he has already agreed to our previous conditions, so he is not as stubborn as you think. That was for his independent regiment, and now his independent regiment has been formed. If he really wants to continue trading with us, he would not be in the number 5 base war zone, nor would he be preparing to go to the number 6 base war zone, but should be in the Battle Scar Canyon. He wants to go back to the Azure Star, and his independent regiment will be split up by us and then consumed on the battlefield. Even if he masters the power of Ki in the future and wants to go to the alien planet to fight again, he will not be able to form a new independent regiment. We will not let him succeed so easily. He has the power of Ki, then he has the capital to form a new independent regiment. If we don't allow it, he can't form it. If he has the power of Ki, we will have it too. As long as our people can defeat him and prove that he is not at the 9th stage of the Shianshu realm at all, he will lose all his advantages. Defeat him, yes, defeat him, and force him to accept our conditions, become our line walker like canvas, and promise him the position of apostle, so that he will become our 12th apostle. Is the loser Ji Xinghe still qualified to be our 12th apostle? Losing does not mean we cannot fight. Losing in a disarmored battle does not mean we will lose in an armored battle. The era of Mecha being king is about to arrive. Ji Xinghe's ability and influence deserve the last-ranked apostle position, yes, compared to supporting Caitlin and Harris to build another independent regiment. And supporting others to build another independent regiment, Ji Xinghe, who has successfully built an independent regiment, is more worthy of our investment. The numbers on the 9 cards once again entered a long bright state until the voice of apostle number 1 sounded. Then let's do this. If he doesn't agree to join us, we will suppress him until he agrees to join us, and then support him and let him become the 12th apostle, the last apostle, and the final apostle. The 3rd apostle asked, what about Lianbang? Who will talk to him after he retires? The 5th apostle said, let's wait until he really retires. Before he retires, he can't join us. Talking to him rashly will only expose our existence. Moreover, he doesn't seem to want to retire now. The 7th apostle reminded, shouldn't we fulfill the conditions we agreed to before, otherwise he will have an excuse not to retire. The 1st apostle confirmed again, well, let those 7 people die, okay. After the other 8 apostles responded, they began to leave this virtual world one by one. Starting with card number 9, one by one dimmed. But card number 1 did not dim, as if it was waiting for something. About 3 minutes after card number 2 dimmed, card number 10, which should not have lit up, suddenly lit up. If other apostles saw this scene, they would be extremely shocked, because apostle number 1 actually gave the key to enter this virtual world to someone else without their consent. Moreover, it was not canvas as originally planned. The function of the key is not only to enter this virtual world, but also related to the resources they can mobilize. The reason why they did not find out, or the reason why apostle number 10, who was only known by apostle number 1, did not use the key to mobilize the corresponding resources, is because the keys of the top organization have a sequence level. When the apostles ranked later want to mobilize the resources owned by the apostles ranked earlier, the apostles ranked earlier will receive a notification and have the right to directly refuse. Vice versa. Apostle number 1 asked, number 10, after Li Anbang retires, is it really possible that he will agree to join us? After the question was asked, number 10 did not respond immediately, and his voice was heard 6 minutes later. I can't guarantee it, apostle number 1 said calmly, you should guarantee it. After another 6 minutes of waiting, the voice of apostle number 10 sounded, I told you from the beginning that I would not guarantee it. Apostle number 1 did not dwell on this issue anymore, and asked softly, so, what about Ji Xinghe? Based on your understanding of him, do you think he might join us? 6 minutes later, the voice of apostle number 10 sounded, if your goal is changed to destroy the empire, Ji Xinghe will definitely become the 11th or 12th apostle. If we can really master the power of Ki, our goal can indeed change. But before that, I can't make a guarantee. Also, you are with us, you should say we? Then why don't you dare let them know me, nor let me know them, because you are dangerous. Ji Xinghe is more dangerous than me, if your goal does not change, so we have to develop him into the 12th apostle, and Li Anbang is the 11th apostle, so that we are all safe. Haha, does Kenfus really have no supporters among you? Of course there are, at least 3, but the problem is that Kenfus is not capable enough. He cannot compare with you. Li Anbang, and Ji Xinghe. If Li Anbang and Ji Xinghe had agreed, he would have become the first apostle to die unnatural deaths. If he had already become an apostle by then, shouldn't you prefer someone like Kenfus who is easier to control? If I only want people like this, we won't be able to control 20% of the resources of the entire Federation, just 20%. If you are willing to become a true 10th apostle, you will know how much we have. I said, if your goals don't change, I can't be the 10th apostle. You shouldn't have said this idea in advance. You can try to change us after you become the 10th apostle. You are still too young. Then how about I agree now, as long as you do what I ask you to do, you can become a true 10th apostle. What about Ji Xinghe? What do you plan to ask him to do as a token of his allegiance? We don't plan to ask him to do anything. We will have the power of Qi before him, and then defeat him in front of the entire Federation and destroy his independent group. At that time, he will have no choice but to join us. Defeat him? Ha ha ha. When you fail, remember to give me the resources you have. I can guarantee that Ji Xinghe will not kill you all. What do you know about Ji Xinghe? Want to know? When you decide to change your target, I will tell you. If you haven't failed by then. Each conversation was separated by about 6 minutes, so this meeting with only 2 people lasted for a long time. This is very unsafe. The longer it exists, the higher the possibility of being discovered. The first apostle ended the meeting helplessly and only left a reminder to the 10th apostle. 7 people will die. After they die, you may be affected. Be prepared. The virtual small world completely dissipated, as if it had never existed. After Ji Xinghe completed the challenge of 1 against 1,000 at base number 5, it caused an uproar, especially on the second day, the third day, again and again. Every day in the actual combat training, he achieved more than 201 against 10. Even those who blindly believed in Ji Xinghe believed that there must be something fishy. This is not something that exceeds the limits of the human body, but something that is impossible to do. In a boxing match on the Azure Star, in a one-on-one situation, each round lasts 3 to 5 minutes. After a few rounds, the boxers whose physical fitness can be said to be at the limit of the human body just want to lie there motionless. What's more, it is 1 against 10 again and again, and the enemies are all elite. Ji Xinghe, is he really a god? The answer was revealed on the 6th day, but it has nothing to do with the official. The official only disclosed a number of confidential and top-secret information about Qi. For example, there are only 2,000 noble gorillas in the empire who have the power of Qi. For example, the amplification effect of Qi at different stages, specifically the physical fitness data such as strength, speed, and endurance displayed by the 3 gorillas, Caseman, Bilrosi, and Dongguosilian, at the request of relevant personnel. The disclosure of information such as these shocked countless people. However, because there is no information about the function of Qi to heal injuries and diseases in the public information, and the 3 imperial gorillas, Caseman, Bilrosi, and Dongguosilian, do not have the combat power to dismantle mechas with bare hands. Their specific physical fitness data performance is not much different from that of human soldiers wearing advanced individual exoskeleton armor, and there is still a clear gap in defense. After all, the imperial gorillas with Qi are also flesh and blood, and individual exoskeleton armor can even be made of tungsten steel gold. So people are not too worried or panicked because of the appearance of Qi. But what is unexpected and reasonable to some people is that the official did not disclose the 9-stage realm set by Ji Xinghe, nor did it disclose the fact that Ji Xinghe practiced Kung Fu and developed Qi. The official can't endorse you. If you can't practice it, it will cause a lot of trouble. The lack of credibility is only one aspect. We don't need to say more about the details. General Ji should also understand. Moreover, there is a point that is difficult to explain here. You have just practiced the power of Qi. How can you be stronger than the imperial nobles who have had Qi for many years, or even Emperor Wu III? This is the explanation given to Ji Xinghe by the relevant personnel, which is different from the relevant content in the previous meeting, but after all, it is something that Ji Xinghe and Li Anbang have determined, and no one can directly deny or stop it. The changes they made were also in line with Li Anbang's previous order, which was to discuss the relevant details with Ji Xinghe. Therefore, the matter of making public that Ji Xinghe had practiced Qi fell on Ji Xinghe himself. If you make it public yourself, we will choose to remain silent, uncertain, and not denying. This is the best way. Ji Xinghe did not argue. He also knew that this was the best way, and he had many channels to make it public on his own. As long as he wanted, he could let everyone in the Federation hear his voice, but he did not do so. Instead, on the afternoon of the 6th day, 7 hours after the official disclosure of the confidential information of Qi, in the training area of base number 5, looking at the thousands of elite soldiers who had received the news and looked at him with expectation and excitement, he said something softly. Some people think this is a white lie, but more people choose to believe it. Ji Xinghe said, "Yes, I have practiced Qi." Chapter 505 True Lies. General Ji, have you started cultivating immortals? In normal times, the person who shouted this sentence would definitely be able to gain the attention of everyone around him, and let the people around him spontaneously distance themselves from him. But today, all eyes are always focused on the ring. It was a temporary ring built 5 days ago. During these 5 days, everyone present was knocked to the ground on the ring many times. There was only one person on the ring, Ji Xinghe. He was calm and composed under the focus of more than 2,000 people. His vision was very broad and he could easily lock the person who shouted. Because of the distance between the two sides, the person who shouted could not see Ji Xinghe's eyes clearly, but when Ji Xinghe looked at him, he felt obvious pressure, including the people around him. The mood became tense. Ma Yi, yes, come up, yes. Ma Yi was extremely excited. He didn't expect Ji Xinghe to remember his name. The nervousness still existed, but his mood was very good. The road was made clear, and when Ma Yi ran quickly to the ring, he felt the eyes of the people around him focused on him. He felt somewhat pleased. He thought these people were envious of the fact that Ji Xinghe remembered his name. But there was nothing to envy, because Ji Xinghe's memory was famously good. Ji Xinghe remembered many people's names and could recognize them. When he ran to the edge of the ring, Ma Yi accelerated and jumped up. He actually jumped directly onto the 3-meter-high ring and stood very steadily. Even on an alien planet with a low-gravity environment, this jumping ability is worthy of praise. But among the more than 2,000 people in the training area, no one praised Ma Yi, because they could all do it, because they were all elite. All the soldiers on the alien planet are elite, and being able to participate in the training they call Ji Xinghe's beating shows that they are the elite among the elite. Ma Yi excitedly stood in front of Ji Xinghe, stood at attention and raised his hand to salute. His posture was standard and impeccable. Report to the general, the leader of the 9th Platoon of the 6th Company of the 3rd Battalion of the 857th Regiment of the Longzhou Space Marine Corps of the Federation, the 3rd Class Sergeant Major Ma Yi, has been ordered to report here. Please give instructions. The people who had watched Ma Yi jump directly onto the 3-meter-high ring before but had no reaction, when they heard Ma Yi's rank, their eyes changed significantly, and they could see the emotion of respect. In the military rank system of the Federation, the ranks of non-commissioned officers are corporal, sergeant, staff sergeant, 4th class sergeant major, 3rd class sergeant major, 2nd class sergeant major, and 1st class sergeant major. But in general, the promotion after the rank of sergeant major is a lieutenant such as 2nd lieutenant, and the rank of sergeant major rarely appears. Because lieutenants are officers, and non-commissioned officers are still soldiers. Many people say that soldiers who don't want to be generals are not good soldiers, so the promotion from soldiers to officers is very critical and is also what many people yearn for. But there are always some people who don't want to be officers, they just want to charge at the forefront, so there's the promotion of sergeant major. In general, people call the highest level of sergeant major, that is, 1st class sergeant major, sergeant major. Such a person has another name, the soldier king. Even some lieutenants and even colonels would not take their military rank seriously when facing the soldier king, who is known as the sergeant major. Therefore, as a 3rd-level sergeant major, although Ma Yi is still a certain distance away from being a sergeant major, his choice is already worthy of respect. Ji Xinghe also just knew that Ma Yi's military rank was a 3rd-level sergeant major. He was able to remember the names of thousands of people, which was already due to the improvement of his ki. Many times, he needed Xinghe to remind him in his ears so that he could compare the names he had only heard once with the faces he had only seen once. At ease, yes, Ji Xinghe looked at Ma Yi standing in front of him and suddenly asked, "Do you regret it?" Ma Yi was stunned for a moment, then confirmed, "General, are you asking me if I regret what I said just now? Or do you ask me if I regret choosing to become a sergeant major?" "Become a sergeant major, no regrets," Ma Yi answered without any hesitation. He looked at Ji Xinghe and explained in an excited tone, "Now that you are an official, who will kill gorillas?" As expected of the man who asked the question just now, although a little biased, there is some truth. Ji Xinghe, who is already a general, nodded slightly in the face of Ma Yi's words, causing some commotion. It is not a training state, so there is no need for everyone to stand at attention and keep a military posture and silence. "I don't cultivate your mortals, nor will I cultivate your mortals," Ji Xinghe answered Ma Yi's question just now, which made people a little disappointed, and then thought of the question and answer between him and Ma Yi just now, and suddenly understood what Ji Xinghe meant. "I don't cultivate your mortals, nor will I cultivate your mortals. I am an official, But I am still a soldier and will participate in this war on the front line. Ji Xinghe's great prestige in the army has nothing to do with his promotion in military rank, nor does it have much to do with his ability to fight. The real core reason is that he has always been on the front line, even though he has become a general. In contrast, there is Caitlin, an ace mecha warrior with the rank of colonel. Caitlin, who is in the Battle Scar Canyon war zone, rarely appeared directly on the front battlefield before Ji Xinghe went to the Battle Scar Canyon, but became a deterrent combat force similar to nuclear weapons. If there are no Marcus and Duke level mechas in the Imperial Mecha Corps, he will not participate in the war. There are many mecha warriors like Caitlin, not only ace mecha warriors, but also many special mecha warriors will choose to participate in the battle. But whether it is Ji Xinghe or the independent regiment led by Ji Xinghe, whether it is the ace mecha warriors or the special mecha warriors, they will always appear on the front line of the battlefield, facing several times the enemy and taking on the most dangerous and arduous combat tasks. Almost all soldiers would prefer generals like Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba, even though they all knew that the command made by generals like Tu Yuan on the battlefield was more valuable and meaningful than the direct participation of Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba. The people under the ring thought a lot, but Ma Yi, who was standing in front of Ji Xinghe, didn't think so much. He was too excited. And his mind was a little out of control because of his personality. General, you have practiced Qi, but you can't cultivate immortality? There must be internal strength. Is it low martial arts or medium martial arts? If it is high martial arts, it seems that there is no difference from cultivating immortality, right? Low martial arts, medium martial arts, high martial arts. That is, Ji Xinghe was born in 2022. If you were a 67-year-old man in his time, he would definitely be very unfamiliar with these three terms. Moreover, Ji Xinghe, who started practicing martial arts in the 5th grade of elementary school, has been involved in various martial arts novels, even fantasy novels. He is also a high-end player in the game world. Judging from these 2 points alone, Ji Xinghe was actually a otaku boy who liked fantasy worlds and games many years ago. Qi is Qi, and it has nothing to do with what you have heard before. It is not the internal Qi cultivated by practicing internal skills, nor is it spiritual energy or mana, so it is low-level martial arts. Here in Ji Xinghe, a 67-year-old man, say the term that young people should know, more than 2,000 soldiers, both men and women, felt very fresh, and the distance between them and Ji Xinghe, the old general, seemed to be shortened invisibly. General, can you tell me more details? Maya once again asked Ji Xinghe on behalf of more than 2,000 people, or countless people. Sui, with 3 billion people's eyes behind him, was doing his real job under the ring. Sui actually wanted to laugh. This time, the federal officials will not deny it. No matter what Ji Xinghe said, they will not deny it. Because in their view, Ji Xinghe said just one or many white lies. If it is found in the future that Ji Xinghe was wrong, it has nothing to do with the official. Instead, it can help some people in the official to reduce Ji Xinghe's prestige in the army and the Federation. This is the case in any era, especially for soldiers. Too high personal prestige is not a good thing for some people. People like Li Anbang also have to abide by the retirement rule of 65 years old. This is directly related to Li Anbang's high prestige in the federal military and his wide range of students and old friends. If Li Anbang wants, he can completely secede from another planet and use the means of bringing the war to the blue planet to prevent the Federation from targeting him. To be more precise, it is to secede from one planet. It doesn't matter whether Li Anbang will do this or not. What matters is that no one should have such ability. Everyone knows that Li Anbang has such ability. But how many people know about Ji Xinghe's ability? He thought of a day in the future when the lies told by Ji Xinghe were verified as facts one after another, and the reactions and actions of some people. After all, he couldn't help laughing. In my teaching video, there are 5 kinds of strength: Ming Jin, and Jin, Hua Jin, Dan Jin, and Gang Jin. Ji Xinghe began to lie, and everyone listened carefully. The 5 kinds of strength he mentioned were familiar to everyone present, because Ji Xinghe's Jijiquan series of teaching videos were privately called the Jimin Bible by them. Even if some people didn't learn it, they couldn't help but want to take a look and remember some of the key points, such as the division of the 5 kinds of strength. I won't go into details here. Let me talk about Gangjin, which can hide an inch of Gangjin in the air. Ji Xinghe looked at Ma Yi, who held his head high. Ji Xinghe stretched out his hand, flicked his fingers, and his fingertips stopped an inch in front of Ma Yi's chest. With a crisp sound, Everyone in the huge training area could hear it. It was the microphone brought by Ji Xinghe that collected this sound. Then, on the large holographic projection screen above the ring, a focused picture of Ma Yi's chest appeared. The originally intact uniform had a hole the size of a fingernail, and the exposed skin was red, as if it had been hit. No one paid attention to Ma Yi's expression at this time. They all looked at the hole in the clothes in amazement. Although they had seen Ji Xinghe's demonstration of Gangjin hiding 1 inch in the air in the Jimin Bible before, can the feeling of watching the video be the same as watching the scene? Many people thought that the Jimin Bible used special effects. Even if the Jimin Bible really existed, it would not be possible to break the military uniform with built-in defense functions in this way. And now, the facts are in front of everyone. On the large screen of the holographic projection, there are not only Ma Yi's broken clothes, but also screenshots of his clothes intact when he went on stage before. The comparison between the two is more intuitive. Ji Xinghe asked softly, "Does it hurt?" Ma Yi still held his head high. "General, come on a few more times. I will go back in blue for 10 years. I want to go back in blue for a lifetime." Ji Xinghe nodded slightly and continued to flick his fingers. Pa pa pa. When 8 consecutive crisp sounds came out, based on Suhi's precise control of the camera, more than 2,000 people saw 8 holes appearing on Ma Yi's chest one after another. This was a display of force that shocked everyone, and it was also a blessing. Ma Yi was so excited that he almost fainted, but his identity as a soldier and a strong heart brought by the dream of becoming a sergeant made him stand straight. The enthusiasm in his eyes was enough to melt the ice and snow. This is the limit of Gangjin. All the strength of the body is gathered at one point, and then it bursts out, reaching the limit of 1 inch in the air. Ji Xinghe turned around and stood with his hands behind his back, giving people a kind of profound and majestic temperament. It can break clothes, but it is difficult to hurt people, because everyone wears clothes, and the guerrillas of the empire also wear clothes. Compared with the uniforms worn inside the base, the protective clothing worn on the surface is stronger in defense. It can't beat a gun or a knife. Even I can only hit it 9 times in a row in a short period of time. So, for a period of time after I practiced it, I thought this ability was meaningless. In my opinion, the real meaning and value of the 5 kinds of power lies in the degree of control we have over our bodies after practicing. Only by understanding your body more comprehensively and controlling your body can you give full play to your full strength. Just like the weapons we use in this war, only by truly understanding them and mastering them can the power be truly exerted. How can you snipe the enemy if you don't know how far your gun's effective range is? How can you shoot accurately if you can't control the recoil of the gun? If you don't know the detonation mechanism of the mine, you can't bury the mine well. If the artillery doesn't know the range of the artillery and the trajectory of the shells, it is impossible to shoot accurately. Rocket soldiers and missile soldiers can rely on electronic systems, but if they don't understand electronic systems, how can they use them? The old topic is very short, and Ji Xinghe changed the subject. All weapons have theoretical limits, such as the effective range of firearms. After exceeding the effective range, many people think that the possibility of accurate hits will drop significantly. But in my independent regiment, there is a man named Chen Sun. You should have heard of him, but you should not have heard that since he joined the army, the number of imperial guerrillas and monkeys he has killed on the battlefield with firearms has reached 7,935. The exclamation suddenly broke out, making the quiet training area noisy. What does it mean to kill 7,935 effectively? If everyone can be like Chen Sun, even if only 1/10, or even 1%, this war should be over. When Ji Xinghe's voice continued to sound, the noise disappeared. Many people would say that it's because Chen Sun's sniper rifle performs better, because Chen Sun can participate in the battle wearing a single soldier exoskeleton armor, with the help of various advanced auxiliary technologies, and in recent times, our independent regiment has been attracting firepower in the front, leaving the Empire no time to take care of his sniping on the battlefield. These reasons are all facts, but what I want to say is that many of Chen Sun's sniping distances were beyond the effective range of the sniper rifle he used. This is the real reason why he was able to complete so many kills and achieve the goal of 10,000 ape kills. The Empire is also aware of the effective range of our sniper rifles. When they find snipers, they will look for our snipers within this effective range. But Chen Sun is outside the effective range, so it is almost impossible for them to find Chen Sun's position. This is Chen Sun's advantage. Do you want to know how Chen Sun did it? I want to. The shouts were like thunder. Chen Sun, Ji Xinghe said softly, you tell everyone the answer. Yes, Chen Sun's voice rang out in the training area of base number 5, but he did not give the answer directly. Instead, he corrected, Captain, I killed 66 imperial guerrillas in the battle that just ended, so my current kill count is 8,001. Well done. Ji Xinghe's praise prevented the noise from appearing in the training area. Chen Sun gave the answer when the whole audience was silent. Because you, Commander, told us not to believe in limits, because if we don't believe in them, limits don't exist. This is Ji Xinghe's famous saying, and those who have heard it can be described as countless. His words can indeed be described as famous sayings. When people were thinking about the inevitable connection between the sentence and Chen Sun's ability to snipe more than 8,000 guerrillas, Chen Sun's voice continued to ring. Before I met you, the commander, I mostly killed imperial guerrillas within the effective range, which put me in a very dangerous situation, and I could face the Empire's firepower bombardment at any time. So I couldn't snipe in the right position most of the time, which greatly reduced my hit rate. Occasionally, I was able to kill outside the effective range, and I attributed it to my good luck. But after I met you, the commander, I heard what you said and believed it. So, I no longer regard the effective range as my limit, and I no longer regard killing outside the effective range as it was my luck. I regarded this kind of sniping as I broke the limit and surpassed myself. After that, I was able to do more and more sniping outside the effective range. Until now, I can achieve a 79% hit rate at a distance of about 1,000 meters beyond the effective range. But I don't think this is my limit. I firmly believe that this hit rate can be further improved, and I can achieve hits at a farther distance. Because I have no limit, the independent regiment has no limit, the corps commander has no limit, and we humans have no limit. The resounding words made the training area of base number 5 silent. After a short silence, Chen Sun's voice sounded again, Corps Commander, I apply to continue to perform combat missions. Go. When Ji Xinghe spoke, the communication ended, and the independent regiment, including Chen Sun, once again began to fight in the Battle Scar Canyon. 6 days later, the great counterattack in the Battle Scar Canyon had begun. Of course, the independent regiment with such a force could not carry out the task of bringing the remains of the heroes home. This became the task of the logistics troops. In the war zone of base number 5, where there is no war, people yearn for it because of Chen Sun's words, and also because of their inner persistence and faith. I said I don't believe in limits, I said humans have no limits, but after I practiced Gangjin, I seem to have reached the limit of humans. Ji Xinghe paused slightly and asked softly, so, am I wrong? No one knows what Ji Xinghe's question really refers to, but it doesn't matter. The important thing is that Ji Xinghe doesn't need answers from others. His tone became firm. I'm not wrong, so Gangjin is not the limit of us humans. Ji Xinghe stretched out his hand and pressed on the shoulder of Mayu, who was still standing beside him, and the power of Qi emanated from his body. Silently, Mayu's shirt, which already had 9 holes, instantly broke into many pieces of cloth, like willow leaves drifting in the wind, flying up and then falling on the ring. More than 2,000 people were stunned. Is this the power of Qi? Base number 5, including Wang Wei and Tu Yuan, participated in the interrogation of Dongguo Silian and knew that Ji Xinghe regarded Dongguo Silian as an inflatable treasure. Many people in the Nantianmen space station, especially all the scientific research team members who studied Qi through Kazman and Bel Rossi, and the few Danjin and Gangjin masters who had also been inflated. All were stunned. Is this the effect that can be achieved by inflating? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506, Promise with hundreds of millions of people. Before Ji Xinghe's public display of Qi was over, the related experiments had already begun again. The only Gangjin master in the Nantianmen space station completed the inflation again. Unlike before, this time, he was inflated by 2 gorillas, Kazman and Belrosi. So, he felt unprecedentedly powerful. I'll do it, an instructor who had practiced Gangjin stood up. As a soldier, he lacked the courage to make sacrifices. But the Gangjin master blushed and shook his head, and directly stretched out his hand to press on the metal plate next to him. Jin and Qi flowed out of his body at the same time, and a clear palm print appeared on the alloy metal plate. After completing this action, the redness on the Ganjin master's face began to disappear, and then he quickly pressed his palm on the shoulder of the Danjin instructor. There was a muffled bang. The clothes on the shoulder of the Danjin instructor exploded, and the flesh and blood blurred at the same time. It looked very miserable, as if a heavy hammer had hit his shoulder. But the Danjin instructor did not cry out in pain, but frowned. "You can't do it either." After Instructor Gangjin called for medical help, he said apologetically, "It's true that I can't control the ki in my body at all. It's very disobedient." Instructor Danjin, who had already started receiving treatment, did not look at his injured shoulder, and sighed. "It seems that there is still a big gap between us and General Ji." Instructor Gangjin nodded. "I thought I was about the same as General Ji, but now it seems that I am far from him." Another Danjin instructor asked, "Lao Yang, how far do you think there is between you and General Ji?" "As much as 1 floor." "1 floor? It doesn't sound that high, but the problem is, I don't know where the stairs are." The conversation between the three instructors made the scientific researchers next to them very puzzled, and the head of the research team frowned. "Didn't General Ji say 5 days ago in the morning that you can use strength to control the power of ki? He also said that if you want to use inflation to get the power of ki, the most likely way is to use strength to control the ki in your body and make it your own." "He's Gangjin, and you, Instructor Yang, are also Gangjin. How can there be such a big gap?" 5 days ago, Ji Xinghe, through analysis and his own perception, determined that ki is related to genes, and that in addition to gifts, only refining can make it possible to master the power of ki, and then he said all of this. Although this information was classified as top secret information at the first time, this research team was not affected, but was the first to learn of this top secret information. In fact, before Ji Xinghe said that ki was related to genes, they had made the same analysis and judgment as Dr. Essen on the Azure Star, and began to study it. The information provided by Ji Xinghe, for them, the most critical reminder is only one sentence. Use your strength to control the ki in your body. As long as you do it, you will get the power of ki. When they first heard this, many people subconsciously thought that Ji Xinghe had mastered the power of ki, so they asked, "General Ji, have you got the power of ki?" "Yes, I have gotten the power of ki." Ji Xinghe's answer was without any hesitation, which made the people who heard it couldn't help but ecstatic. But this ecstasy did not last too long. They all thought of the meeting before Ji Xinghe said this. One thing was determined at the meeting: Ji Xinghe was going to tell a white lie to the entire Federation. People felt that Ji Xinghe's white lie had started from that moment. It's not that no one thought that what Ji Xinghe said was a fact, but there are 2 facts that can prove that Ji Xinghe was lying. The first fact is that Instructor Yang, who also practiced Gangjin, inflated more times than Ji Xinghe and at a larger scale, but he still couldn't get the power of ki. It would be fine if only Instructor Yang couldn't get it. After all, he was Ji Xinghe, and it was normal that he couldn't compare with him. But the problem is that the Federation has 3 masters who have already mastered Gangjin. In the past 5 days, 2 specially appointed instructors on alien planets have also arrived at Nanshanmen and participated in this experiment. They can't do it either. The second is the fact that Ji Xinghe did not start treating Ji Xinghe, although Dongguo Silian said that once the treatment begins, it cannot be stopped. But no matter how you look at it, Ji Xinghe can stay with Ji Xinghe for 12 years. With Ji Xinghe's love for Ji Xinghe, how could he not treat Ji Xinghe as soon as possible? People make up their own minds, so they don't ask in detail. So Ji Xinghe didn't elaborate. He had already made it public, and he firmly believed that he was right to do so. This is a misunderstanding. To this day, the Nanshanmen space station has not made any progress in the study of ki. Just like Instructor Yang said, their problem is not that they are 1 floor lower than Ji Xinghe, but that they can't find the stairs. It's also because the time is too short. It took only 6 days from Dongguo Silian's confession and cooperation, which is not worth mentioning compared to any research. General Ji should have mastered the use of ki. After Instructor Yang tried and failed to imitate Ji Xinghe's demonstration, he told his analysis to the research team and several other expert instructors. Just like we are already very familiar with the application of Jin, General Ji's talent far exceeds ours. Therefore, after receiving Dongguo Silian's ki many times, he has mastered the use of ki, just like Dongguo Silian's mastery of the use of ki. But this use should be limited to the increase of physical fitness, and it is difficult to involve the degree of healing, because the speed of ki dissipation in our body is too fast. Some are like in the plateau area of the blue star, because of lack of oxygen, they need to breathe oxygen. In a short period of time, the blood oxygen content will increase, and everything will be normal, but after the blood oxygen content decreases, they will need to breathe oxygen again. The difference between us and General Ji is that he has become accustomed to the oxygen content in the plateau area, and we need more time to get used to it. So I think, Instructor Yang pondered for a while, and said to the head of the scientific research team, we should ensure that General Ji can be inflated at any time. Casmin can't, its gas volume is too small, Bilrosi or Dongosilian can, preferably Dongosilian. In this way, General Ji can master the power of Qi at the fastest speed. Before the head of the research team opened his mouth, someone raised an objection. No, there are only 3 gorillas available. With so many of us, how can we take one away for General Ji to take back to the Azure Star? Yes, I admit that General Ji is more talented than us, but 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang. If more than 40 of us participate in this project together, we will definitely master the power of Qi before General Ji. We must not lose the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. They were the other 2 instructors who had practiced Gangjin. The difference between them and Instructor Yang was that Instructor Yang had been an instructor in the army from the beginning, while the 2 of them were specially hired as instructors later. It is normal to have different thoughts. Instructor Yang frowned. 3 stinky generals are better than Zhuge Liang. Generals are not cobblers. 10,000 cobblers are not better than half as Zhuge Liang. Where there are people, there are contradictions. This sentence is really a wise saying. The head of the research team frowned and interrupted the upcoming debate. General Ji said that he can catch the gorilla by himself, so you don't have to argue about anything. Think about it carefully. How can you be like General Ji? At least you should master the use of Qi first. Facing these 3 Gangjin instructors, as well as the Danjin masters who have been transferred in the past few days and the number has increased to 19, the head of the research team's attitude can't be said to be condescending, but there is also a feeling of being instructive. This is also the reason why Ji Xinghe is unlikely to participate in this kind of research project. If you really face Ji Xinghe, then what Ji Xinghe says must be what it is. In the eyes of the experts of the research team, this is inappropriate and will also affect the progress of the research. They have expressed their attitude many times before. General Ji knows nothing about Qi. The sudden experiment in a laboratory of the Nanchunman space station did not affect Ji Xinghe's performance in the training area of base number 5. As the most special audience in the audience and even in the world, Xinghe called this performance showing the saint in front of people. My lord is still a little low-key. If you take a piece of tungsten steel alloy and make a palm print on it, the effect will definitely explode. No, just the palm print is not suitable. It is better to call an ordinary standard mecha over, and the lord will dismantle it with his bare hands. The effect will really explode. Xinghe felt that Ji Xinghe's Qi must be very strong, because she knew the real way for Ji Xinghe to obtain Qi nuclear explosion baptism. So she thought that Ji Xinghe could also do what a Dakeng did before, leaving a clear palm print on the Duke armor made of tungsten steel alloy. But the fact is that Ji Xinghe really can't do it, at least not to the extent of a Dakeng at present. If you want to do it, you may need to go through another nuclear explosion baptism. Ji Xinghe did not choose to use more violent effects to show the power of Qi, not to hide his shortcomings, but because of a value guidance he had participated in before. Don't be too shocked, the lethality of a grenade is much stronger than this. Ji Xinghe's voice made people's fanaticism begin to return to normal, because he was telling the truth. You all know that the average physical fitness of the gorillas in the empire is stronger than our average physical fitness, and their social system makes them very much advocate individual force. Therefore, in the study of physical strength, their prevalence is higher than ours. After I reached Gangjin, I thought that Gangjin was not the limit, so I practiced the power of Qi. They may have reached the realm of Gangjin many years ago. With billions of gorillas as the base, it is normal to discover the power of Qi. This time he was really lying. There may be gorillas in the empire who have mastered the power of Danjin and Gangjin, but it is definitely not to the extent of popularization. Even if there are more than 2,000 noble gorillas and royal gorillas with Qi, most of them must not know what Danjin and Gangjin are. Moreover, the existence of Qi has no direct relationship with Danjin and Gangjin. However, no one can expose Ji Xinghe's lies, and everyone trusts him for various reasons. But is the power of Qi really strong? Can it change the form of this war? You are all experienced in battles. Have you ever seen a gorilla with Qi? Ji Xinghe asked the question. but did not let anyone answer it, and continued to talk to himself. The Imperial Marcus Casman I captured alive has the power of Ki. The Imperial Dukes Bilrosi and Dongo I captured alive also have the power of Ki. But why don't they use the power of Ki to deal with me, but drive mechas to fight me? Because compared to Ki, mechas can make them stronger and can block the lethality of bullets, shells, and missiles, but Ki can't do these. I just said that even if you have Ki, it is only at the level of low-level martial arts. You who are fully armed, will you be afraid of the so-called world's best master when you go to the low-level martial arts world? Many people laughed, and some of the panic caused by the Imperial guerrilla's possession of the power of Ki completely disappeared. Ji Xinghe patted Ma Yi, who was naked on the upper body, and whispered, "Believe in science, come again?" Ma Yi looked down at his clothes scattered on the ground, which had turned into rags. Many people under the ring also looked at Ma Yi's clothes. They all had similar ideas. Ma Yi was a courageous man, otherwise, he would not have asked Ji Xinghe if he was going to start cultivating immortals, let alone say that if everyone became an official, who would kill the gorillas. He expressed his thoughts. "General, I believe in science, but I also believe that you are not scientific." People laughed again, a little louder than before. Ji Xinghe thought this statement was very interesting and asked, "It's just low-level martial arts, is it very unscientific?" Ma Yi shook his head in a loud voice. Low-level martial arts can barely be said to be scientific, but low-level martial arts plus mechas really can't be said to be scientific. General, then what should it be called? Science fiction, or technological fantasy? Ma Yi thought about it, and then answered in an affirmative tone, "Science fiction." Ji Xinghe patted Ma Yi on the shoulder and said again, "We still have to believe in science." Yes, this display of Ki ended here. People believed that Ji Xinghe had mastered the power of Ki, and believed that the fact that the empire had the power of Ki was not worth fearing and panicking. War, after all, depends on various advanced weapons. But people's curiosity was not extinguished. After Ma Yi was ordered to step down, many people shouted the word report and asked questions after being allowed. "General Ji, are you afraid of guns?" "Yes, General Ji, you are so old. But you are still so good at fighting. Is it because of Ki?" "Not before, but I didn't fight this well before. Now, yes, General Ji, with the power of Ki, can you fight for a longer time? You will see me, in my 70s, driving a mecha and fighting as before." "General Ji, can we practice the power of Ki? If you think the power of Ki can increase your combat power more than high-tech weapons, then, you can try to practice Kung Fu for a few decades. When you have practiced Danjin, you can try to practice the power of Ki." "General Ji, only after you have practiced Danjin can you have a chance to gain the power of Ki." "Yes, now, but not necessarily in the future. Just like a long time ago, mechanical prostheses were just prostheses, but now mechanical prostheses can be so real. Technology is developing, and in the future, nothing is impossible." "General Ji, can you beat an ape with Ki?" "Suhi, please help me find someone to apply for the decryption of the video of me taking off my armor and fighting with the gorillas." "Yes, I have fought with several Marcus gorillas without armor, and everyone who has seen it said that I beat them unilaterally." People were shocked again. Even if they were in the same base number 5, not everyone knew what Ji Xinghe had done to the Marcus gorilla captives. Few people knew about this before, and only fewer people knew that the Marcus gorillas did not have the power of Ki. This is also a real, white lie, but it may not be a true lie. Judging from Casman's combat effectiveness, Ji Xinghe can still do unilateral beating. "General Ji, are you going to the war zone of base number 6? The problem finally had nothing to do with Ki, but people were more concerned. Because it was not only Ji Xinghe who was going to the war zone of base number 6. The war zone of base number 5, which had solved the crisis, must provide as much support as possible to base number 6 when the war in other war zones was tense. "Yes, I'm going to the war zone of base number 6. I think we can hold it, just like we held base number 5. "General Ji, after holding base number 6, will you return to the Blue Star?" "Yes, I will go back." "Then when will you come?" This was the first consecutive question after the question and answer session began, but no one blamed the soldier for grabbing the opportunity to ask a question. Everyone knew that this should be the last question of the day. Ji Xinghe looked at the audience of more than 2,000 people, felt their eyes, took a deep breath and answered. "If this war still needs me in a few years, I will come back. I will end this war with you with victory." People heard his voice and heard the promise he made to them. he said. I will come back and bring victory. Chapter 507. You are surrounded. Ji Xinghe and others took the ape space battleship from base war zone number 5 to base war zone number 6. The Ping and space battleship of the Independent Regiment did not return from the Battle Scar Canyon war zone, with the western and eastern war zones of the Battle Scar Canyon launching a major counterattack against the location of the Empire jump base in the Battle Scar Canyon at the same time. The battle in the Battle Scar Canyon has become more than just a fierce one. Only the Ping and space battleship with perfect transportation functions was temporarily transferred to the command sequence of the Western War Zone and turned into a transport ship. It was not a forced requisition. Before Ji Xinghe returned to the Azure Star, his independent regiment and his space battleships, even Canvas, who suddenly expanded because of the victory in the Battle Scar Canyon, did not dare to forcibly requisition. The independent regiment is still fighting in the Western War Zone of the Battle Scar Canyon, and the Ping and space battleship is also responsible for transporting the remains of heroes, and those heroic remains that have been recovered are all in the Battle Scar Canyon. So the Ping and must stay here. But selfishly speaking, it is not without benefits. The corresponding resources controlled by the Western Theater are far more than what Tuyuan can control. The Ping and, which has not been fully repaired, has begun to restore the appearance of a space battleship while performing transportation tasks. For this reason, Ji Xinghe's independent regiment had to make some sacrifices. In the parking area of the Shenshu space battleship, Ji Xinghe, who is in the Xingaiyu cockpit, was communicating with Liu Mian. All the mountain-cutting mechas have been repaired. All 200 of them can participate in the war. The mecha warriors are also fully equipped, and they are over the standard. Now there are 372 people. The headquarters of the Battle Scar Canyon asked me again today if I could transfer all the mountain-cutting mechas in the number 5 base war zone. The 100 mountain-cutting mechas that were left in the number 5 base were captured by the Empire under the leadership of Han Li, and sent away using the jump gate. The mountain-cutting mechas that were damaged later have now been repaired, so the total number is 93. Ji Xinghe did not make a decision directly, but asked, do those people meet the standards? Liu Mian replied, they have all passed Sichuan challenge, so there is absolutely no problem with the standards. However, the blind man and the cripple are very dissatisfied with this, because almost all the supplements are mecha warriors from other continents, mainly mecha warriors from Eagle Continent. For this reason, they have been looking for trouble with Tang Qiao recently. Those people were selected by Tang Qiao. Ji Xinghe did not mean to feel sorry for Tang Qiao, nor did he tell Liu Mian about Tang Qiao's previous choice. In the adult world, there is no certainty. He asked, do you think there is a problem with this? I think there is no problem. The Eagle Continent mecha warriors who can pass Sichuan challenge may be different from what some people imagine. Their willpower can be so tenacious, and they must have persistence in their beliefs. Tang Qiao strictly abided by our requirements in this regard, so it is difficult for the blind man and the cripple to stop them. Ji Xinghe nodded slightly. You and Shensun do a good job of ideological work on the blind man and the lame man. We are all federal people. As long as we are willing to kill guerrillas, we are good comrades. Yes, Liu Mian responded and said, those political struggles, factional struggles and so on have nothing to do with them, and have nothing to do with the blind man and the lame man. I will tell them not to think too much. Yeah, Ji Xinghe asked again, do you think, should all the Zanshan armors in base number 5 be transferred there? From a rational point of view, they should be transferred. Because whether it is the mecha warriors in the battle zone of base number 5 or the battle zone of base number 6, there are too few outstanding ones among them, and it is difficult to bring out the true performance advantages of this Hanshin armor. Moreover, the opportunity in the Battle Scar Canyon is really great. Liu Mian paused for a moment and continued. From a sentimental point of view, I think those Zanshan should be transferred to the battlefield of the Mountain of Gods. Our elite mecha warriors of Longzhou are all there, and many of them are not as good as Zanshan armor. Moreover, the Mountain of Gods is under the charge of our Longzhou, and it is not easy to be dispersed there. Ji Xinghe asked, didn't you just say not to consider those problems? I said that the blind and the lame should not consider these problems, but Chen Sun and I have to consider these problems and perform our duties. Then you should think more about this issue in the future. Ji Xinghe finally gave Liu Mian a clear task, and then said, I will authorize the transfer of 80 Zanshan to the Battle Scar Canyon, and you ask them to equip us with 300. Yes, Liu Mian did not ask why. He could guess Ji Xinghe's thoughts. To put it more directly and unpleasantly, Ji Xinghe was trying to make money in the Western theater. Although the number of mechas in the Western theater is not large, the number of mecha warriors is still more than 30,000. The elite selected from these 30,000 people can truly bring out the performance advantages of this Hanshin armor and take the combat effectiveness of the independent regiment to a higher level. As for who these people will listen to in the future, Liu Mian firmly believes that with Ji Xinghe's leadership charm, there is no problem. Moreover, he always feels that Tang Qiao is problematic, but he is very smart to know what to ask, what not to ask, what to say, and what not to say. Liu Mian also reported, the Gao's punishment armor was given to Zuo Xiao, and the general's armor of Yunnan was given to Sichuan. No one in the regiment has any objections. They have all been discussed and selected by themselves. You don't have to worry about this. The Gao's punishment armor used by Ji Xinghe before was left in the Western theater and was not transported back by him. After the transformation of the general's armor of Yunnan was completed, it was also sent directly to the Western theater, and now they all have users. This is also a kind of fait accompli. Before leaving Azure Star, the mechas were handed over to the independent regiment for use. With more than a month of familiarization time, at least from the perspective of exerting combat effectiveness, no one in the Federation can compete with Zuo Xiao and Sichuan. There are people who are stronger than the two of them, but these people do not need the God punishment armor and the general armor. As of now, the independent regiment has 6 ace mecha warriors with ace-level mechas, namely, Qin Tong, Harris, the Blind Man, the Lame Man, Sichuan, and Zuo Xiao. There could have been more, but because Ji Xinghe insisted on returning to Azure Star, the relationship between the captured Duke armor and the independent regiment was only 40% of the recycling value. It could not be like the general armor and the prince armor. After the neural link cockpit was transformed, it could not be directly handed over to the independent regiment for use. Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment and said softly, I think, if there is no need for cluster combat, we can divide them into 6 teams. What do you think? Liu Mian seemed to have considered this before, and said without any hesitation, I think it is feasible and necessary. The current war is very intense, and the Empire has begun to use covering fire attacks regardless of their own troops. In this case, if our regiment assembles all its troops, the target will be too large, which will cause the Empire to use heavy firepower to attack. Moreover, dividing into 6 teams also has many strategic significance. At present, there are almost no imperial mechas above the Earl armor on the battlefield in the Western theater. When our regiment fights in clusters, the advantage is obvious, but the advantage cannot be maximized, and it is difficult to achieve the effect of allowing them to grow rapidly, then divided. After getting the affirmation of professionals, Ji Xinghe made a decision, if possible, send 2 teams to the Eastern Theater, but if Tang Qiao insists on keeping our regiment in the Western Theater, then obey the arrangement. Yes, Liu Mian responded, and suddenly felt in his heart, Lao Ji's leadership charm is really unstoppable. From Ji Xinghe's words, he could already make one thing clear, Tang Qiao had become Ji Xinghe's man. Otherwise, Ji Xinghe would definitely not mind arguing with Canvas, represented by Tang Qiao, for the independent regiment's participation in the war sequence. After the situation had been explained, Liu Mian did not hang up the communication, but hesitated for a while before asking. We all want to know, is it possible for us to get the power of Qi? And can the power of Qi provide obvious help in driving mecha? This is obviously not the question Liu Mian wanted to ask himself. As a staff officer, he does not need to go to the front battlefield at all. He can't drive a mecha, and he doesn't even have neural connection technology. In contrast, Chen Sun should ask this question, because Chen Sun has been fighting on the front line every day recently. Chen Sun, who can use a sniper rifle to fight, has the most advanced single-soldier exoskeleton armor in the entire Federation, and does not need the power of Qi at all. At least from Ji Xinghe's previous display, there is no obvious help. So, this is what the mecha warriors of the independent regiment asked. Before the Empire mastered the neural link technology, whether there was the power of Qi or not did not have any impact. The advancement of neural link technology exceeds the increase of Qi on driving mecha. Ji Xinghe responded positively, and then said, as for whether Qi can provide any help to driving mechas using neural link technology, I think there should be, but in the short term, I don't know, and I can't help them. Liu Mian understood. Are you going back to the Azure Star to do this research? That's what I mean. Okay, I know how to tell them. Yet, the communication was hung up, and Ji Xinghe felt the vibration of the space battleship. A prompt sounded in his ears. General Ji Xinghe, the orbital airborne delivery platform has been successfully launched. Excuse me, do you insist on using the orbital airborne method to enter the number 6 base war zone? Yes, we are about to start fire suppression on the Empire. The estimated suppression time is 3 minutes. Please prepare for orbital airborne. Yet, at the end of the conversation, the firepower costing more than 10 billion was directly dropped on the battlefield in the number 6 base war zone. The Federation, which has mastered air supremacy, uses firepower strikes with a precision far exceeding that of the Empire. For a moment, the Imperial positions surrounding base number 6 were suppressed and could not even raise their heads. The Ape space battleship, which was in the airspace above the battle zone of base number 6, took the opportunity to open the hatch of the drop bay, and 2 giant metal cabins with a height of more than 8 meters fell from the sky in the night. The metal cabins were painted with anti-radar paint, and they were all black and not obvious in the dark night. The Imperial positions, which were suppressed by firepower, did not discover their existence until the 2 metal cabins landed at an altitude of 2,000 meters. Various anti-aircraft guns and missiles were locked and fired at the first time. The 2 metal cabins were light-moving targets with a fixed falling direction. When they were about to bear the ruthless and fierce firepower attack, they changed their orbit. As the most advanced orbital airborne mecha kit of the Federation, the metal cabin equipped with a rocket engine not only has the ability to change orbit and accelerate, but also has a very powerful anti-missile system. The close-in defense guns, which usually only appear on the surface or on space battleships, were activated after the metal cabin released a large number of jamming bombs. All missiles that could evade the jammers were destroyed by the close-in defense guns that fired 3 million federal coins per second. The flames brightened the night sky, as if it were daytime. The 2 metal cabins successfully landed on the ground, without even opening the parachutes for deceleration, but the rocket engines at the bottom of the metal cabins made the impact they had to bear when they fell to the ground invisible. With 2 loud bangs, the 2 metal cabins disintegrated like explosions, and 2 mechas emerged from them and entered the charging state at the first time. Various detection methods on the Empire's position allowed the Empire Base Number 6 Warzone Command to clearly see the appearance of the 2 mechas with the help of the flames that had not yet dissipated in the sky and the flares. They were all very familiar. One was the mecha of the Empire's highest commander on the alien planet, the Imperial Prince Anakin, who was known as the Conqueror. It should have been a tungsten gold mecha, but now it was replaced with a pure gold paint job, with 9 red 5-pointed stars sprayed on the chest. Many days have passed since Ji Xinghe was the first to use pure gold paint on the mecha on the battlefield and spray red 5-pointed stars. How could the Empire not know what the gold paint and red 5-pointed stars mean? Only the true ace mecha warriors of the Federation are qualified and dare to do this. The gold paint represents that their mechas are covered with the gold stars to the extent that they can no longer be painted. The red 5-pointed star represents the destruction of 100 Imperial mechas, or a Duke-level mecha. And this original Imperial mecha, now a Federal mecha, whether it destroys 900 regular-level Imperial mechas or 9 Duke-level mechas, is worthy of attracting the full attention of the Imperial position with more than 500,000 troops. However, it did not. Almost all the attention of the Imperial Command Center surrounding Base Number 6 was on another Federal mecha. It was also painted pure gold, and it also had only a red 5-pointed star kill mark. But the red 5-pointed stars on this mecha are so many that there is not enough space to paint them on its chest. This is a mecha that is over 6 meters tall. 41 huge red 5-pointed stars have covered the chest and abdomen of the mecha, and spread to the shoulders. The last time this mecha appeared in the side of the Empire, it only had 39 red 5-pointed stars. The 3 extra stars represent its driver, who later destroyed 2 Duke armors and 1 Prince armor. The Prince armor is another Federal mecha that appeared on the battlefield at this time. Ji Xinghe, it is the Federal Ji Xinghe. Just by confirming this, the morale of the Imperial Army began to decline from the top, and then spread to the lower levels. He didn't use the General's Prince armor, but gave it to another Federal mecha warrior. Does he really think his mecha is stronger than the General's Prince armor? Why are they not together? How did they separate? Report. An ace mecha rushed out from the defense position of the Federal Base Number 6. It was Jackson, the Federal ace mecha warrior who challenged Ji Xinghe before. Stop the 3 of them from joining together. Report. The 3 of them did not join together. The three of them started charging in different directions. What are they going to do? There are only 3 mechas. What are they going to do? Mobilize all the mechas to me. The main target is Ji Xinghe. No, the secondary target is Ji Xinghe. Kill the other 2 first. Only mechas can deal with mechas, especially mechas at the level of ace mechas. Conventional firepower has no effect on the ground. But the Imperial army that surrounded the number 6 base and launched attacks from multiple directions at the same time found it difficult to mobilize enough mechas to intercept the 3 federal mechas in a short period of time. Ji Xinghe and Han Li, who landed on the edge of the Empire's position, drove their mechas along the rear of the Empire's army, but their charge directions were completely opposite. Not only did they not intend to merge, but they also did not intend to rush into base number 6. What had also puzzled the Empire was Jackson, who rushed out from the outer defense position of base number 6. He did not choose to merge with either Ji Xinghe or Han Li, but chose another direction. Relying on the defense and high mobility of the mecha, he rushed out directly. The Empire's mecha chasing behind him was blocked by other Empire troops. Jackson chose the easiest route to kill with the help of the God's perspective, and also avoided the mecha formation that the Empire went to intercept, so he killed through the Empire's position. Appeared at the outermost edge of the Empire's position. At the same time, Ji Xinghe and Han Li also stopped driving their mechas. Even without a high-altitude reconnaissance perspective, the Empire could determine the location of the 3 of them through the ground detection system, not to mention that the Empire still had multiple drone reconnaissance aircraft, struggling to wander over the battlefield. So, the Empire finally understood the real purpose of Ji Xinghe, Han Li, and Jackson's incredible behavior. If the position of the Empire surrounding base number 6 is an irregular circle, then the position where Ji Xinghe, Han Li, and Jackson, the master and apprentice, are standing at this time is to penetrate the 3 corners of this circle. If the 3 corners are trained interline, it is a very standard equilateral triangle. There is no tactical value in doing this. Instead, these 3 corners will be subjected to fierce Imperial firepower attacks, and they may be chased and intercepted by the Imperial mechas that have completed the cluster at any time. It looks extremely stupid and there is no reason at all. But doing so has an inexplicable strategic value. Ji Xinghe came, and he appeared on the battlefield of the number 6 base war zone with his most famous and currently the strongest 2 apprentices, and then took practical action against the more than 500,000 Imperial troops that surrounded base number 6. It shows a fact. There was no sound, but Ji Xinghe's voice was like a thunderstorm sweeping between heaven and earth, resounding on the battlefield of the number 6 base war zone, and it lasted for a long time. He said, "You are surrounded." Lian Guanggai was filled with worries, and heard thunder in the silence. Chapter 508 The East Wind is Coming. The 3 masters and apprentices who were so arrogant that they angered the gods were not as domineering as they appeared. The mechas driven by Xinghe and Han Li were made of tungsten steel alloy and tungsten steel gold respectively. They had super strong defense. But Jackson's mecha was not inferior to Xinghe and Han Li's mechas in performance, but its defense was somewhat different due to the material of the body. "Master, if I die today, remember to burn the complete version of the Jimin Bible for me." Jackson was running away. While avoiding the Imperial firebombing, he also had to avoid the Imperial mechas that came to chase and intercept him. Even with an advanced anti-missile system and a God's perspective, when the Imperial fire bombardment no longer aimed to hide him, but hit the ground in his area, using explosions and shock waves to affect his mobility. The situation looked very critical. The situation in the other 2 places was no different. Facing 3 mechas that could be said to be the most advanced in the Federation and the Empire had very limited options for attack. But for now, this risky and radical tactic, which is almost stupid, is of great help in relieving the pressure on base number 6. The 3 of them attracted more than 2,000 Imperial mechas to come and chase and intercept. "Then I guess I will have to burn it for you many times," Han Li said. "Old Ji will only get stronger, and the content of the Jimin Bible will become more and more. Otherwise, I will just burn it for you once a month, get lost." Jackson's attitude towards Han Li was the same as always. After cursing, he dared to make a request that would definitely be rejected. "Han Li, when we return to base number 6, give me your mecha, and I'll give you mine. Don't get me wrong, I just want to try out the Empire's Prince armor. I don't get you wrong, and I won't give it to you. You can dream about this wish when you sleep at night. Are you shameless? The Prince armor was not seized by you, but by my master. First, this mecha is not the Prince armor now, It has a name, King Chen. Second, Lao Ji is not your only master. I'm not saying that your name is worse than Bai Qi, change it quickly. The master does have more than one apprentice, but as far as I know, you seem to have never worshipped a master properly, right? I have worshipped. Kneeling down, Han Li ignored Jackson's complaints about the name of his mecha. His previous mecha was codenamed Bai Qi, but only he knew the real name, and it is the same now. Apart from him, even Shen Mu, who was responsible for modifying his mecha, did not know the real name of this prince armor. If it's not inappropriate now, I'll kneel down for you to see, then when is the right time? If you're not dead today, you'll definitely see it, then I won't die. When you kneel down, I'll stand beside master. Hey, the noisy conversation did not involve any tactical arrangements, because today's tactics are very simple. Ji Xinghe, who had been silent all the time, received a reminder from the space battleship Kanshu Yuan, so he spoke. The wind is coming. Han Li and Jackson immediately shut up, checked the intelligence, and began to charge towards the outer direction according to the previously agreed combat plan. Ji Xinghe did the same. The three mechas that gradually moved away from the Empire's position were safer than before. The Empire's mechas did not choose to chase them at full speed because they were afraid of the Federation's divine punishment light. But this also means that the threat of the three of them to the Empire's position is almost zero. It is even impossible to return to the defense line of the number 6 base war zone. After the Empire has been prepared and knows the approximate location of the three of them, it is impossible to go back and kill through the Empire's position. Even if the three of them were to join together, it would be impossible to do this. Just when the Imperial Command thought that the three mechas would continue to stay away from the battlefield and then take a space battleship to an orbital airdrop in a safe area, the wind that Ji Xinghe mentioned finally came. The sky in the distance was already gray and filled with hematite dust. Under the influence of the natural power of the alien planet, it connected the sky and the earth of the alien planet. When it was first seen, it was still more than 10 kilometers away. After a short observation, it was less than 10 kilometers away. The dust storm is coming. Because there are no satellites, the Empire cannot accurately grasp the weather changes on the alien planet, but based on their experience of more than 20 years on the alien planet, they have already anticipated this dust storm and made corresponding combat plans. Let all the mechas come back and follow the previous combat plan. Use the cover of the dust storm to find the exact location of base number 6. No, if we implement the original plan, Ji Xinghe and his men will be able to attack us from behind, and we can't stop them, the two imperial dukes argued. After the death of Grand Duke Man'yang and Grand Duke Rodshu, who were in charge of attacking base number 6, the Empire did not give up the offensive against base number 6 and dispatched 2 more Grand Dukes and the troops they controlled. So far, the Empire has invested more than 1 million troops in the attack on base number 6. Thanks to the deployment of B-72 Highland and the staged victory, the 1 million Empire troops have been reduced to only more than 500,000, but the precise location of base number 6 has reached the point where it may be exposed at any time. Why can't we stop them? After the dust storm comes, Ji Xinghe and his men will lose the intelligence support from the reconnaissance satellites and will have no chance of knowing our arrangements against them. As long as they dare to attack us from behind, we can gather superior forces at any time to strangle them. Darmosi, you think too highly of Ji Xinghe. Kinkasi, it's not that I think too highly of Ji Xinghe, but that you look down on Ji Xinghe. Aida Kang has lost to him so many times, and Yinan also died in his hands. I don't want to die, and I don't want to lose, Kinkasi suddenly sneered. Previous intelligence said that Yinan died at the hands of Ji Xinghe, but look at the red stars on Ji Xinghe's mecha, the number is wrong. Therefore, Yinan actually died at the hands of a federal mecha warrior named Han Li. He just faked his death before, and joined forces with Ji Xinghe to trick Yinan. Otherwise, Yinan would not have died, Darmosi argued. No matter how Yinan died, his death was directly related to Ji Xinghe. And Ada Kang's prince armor was also taken away by Ji Xinghe. So, Ji Xinghe must not be underestimated, when there are 2 Grand Dukes commanding at the same time. It is difficult to resolve such disputes in a short time. Kinkus was a little angry. I didn't underestimate Ji Xinghe, I underestimated the other mecha warriors of the Federation, their conventional forces and defense lines. The dust storm is coming, and they will be directly pushed down by our forces if they lose air superiority. In a day and a half, at most a day and a half, we will be able to find the exact location of base number 6, and we will be able to win. Darmoshi also spoke angrily. Without Ji Xinghe, we can do it in a day and a half, but with Ji Xinghe, we can't have a day and a half. If our artillery positions are destroyed by Ji Xinghe and his men, even if there is the influence of the dust storm, the Federation can also carry out a covering fire attack on us. Do you want all our soldiers to die? What if they are all dead? Xinghe said in a cold tone. As long as our mecha core is still there, as long as we find the exact location of base number 6, we will win. A group of civilians. I have plenty in my fiefdom. If you don't have it in your fiefdom, I can help you manage part of the fiefdom. Dormosi did not argue any more, but connected the communication with the mountain of the gods before the dust storm arrived. This is their last chance to communicate. Once they are submerged by the dust storm, they will enter a long-term loss of contact. Unless, use the jump gate. General, no need to say, I know everything. Ada Kang, who appeared on the screen, looked no different from before, as if none of its 12 Earl Guards had died. The 12 Guards' Duke armor had not been seized by the Federation, and its own Prince armor had not been seized. You have only one mission, destroy the Federation's number 6 base at all costs, but, it's just 3 mechas, just 1 Ji Xinghe. If you can't do it, then you don't have to go back. Yes, when Dorimoshi responded, he sighed in his heart. He felt that Anakin was crazy now. Just a Ji Xinghe? If it was so simple, how could your Prince armor be taken away by him? Xinghe laughed out loud after the communication ended. He was happy and whispered, Dorimoshi, don't worry, as long as we destroy the Federation's number 6 base, we can use the jump gate to leave directly. We use 500,000 conventional troops to exchange for a Federation base. We make a profit. Don't forget, we don't have so many supplies to feed them. Dorimoshi did not respond. It had made a decision. No matter how the battle went, it would not participate in the war. If it won as Xinghe said, it would go to the God Mountain through the jump gate, and then return to the Empire Star through the large jump gate to get the merit it deserved. If it fails, as long as it is still alive, even if it bears some punishment, it will not have much impact on its family. It is nothing more than military power and a high degree of autonomy. Emperor Wu Ii wants to take it back, so let him give up part of it. As long as you are alive, there is still a chance. If you die, you will really have nothing. Xinghe gave the order, and Dorimoshi also cooperated very well. The more than 2,000 Imperial mechas that had appeared behind the Imperial position chasing Ji Xinghe and the other two rushed to the number 6 base surrounded by the Imperial army again. That is, when they passed through the Imperial position one after another, the entire number 6 base war zone was completely covered by the dust storm, and the visibility was less than 100 meters. Ji Xinghe and the other two, who were 5 kilometers away from the Imperial position, completely disappeared from the side of the Empire. Because they were not covered by the dust storm, the communication between the three and the space battleship Shenzhen was not affected. Deploy the 4th Panther. When Ji Xinghe's voice sounded, the Shenzhen immediately executed the order. The orbital airborne delivery platform that had been prepared long ago was opened, and a Panther without a driver dropped from the sky. It did not use an orbital airborne capsule because it was not necessary. With the cover of the dust storm, the Empire could not discover its existence. Moreover, even if it was discovered or even shot down by the Empire, it would not matter. There were a total of 4 Panthers that had been modified by Shen Mu, all of which were on standby at the orbital airborne delivery platform of the Shenzhen. Jackson, who had known what Ji Xinghe was going to do, couldn't help but ask, Master, is it going to work? Otherwise, let's be more cautious. It's okay. Ji Xinghe looked at the number 4 Panther slasher that had already begun to land, and whispered, you two should be careful. Han Li, believe in your intuition. Jackson, follow Han Li closely. Yes, the two responded at the same time, and then before the number 4 Panther slasher successfully landed, they drove their 2 mechas into the approaching dust storm, and then disappeared from Ji Xinghe's sight. Shortwave communication is still effective, but when the distance between Han Li and Jackson and Ji Xinghe exceeded 2 kilometers, and the long-distance communication was affected by the dust storm, the two of them completely lost contact. Ji Xinghe couldn't find them, and the space battleship of the ape, where Tu Yuan, the new commander of the number 6 base war zone, was located, and the command system and detection system of the Nantianmen space station, were also unable to accurately locate the two of them. In theory, the Empire could not know their exact location because they would always be in a state of high-speed movement. There was no sound of wind, but the wind was already approaching. Ji Xinghe, whose figure was covered by the dust storm, still did not make any movement, but his mecha moved automatically, and appeared at the landing site at the same time as the number 4 slashing pantolin armor landed. My lord, I still suggest that you drive my body and let me drive the number 4 slashing pantolin armor. I can't exert the full combat power of your body, so you should do it yourself. Okay, Xinghe responded with an excited tone. My lord, follow me closely, I will protect you. The hatch of Xinghe opened, and Ji Xinghe jumped out of it. The moment he landed, he seemed to be flying and went directly into the cockpit of the number 4 slashing pantolin armor. When he connected the sensor helmet, Xinghe's voice rang in his ears. My lord, I'm here. The recorder authority has been locked. Well, let's start. Ji Xinghe drove the number 4 slashing pantolin armor and started to charge, and before he made any operation, Xinghe had already rushed to the imperial position in the first place. It seems that, just as Xinghe said, Ji Xinghe followed behind Xinghe. This is indeed the case. Ji Xinghe's memory is not enough to support him to remember all the troop deployments of the Empire's positions. Even if he remembers it, it is difficult to always know his exact position and the exact position of the target in the dust storm. But Xinghe can do this. She is more powerful than Ji Xinghe when facing the conventional forces of the Empire in the dust storm. Under the leadership of Xinghe, Ji Xinghe quickly rushed to the location of his first target. The Imperial forces along the way had discovered him and Xinghe, but they could only use the shortwave communication channel to report the situation. It was difficult for them to fully explain the situation in the shortest time. The time they reported layer by layer, and the time when the Imperial mechs that were mobilized to support after receiving the news rushed to the location of Ji Xinghe and Xinghe, were all Ji Xinghe's favorite time difference. An Imperial logistics unit that was originally heavily defended was quickly destroyed by the anti-missile system, and their transferability was knocked out under the charge of Ji Xinghe and Xinghe. My lord, release the signal flare. Yes, the dust storm can block communications and the sight of reconnaissance satellites, high-altitude unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, but it cannot block the signal flares that can accurately locate. When a signal flare released by the number 4 Shanjia penetrated the dust storm and appeared at an altitude of 6,000 meters, Tu Yuan, who is well prepared, gave the order at the first time. Open fire. It was not until this time that the wind that Ji Xinghe had been waiting for really arrived, the east wind. Chapter 509 to Ji Xinghe. The person who paid the most attention to the war in the number 6 base war zone was none other than Kent Weiss. Ever since Tu Yuan accepted the command of the number 6 base war zone, he mobilized his staff to conduct analysis and discussion. The results pointed out that even with Ji Xinghe, a Galaxy-class mecha warrior, and Han Li and Jackson, 3 ace mecha warriors, and the help of Chen Bao, Tu Yuan was powerless to turn the tide. Because there was no real reinforcement. Base number 5 was defended, and some troops could be transferred to support base number 6, but the problem was that the battle in the Battle Scar Canyon was more important, and so was the Mountain of the Gods. When they had already made preparations to abandon base number 6, it was not an exaggeration to say that only Ji Xinghe and Han Li were sent to reinforce the troops. The dust storm is of greater help to the Empire. After losing the God's vision, it is difficult for Colonel Han Li and Colonel Jackson to fully exert their combat effectiveness. Not even Colonel Han Li has the Prince armor. There are only 1,209 mechs left in the number 6 base war zone that can participate in the battle. It is difficult to provide help to General Ji, Colonel Han Li, and Colonel Jackson. Moreover, they can only identify the direction in the dust storm and cannot exert their combat effectiveness. If they are forced to participate in the battle, they will only be wiped out. At present, General Ji is the only mecha warrior who possesses incredible combat effectiveness in the dust storm. Colonel Han Li and Colonel Jackson have never demonstrated this ability. General Ji is very strong. With the performance and defense of Xinghe, he can move freely in the Empire's position. But the problem is that if he wants to destroy the key positions of the Empire's position, he is very likely to fall into the siege of the Empire's forces. Once the dust storm begins, the Empire will send out their Mecha Corps to find the precise coordinates of base number 6 as their combat goal. Judging from the combat power of both sides, as well as the current distance between the Empire's position and base number 6, the Empire only needs a day and a half to complete this combat goal. The time is too short. If the Empire's army's encirclement of base number 6 is larger, and the error in the precise coordinates of base number 6 is about 5 kilometers, General Ji and Colonel Han Li and Colonel Jackson may be able to create a miracle, We all agree that it is impossible to defend the battle zone of base number 6. Facing the analysis reports of his staff, Canvas asked, if we are the ones to defend base number 6, how can we defend it given the current situation and without increasing our troops more than 2 yuan? The staff shook their heads, but one staff officer put forward a hypothesis. If we have 2 generals Ji, we may be able to hold on. 2 generals Ji, yes, judging from the combat effectiveness General Ji has demonstrated in the dust storm when he drove the Lone Brave. With a more powerful Star Moon armor, the Empire must send out at least 500 conventional class mechas to limit General Ji's mobility. In terms of the number of Imperial Army mechas currently surrounding base number 6, 500 of them can be mobilized at any time. But if there are 2 generals Ji Xinghe, more than 1,000 conventional class Imperial mechas will be needed. With so many mechas deployed to encircle and intercept General Ji, the combat effectiveness of Colonel Han Li and Colonel Jackson can be brought into play, thereby limiting more Imperial mechas. In this case, the Mecha Corps of base number 6 will be able to block other Imperial mechas that use dust storms to launch reconnaissance attacks on base number 6. Therefore, if we have 2 generals Ji, or if we transfer General Li Yuanba to the battle zone of base number 6, we can not only hold on, but may even win. Canvas ignored the 2 Ji Xinghe's assumptions and asked again, is it possible that Li Yuanba will be transferred to the war zone of base number 6? Impossible. The battle in the God's Mountain is tight, and General Li Yuanba can't leave. Then send the minutes of this meeting to 2 Yuan. Canvas felt that he could now use this method to remind 2 Yuan openly. When the official disclosed confidential information related to Qi and Ji Xinghe demonstrated the power of Qi at base number 5, something happened that the public was not aware of. A general, 2 colonels, a lieutenant, a federal congressman, and a super-rich man ranked in the top 100 on the federal rich list were arrested by the federal military police and the federal secret service. More than 30 people were arrested at the same time, but these 7 people were either already successful or had a bright future, so only the 7 of them were really concerned. The interrogation work did not start. 4 of the 7 people committed suicide before being arrested, and 3 committed suicide within 2 hours after being arrested. This is what Li Anbang and Ji Xinghe wanted to explain 3 months ago. Judging from the entire explanation process, there must be a bigger tiger behind it. Many people who know the inside story are worried that Li Anbang will refuse to resign and cause a major event that will shock the entire Federation. But perhaps Li Anbang thought that this explanation was enough, or perhaps because Li Anbang did not want to cause a big mess in the Federation, so he accepted this explanation and began the formal handover work before resigning. Also not responding was Ji Xinghe, who was tied up by the power of anger and the war in the war zone of base number 6. At least in the eyes of others, Ji Xinghe was tied up. No one stopped the handover, and the fact that Kentwis took over as commander-in-chief could almost be described as a done deal. He sent the content of this meeting directly to 2 Yuan, which can be said to be a declaration of sovereignty, or a reminder to 2 Yuan, a potential competitor. If you can't defend base number 6, you have no chance to compete with me. Being ordered in danger? It's just a dying struggle. But not long after Kentvis sent the minutes of the meeting, he used his newly upgraded authority to see the battle plan formulated by 2 Yuan. Kentvis didn't pay attention to the specific content, but one thing made him stunned. Ji Xinghe is going to drive 2 mechas at the same time. The guerrilla who paid the most attention to the war in the number 6 base war zone was none other than Ada Kang. As soon as Ji Xinghe appeared in the number 6 base war zone, it had received the news and asked its staff to analyze it. After more than 20 years of fighting, the Federation and the Empire have known each other very well. Therefore, Ada Kang's staff made almost the same analysis as Kentvis's staff. Unless the Federation transfers the independent regiment to the number 6 base war zone, or transfers Li Yuanba there. Otherwise, they will not be able to defend the number 6 base, but neither of these 2 points can be achieved. Are there any other possibilities? Yes, the Federation has 2 Ji Xinghe, completely different from Kentvis's subconscious reaction when he heard this possibility. Ada Kang had a bad premonition in his heart. But he couldn't figure it out. The real and fake Ji Xinghe tactical plan used by base number 6 should have made it guess that Ji Xinghe used remote driving technology, but the problem was that Ji Xinghe took the initiative to use communication jammers at that time, which cut off the possibility of using remote driving from the route. The misconception of thinking made Ada Kang completely confused, and he only thought that someone was pretending to be Ji Xinghe at that time. Han Li is not dead. This is the only news that the Empire can confirm, and it is confirmed that it was Han Li who pretended to be Ji Xinghe at that time. But in the eyes of Adakang and his staff, although Han Li's combat power is very strong, the General Dukes of the Empire are not Han Li's opponents, but there is still a clear gap from Ji Xinghe. Just like the gap between those Grand Dukes and Adakang. So, how does Ji Xinghe want to fight? And why do you think he can win? After asking the two dukes, Kinkus and Doromosi, to attack the Federation base number 6 is the combat goal, Adakang soon learned the truth. The dust storm has a very serious impact on long-distance communications. The Empire, which has no communication satellites, is already at a disadvantage in this regard. But sometimes, problems can be solved with some homemade methods. The Imperial drone that took off in the dust storm, carrying intelligence that was a few minutes behind, was used as a warhead by the rocket launcher and launched into the sky where the dust storm could not completely cover it. Before it was shut down and crashed, it transmitted the information to the Mountain of Gods. Who is driving that mountain slasher? Adakang, who was originally sitting upright, stood up instantly, staring at the picture displayed on the screen. It was the picture recorded and transmitted back to the frontline command center by several Imperial mechas before they were destroyed. After combining all these pictures, the situation at that time was very clear. In the dust storm with visibility less than 100 meters, two formations of a total of 60 Imperial mechas rushed to the anti-missile system position that was being damaged. Just as they were looking for the target had already started to kill them. It's Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe is here. Call for support. Call for support. Two mechas, and there is another mecha next to Ji Xinghe. The moment the two sides encountered each other, 4 Imperial mechas were destroyed on the spot. Knowing that there were many Imperial mechas and more support was bound to come, the two Federal mechas did not choose to retreat, but chose to fight head-on. The first one was Xinghe, and in the eyes of the Imperial mechas, she was Ji Xinghe. No ape could have imagined that Ji Xinghe was not in Xinghe's cockpit. They didn't have time to think about it, and they had already encountered the most powerful attack they had ever faced. Xinghe, who had returned to the 6-armed form, held 6 tungsten steel gold swords and turned like a gyroscope. All the Imperial mechas that appeared within her attack range were destroyed the moment they encountered them. Just within 1 minute of discovering Xinghe, 16 Imperial mechas completely lost their combat effectiveness. Either the guerrillas in them were killed when the mechas were destroyed, or the mechas lost their mobility and could only stand there and watch Xinghe continue to kill. The captains of the 2 Imperial mecha formations ordered without hesitation to place the main attack target on another Federal mecha. Facing Ji Xinghe, their only idea was to evade, survive, wait for support, and then beat him up. But their seemingly correct decision had a fatal mistake. Among the number 4 Xianshanjia with only 12 gold stars, there was Ji Xinghe who killed 41 red stars. The 14 Imperial mechas that regarded Ji Xinghe as a soft persimmon were all destroyed before they could even hit the Xianshanjia that Ji Xinghe was driving at this time. At this time, the number of Xinghe destroyed had exceeded 30, and the 60 mechas of the 2 Imperial mecha formations had been defeated in an instant. Judging from the number of their respective destructions, the Empire still believes that the driver in Xinghe was Ji Xinghe, and the one in Hanshin is just a first-level mecha warrior who is suspected to have the strength of a Federal ace mecha warrior, but has only 12 gold stars. No, after having 12 gold stars, the mecha warrior in this Hanshin armor destroyed another 14 mechas and has become a special-class mecha warrior. A special-class mecha warrior with ace combat power, and the only Galaxy-class mecha warrior in the Federation, and driving an ace-class mecha. This information made the subsequent Imperial mechas that were chasing and intercepting Ji Xinghe make fatal mistakes again and again. The soft persimmon they wanted to pinch was as hard as a rock. A few of the 60 Imperial mechas escaped, and when their reinforcements arrived, Ji Xinghe had destroyed the anti-missile system on this position and launched a flare that allowed the Federation to confirm the exact coordinates. As a result, more than 100 Imperial mechas were subjected to the fierce firepower attack of the Federation when they had no time to evade. The dust storm affected their various detection devices, including radars. When missiles hit them, they knew that the Federation had started long-range fire attacks. Even if they were in the mecha, they suffered heavy casualties in this situation. The premise for the mecha to not be afraid of missiles and other long-range fire attacks is that they have sufficient evasion time. With the help of the ground and their own mobility, missiles and other firepower cannot accurately hit themselves and their own areas. They are always in a relatively safe area and are naturally not afraid of conventional long-range firepower. However, now, they can't evade. The loss of the Empire's mecha is small. After all, it is difficult for long-range firepower to directly hit the Empire's mecha in the dust storm. Most of them only cause a certain degree of damage. The real loss lies in the Empire's position. A large number of conventional troops can only stay behind the bunkers in the dust storm, waiting for the mecha to find the exact location of base number 6 before launching a large-scale attack. There are also essential supplies that can allow more than 500,000 troops to survive for a long time in an alien environment, such as food, drinking water, oxygen. Without this supply, the Federation does not need to use firepower attacks, or even send out a single soldier, and they will surely die. Under such a premise, Tu Yuan didn't care about the firepower quota at all. As long as the location where Ji Xinghe released the flare was the enemy target that Ji Xinghe believed must be attacked, Tu Yuan would spare no effort to destroy it. A key position was broken just like that, and the number of mechas lost in this position alone exceeded 100. Ada Kang didn't care about these losses at all. The only question it cared about was, who is driving that Zanshan? Asking the same question continuously was enough to show Ada Kang's shock at the moment. The staff couldn't understand Ada Kang's shock at first, and they didn't know how to answer Ada Kang's question. Who else could it be? The mecha warriors of the Federation. Even if they can fight a little, at most they are just special mecha warriors with ace combat power. There are really many such mecha warriors in the Federation. But most of them don't have the opportunity to grow into ace mecha warriors, and they will die in battle before they can get their ace mechas. But Ada Kang asked, and they have to answer with all their strength. When Ada Kang asked aloud for the second time, the relevant information comparison results had already come out. That is, the battle footage of this Hanshin was compared and analyzed with the battle footage of all the federal mecha warriors known to the Empire. The staff who saw the results were all shocked, and even forgot to answer Ada Kang's question. Ada Kang asked aloud for the third time. Who is driving this Hanshin? A monkey staff looked at Ada Kang with astonishment, and said in a trembling voice, it looks like Ji Xinghe. Hearing this answer, Ada Kang couldn't believe it. Even before it got this answer, it had already made this guess. As a prince of the Empire and a general of the alien expeditionary force, Ada Kang's individual strength can also be ranked in the top 5 in the Empire. Whether it is a battle without armor or a battle with armor. So when it saw the number 4 Zanshan Jia for the first time, it noticed the place that made it feel scared from the number 4 Zanshan Jia's fighting style and braking efficiency. It looks too much like Ji Xinghe. Ada Kang took a deep breath and asked again, who is driving the Xinghe armor? The staff answered without any hesitation, it's Ji Xinghe. Like Ji Xinghe, it's Ji Xinghe. Ada Kang suddenly laughed. So, there are 2 Ji Xinghe in the Federation. Chapter 510, True Advanced Alien Civilization. If you want to know how terrifying the 2 Ji Xinghe are, you need to first know why Ji Xinghe can scare the Empire. General, prepare to use nuclear weapons. Ada Kang's staff made a suggestion and gave a reason. If there were no dust storm, we could have gathered superior forces to kill Ji Xinghe. After all, the holy order to capture Ji Xinghe alive has been taken back by His Majesty, so we can kill him. But in a dust storm, Ji Xinghe's advantages can be maximized. First, Ji Xinghe possesses superb combat effectiveness, and at least 4 Duke armors are needed to deal with him. But now there are 2 Ji Xinghes, so we need 10 Duke armors to attack at the same time, and there are no 10 Duke armors there. Second, when Ji Xinghe was fighting in the dust storm before, and when he was surrounded by our mecha core, he showed an ability similar to foresight. This ability allows him to avoid the encirclement of our mecha core in advance. It is almost impossible to kill Ji Xinghe with conventional mecha in a dust storm. Third, so far, we have never seen Ji Xinghe's physical strength exhausted, especially in the recent battles in the 2 war zones of Battle Scar Canyon and Base Number 5, he can fight at high intensity, and fight for a whole day or even longer. Fourth, Ji Xinghe has superb mechanical repairability, and he has demonstrated the ability to repair mechas on the battlefield. Because of the influence of the dust storm, we can't stop him from getting repair materials from our mechas, mainly nuclear fuel cells. Both Xinghe Jia and Zanshan Jia use nuclear fuel cells of the same specifications as most of our standard mechas, so his mecha endurance even exceeds his physical strength that has never been exhausted. Fifth, we can't be sure whether the federal mecha warrior who looks like Ji Xinghe and Zanshan Jia is Ji Xinghe's most powerful disciple, or whether the Federation uses an artificial intelligence program to simulate Ji Xinghe's fighting style. If it is the former, the problem is not serious. Whether it is 1 Ji Xinghe or 2 or 3 Ji Xinghe, it can only affect the outcome of the local war. But if it is the latter, we think that we will be completely at a disadvantage in the Mecha war in the future. Ada Kang was silent. It doesn't think anyone can fight like Ji Xinghe, because it is sure that Ji Xinghe has the power of Qi, and Ji Xinghe currently has no ability to give this power to others. If Ji Xinghe could do it, then Ji Xinghe would not appear on the battlefield and would only become a ruthless inflatable machine. Since it is impossible for anyone other than Ji Xinghe to obtain the power of Qi for the time being, it is impossible for anyone to fight like Ji Xinghe. Is the answer really the Federation's artificial intelligence program? The truth is often so easy to guess, but the problem is that the guessed truth is difficult to be directly confirmed. The dust storm also affected the Federation's communications. Without this support, can human artificial intelligence programs really imitate Ji Xinghe so closely? Faced with Ada Kang's question, the chief disciple of the president of the Imperial Royal Academy of Sciences shook his head. Theoretically, it's not possible, because if you want to fight like Ji Xinghe, the computing power support required is extremely huge. Although the Federation's artificial intelligence program is much more advanced than ours, the hardware is not much stronger than ours. And it is even weaker than us in some aspects. But just like we have tungsten steel gold, the Federation is also very likely to develop an intelligent core for mechas that can carry huge computing power. From the current situation, the pangolin that looks like Ji Xinghe is most likely Ji Xinghe's most powerful disciple. Because its fighting style is too much like humans, too much like Ji Xinghe, and does not have the fixed behavior pattern of artificial intelligence programs. So we think that the possibility of an artificial intelligence program is very small. Ji Xinghe has mastered the power of grace? Ada Kang began to doubt the judgment it had just made, which made it feel very excited and also made it extremely entangled. Emperor Wu Yi seemed to no longer need Ji Xinghe, so he issued a nuclear kill order. But Ada Kang needed Ji Xinghe very much, especially Ji Xinghe who had mastered the power of grace. If such a Ji Xinghe could be captured alive, it could realize its dream. As for the nuclear weapons mastered by Emperor Wu Yi, as a prince of the empire and the younger brother of Emperor Wu Yi, Ada Kang knows as much about the nuclear weapons that the empire possesses as Emperor Wu Yi. The power of nuclear weapons is unquestionable, but nuclear weapons are not absolute. If the war took place on the Empire Star, Emperor Wu Yi would not have used nuclear weapons recklessly, because the impact of nuclear weapons on the environment is greater than their direct lethality. Before the Empire has found a second habitable planet, once the ecological environment of the Empire Star is destroyed by the massive use of nuclear weapons, the demise of the Empire will not be far away. Ada Kang believes that his second brother is definitely not a short-sighted gorilla. So, I want to capture Ji Xinghe alive. After thinking for a long time, Ada Kang finally made a decision that he would not use nuclear weapons. We have 500,000 troops there. If nuclear weapons are used, how many can survive? This reason cannot convince all the gorillas and monkeys. They all know that Ada Kang, known as the Conqueror, has tens of millions of gorilla lives on his hands, and they are gorilla lives that have nothing to do with this war. A mere 500,000 troops were used to exchange for a federal base. Ada Kang should not have any hesitation. But they could not change Ada Kang's order. They could only report the matter to the only gorilla who could change Ada Kang's order. Emperor Wu Yi. Communication across the Starry Sea was quickly established, but this time Ada Kang asked all the gorillas and monkeys around him to leave. Emperor Wu Yi did not stop him, nor did he let the metal man standing next to him leave. When he saw the metal man, Ada Kang's eyes flickered. This human is not dead yet? Why? Emperor Wu Yi asked softly. Even though his voice sounded from the loudspeaker, Ada Kang still felt a sense of majesty. This made Ada Kang even more envious. He knew very well that this was the power that a true gift could bring. Because Ji Xinghe has mastered the power of Qi, Ada Kang finally told Emperor Wu Yi his guess, and his tone was very affirmative. Wu Yi's expression did not change at all, and he continued to ask, why? Ada Kang noticed that the metal man standing next to Wu Yi also did not change at all, as if he had already known and confirmed this. Because of nuclear radiation, Ada Kang took a deep breath and then said, after I used nuclear weapons on Ji Xinghe, he not only did not die, but became stronger than before. This change was more obvious when the Federation used nuclear weapons on him. So I can be sure that Ji Xinghe mastered the power of Qi through the nuclear radiation generated by the explosion of nuclear weapons. And now the Xinghe armor he is driving is made of tungsten steel gold, and the Federation must have prepared defensive devices for him that are lower than nuclear weapons. In this case, if I use nuclear weapons on him, not only will I not be able to kill him, but it will make him stronger. Wu Di's face showed a smile, but because the light in the space he was in was very dark, it was impossible to see what kind of smile it was. The tone was still majestic, and the real emotion could not be heard. Why? This was the third time Wu Dii asked this question. Ada Kang really got nervous. It ranked in the top 5 in the entire empire, and took a deep breath again. I'm worried that Ji Xinghe, who has become even stronger after the third nuclear explosion, may be able to master the power of the gift. If you ask the individual in the world who knows the gift best, there is no one but Emperor Wu Ii. When Ada Kang couldn't determine the truth, he decided to find the answer from Emperor Wu Ii. Emperor Wu Ii did not give it a direct answer, but whispered, "Man, tell the story you told me before to Prince Ada Kang, Prince Ada Kang." Hearing this title, Ada Kang was extremely frightened and angry. Anger is due to fear. Whether it is individual force or the resources it controls, it can be ranked in the top 5 or even the top 3 in the empire. But it is very clear that no matter which one is in the top, there is a huge gap between it and Emperor Wu Ii, the first gorilla in the empire. This ranking actually has no meaning. Some gorillas can become the first because they are stronger than all gorillas, and some gorillas can become the first because they are stronger than all gorillas combined. Unless you can master the power that makes it the strongest. The metal man was very obedient this time and told the story he had told before again. While telling the story, the metal man kept staring at Anakin's expression on the screen, as if he wanted to get some information from it to confirm his story. But to his regret, Anakin's expression after hearing the story was even more shocked than when he thought of the story at that time. Could it be that there really are no spaceships of advanced alien civilizations? If there really are, how could an imperial prince like Anakin know nothing? Or is Anakin's shocked expression and eyes at this time just a disguise? It's like the whole empire knows that Anakin has a rebellious heart, but he can always show his loyalty to Emperor Wu Ii and the empire. Of course, this rebellious heart is not only shared by Anakin, but all the great nobles and countless civilians in the empire actually have it. No intelligent life is willing to accept the powerful rule of Emperor Wu Ii. Second brother, Ada Kang suddenly changed his name, still looking at Emperor Wu Ii with horror, and asked in a trembling voice, "Is what he said true?" It seemed that because this name was too old, Emperor Wu Ii fell into memories. He was silent for a moment before speaking. Really, this word stirred up 1,000 waves. The only two lives in the world who could hear this answer, a human and an orangutan, were all shocked to the extreme. When the conjecture finally became a reality, fear followed. An alien spaceship that crashed on the Empire Star nearly 300 years ago gave the Empire the power of Qi, the energy technology of nuclear fusion, and the space travel technology of the jump gate. So, how strong was this alien civilization 300 years ago? How strong is it today, 300 years later? When will they come to the Empire Star again? After arriving at the Empire Star, how will they see the Empire civilization and the Federation civilization, and how will they view the orangutans and humans? Why are you afraid? Emperor Wu Ii looked at the metal man and asked softly, "Didn't you ask me before, what is there to be afraid of? Now, tell me, why are you afraid?" The metal man looked at Emperor Wu Ii, and his expression under the mask was not clear at all, because there was almost no flesh on his face, like the head of a robot. He asked, "Are you going to kill me?" Emperor Wu Ii smiled and shook his head. "No, I won't kill you, because I decided to make you the last human in the world, and together with me, witness the arrival of that advanced alien civilization in 50 years. 50 years later, 50 years later, two questions sounded at the same time. Emperor Wu Ii ignored the metal man and looked at Ada Kang. "Don't ask me why I can be sure, but I can tell you that they can reach our planet in 50 years at the earliest. 50 years is an interesting time. For most civilian gorillas, their lifespan is only 50 or 60 years. But for a gorilla like Ada Kang, it will be more than 100 years old in 50 years, and it can still be described as being in its prime. The power of Qi can make its lifespan exceed 200 years, and it can still maintain its peak state when it is more than 200 years old. Just like the uncle it killed with its own hands. The long lifespan and long peak period naturally made a Dakang have some dreams. But if the price of realizing the dream is to face the advanced alien civilization that can destroy a planet in an instant in 50 years, a Dakang thinks that it should give up its dream. Either prepare to escape from now on, or rely on a stronger person. There is a tall man to support the sky when it falls, and the Empire also has it. After a Dakang was silent for a long time, he looked at Emperor Wu Ii without looking away, and asked in a trembling voice, "Why can't we join forces with humans?" The metal man was looking forward to Dakang's question, but it soon dissipated. Because Emperor Wu Ii had made it very clear just now that he wanted to make the metal man the last human in the world. Of course, this is impossible to achieve. Even if the metal man's physical condition can live for another 50 years with the help of Emperor Wu Ii, humans will never be exterminated by the Empire. With spaceship technology, humans can preserve the fire for at least 100 years. But this is not important to Ada King and the metal man. What is important is that Emperor Wu Ii's attitude is very clear. "Humans, will you be willing to submit to me?" Emperor Wu Ii asked in a mocking tone. "Humans, will you be willing to give up the Azure planet to buy us more time?" The metal man captured the key information. "You mean, that advanced alien civilization can't find the true location of the alien planet through the traces left by your use of the jump gate to the alien planet?" Emperor Wu Ii laughed. "If I win, they won't be able to find the alien planet and my blue planet for a long time. But if I lose, they will definitely find the exact coordinates of the alien planet. My army can't reach your blue planet directly. Do you think they will be blocked by you on the alien planet after knowing the coordinates of the alien planet?" The metal man also laughed. "So, you also think you might lose this war? Why not?" Emperor Wu Ii continued to smile, mocking, "Even my dear brother wanted to overthrow my rule before. Of course I might lose." "Before?" "Yes, before." Ada King suddenly became a posture of holding his head high and chest out. Although it was not sure whether what Emperor Wu Ii said was true or not, it had made a decision. "Second brother," Ada King directly asked the question he wanted to ask before, but didn't dare to ask. "Ji Xinghe, did he master the power of Qi through nuclear explosion radiation? Then is it possible for him to further master the power of grace through nuclear explosion radiation?" Emperor Wu Ii did not correct Ada King's title for it, but said, "The power of Qi is indeed related to nuclear radiation, but if it is only through nuclear explosion radiation, he will never be able to master the power of true grace." Ada King took a deep breath and mustered up his courage again. "How can we obtain the power of true grace?" Emperor Wu Ii looked at Ada King with a frank look and answered, God's blood, when you come back, I will tell you what God's blood is. Now, kill Ji Xinghe." Yes, before the communication was hung up, Ada King obtained a nuclear weapon activation key. Compared with the nuclear weapon used to destroy the jump gate device before, this is a real nuclear weapon. In the secret room of the Imperial Palace of the Empire Star, the metal man looked at Emperor Wu Ii and suddenly asked, "Are you really not going to kill Ada King?" Emperor Wu Ii looked at the metal man, and an invisible pressure emanated from his body. The upright metal man instantly fell to his knees. "If it is smart and obedient, why should I kill it?" The metal man raised his head and looked at Emperor Wu Ii unyieldingly. "You know very well that Ada King has not given up, so what?" Emperor Wu Ii laughed, walked to the front of the metal man and looked down at the metal man's eyes. "The blood of God is real, but there is only one copy. Now it is in my body and no one can take it away. As for Ada King, I can kill him at any time." The metal man suddenly laughed and said, "There is a saying in our human world, what can't kill me will make me stronger, so, I roughly know what the blood of God is. I believe that if you fail to kill Ji Xinghe, he will become stronger. Then what? Then become a god. His blood is the blood of God." "Well, this joke is very funny, tell another one." "Okay, your father's father is your grandfather. The reason why it is willing to pass the so-called blood of God to your father is because," with a bang, the metal man's body flew more than 50 meters away and hit the expensive chain wall. Many parts that keep him alive were damaged in an instant, and his physiological functions were seriously affected. He could die at any time. But he was not dead yet. He had lost the ability to vomit blood and fell to the ground. He looked at Emperor Wu Ii, who was more than 50 meters away, and actually laughed. He was barely breathing but forced to speak. "Your grandfather, your father, no longer needs the blood of God, like Ji Xinghe." "Yes, Ji Xinghe is your grandfather." Laughing, Cough. Chapter 511 The Third Nuclear Explosion. What is the blood of God? Ji Xinghe thought of the father he and Emperor Wu shared, Emperor Wu and their grandfather, Emperor Wu. They were all dead. Ji Xinghe had never seen his grandfather, and when he was a child, he once thought that his grandfather was not dead, because everything he heard told him how powerful Emperor Wu was. In that era of using cold weapons, he could truly defeat 10,000 with one person. Strength is only one aspect, and long life is the most important effect of Qi, that is, evolution in the true sense. So he, like many apes and monkeys in the empire, suspected that Emperor Wu was not dead, but just put down the mundane affairs to pursue a higher level of evolution. But when he grew up, he was sure that Emperor Wu was really dead, not only because he saw his father's body with his own eyes, but also because he knew that if Emperor Wu was not dead, his father would never become Emperor Wu. If his father was not dead, then his second brother would never become Emperor Wu. Put down the mundane affairs? How could such a huge empire let go so easily? They are all dead, the story of that human, the blood of God. Ji Xinghe suddenly had a guess, the blood of God is poisonous. The reason why Grandpa can get the power of the gift is because he got the blood of God from the alien spacecraft, but the blood of God is not prepared for life like us, so the blood of God is poisonous to life like us. Getting the blood of God is not only a gift, but also a curse. After having this guess, Ji Xinghe felt that it was suddenly enlightened. It is impossible for Ji Xinghe to master the power of the gift through nuclear explosion radiation? Yes, even if nuclear radiation can increase the Qi possessed by Ji Xinghe at an unimaginable speed, he cannot master the power of the gift, because the power of the gift has nothing to do with the magnitude of Qi. However, Ji Xinghe did not get the blood of God, nor did he get the gift, but he got the power of Qi. Then, he may get the so-called blood of God, or the so-called blood of God can be born in his body. Just like that powerful high-level civilization gets the power of the gift, it realizes the true evolution. Ji Xinghe felt that it guessed the truth of the matter, and it was reasonable. Before, my dear second brother wanted to capture Ji Xinghe alive, not because he wanted to achieve the realm of controlling armor with Qi through Ji Xinghe. With the amount of Qi that Ji Xinghe had at that time or even now, it is impossible to truly control armor with Qi. Therefore, the real purpose of capturing Ji Xinghe alive is to find the blood of God from Ji Xinghe, or to solve the poisonous curse of the blood of God. And now, is it really not needed, or has a method been found that is not needed? Ji Xinghe is now very sure of its speculations, otherwise, its second brother would not insist on killing Ji Xinghe. It also knows its second brother and knows that it can be sure of this. So, this is a test. If you still insist on capturing Ji Xinghe alive and want to obtain the power of the gift through Ji Xinghe, then what awaits you is death. Of course, Ji Xinghe can't choose to unconditionally support Emperor Wu just because of a few words from Emperor Wu and the so-called spacecraft of advanced alien civilization that he has never heard of or seen before. But it really doesn't want to die. Notify Kinkus and Oramosi to prepare to activate the jump gate and receive nuclear weapons. Yes, Anakin changed the order, which did not surprise the apes and monkeys who knew the cause and effect. In the Empire, Emperor Wu is the supreme being, and no one dares to disobey his words. Unless you choose to rebel. But is it possible for Anakin to rebel on the alien planet? Of course not. Even if there are tens of millions of troops on the alien planet, it is impossible to rebel on the alien planet, because whether it is tens of millions of troops or hundreds of millions of troops, they are all rootless duckweed. The reason why the Empire does not build a living base similar to the Federation on the alien planet is to prevent the commander of the alien army from rebelling. Without enough necessary supplies for survival, no matter how many troops there are, as long as you dare to rebel, you will definitely die. Use the jump gate to return to the Empire Star? It's easy to come, but it's not so easy to go back. Unite with humans? It's better not to rebel. It is easy to say that Ji Xinghe's order should be transmitted from the jump base of the God's Mountain to the front line of the war zone of base number 6, but it takes time to execute. After several rounds of communication, the communication signal can be transmitted to the sky above the war zone of base number 6, but when it can be received is an unknown. While waiting, Ji Xinghe left its command hall and came to a training room in the jump base of the God's Mountain. This is its exclusive training room. The Prince armor, which was supposed to be parked here, is now being driven by Han Li and is killing the Imperial army crazily. Even it does not have a second Prince armor as a spare, So now there is only a spare Duke armor parked here. Drilling directly into the Duke armor, Ji Xinghe chose to take command here. Because when the Empire uses nuclear weapons, the Federation will inevitably choose to use nuclear weapons, and according to the current war, the most likely location for the Federation to use nuclear weapons is either the Battle Scar Canyon or the God's Mountain. It does not want to die, and does not want to take any risks. The training room with the highest level of protection in the God's Mountain jump base, and the Duke armor made of tungsten steel alloy, can completely make it unscathed in any equivalent nuclear weapon explosion. After starting the mecha and connecting to the command channel, Ji Xinghe did not wait for the news of the two Imperial Dukes, Kinkus and Oramosi, but after hesitating, he reached out and crushed a piece of nuclear fuel cell shell in the cockpit. There was no explosion, only nuclear radiation leakage. After guessing that Ji Xinghe had obtained the power of Ki through nuclear radiation, it thought of using this method to improve the Ki it possessed, but because of the various harms of nuclear radiation to gorillas and the education it received since childhood, it did not dare to try it easily. But now its second brother has a real killing intention for it, and it needs to be stronger than before. Nuclear radiation filled the entire cockpit in an instant, and the possibility of leakage to the outside was completely isolated by tungsten steel alloy. This is just a nuclear fuel cell, the radiation level is not high, and there is no explosion and shock wave to allow the radiation to spread faster and have stronger penetration. Feeling that radiation has entered his body, Ji Xinghe let the Ki in his body circulate. This was not the first time it had faced nuclear radiation directly. Kaisman had said that the power of Ki might be related to nuclear radiation. How could the great nobles of the Empire who possessed Ki and were disloyal not have conducted related experiments? But without exception, they all failed. Ji Xinghe had failed before, but he thought that was because he had an unspeakable fear of nuclear radiation in his heart. Now, he was not afraid. If Ji Xinghe could do it, I could definitely do it too. I was stronger than Ji Xinghe at that time, and I was stronger than Ji Xinghe now. There was no reason why I couldn't do it. The Ki that was running wildly in his body began to devour the nuclear radiation that entered his body. Success. Ji Xinghe could feel that his Ki was rising, and the speed was faster than his cultivation. But before a smile could appear on his face, Ji Xinghe's expression became terrified. His Ki actually began to destroy his body. To be more precise, it was the Ki that swallowed the nuclear radiation that gradually began to lose control and destroy his body. With a puff, Ji Xinghe, who spit out a mouthful of black blood, took off his helmet and got out of the Duke's armor. He left his Duke armor and his exclusive training room as if he was escaping for his life. Why can Ji Xinghe do it, but I can't? After closing the door outside the training room, Ji Xinghe began to expel the Ki in his body that was destroying his body, as well as the nuclear radiation that was also destroying his body. The powerful Ki allowed it to quickly clear the nuclear radiation in its body. Except for the loss of a lot of Ki, it was almost the same as normal. But the wound in his heart could not be healed. My origin is damaged. Even if my Ki is fully restored, it is not as much as before. Ji Xinghe, who noticed this, was filled with fear, despair, and confusion, and many complex negative emotions all broke out. Why? Ji Xinghe can do it, why can't I? Why can a mere human, a dying human, be better than me? I am Ji Xinghe, the prince of the empire, the conqueror. What is he? A weak human, a mechanic, a waste who can only rely on mecha. Cursing in his heart can't solve any problems. Ji Xinghe quickly regained his calm and began to think. Could it be that my Ki comes from a gift, while Ji Xinghe's Ki comes from nuclear radiation? This is the only difference that Ji Xinghe could think of between the two, and it is also the essential difference. So, Ji Xinghe can have the blood of God. In other words, only by possessing the blood of God can one absorb energy from nuclear radiation and transform it into Ki. Yes, that's right, my grandfather's Ki can be passed on to my father, and my father's Ki can be passed on to my second brother, but apart from them, no one else's Ki can be passed on. The Ki possessed by other nobles, including the Ki possessed by my son, cannot be passed on to me, because they have the blood of God, because we don't have the blood of God. If Dongguosilian is really released back to the Empire, Ji Xinghe may be able to learn from Dongguosilian about Ji Xinghe's conjecture, and then infer that Ji Xinghe has the ability to refine Dongguosilian's Ki. Then, it can confirm its conjecture at this time. Refining the Ki of other orangutans is a special ability like a gift. Only orangutans who have inherited the Wu Emperor can have it, not like Ji Xinghe thought, All orangutans can refine the ki of other orangutans. Unfortunately, Dongosilian can't go back to the Empire Star for the time being. Even if he goes back, he must be against Ada Kang and Emperor Wu III, and it is unlikely to give them any information. But Ada Kang doesn't need Dongosilian's information. It makes accurate judgments based on all the information it knows. Ji Xinghe is really like my grandfather. No, he may be more powerful than my grandfather. At this moment, Ada Kang suddenly had the idea of killing Ji Xinghe. He really wanted to get the so-called blood of God and get the real gift of power. But compared to letting humans master this power and then let humans gain an advantage in this war, the Empire Star will face a high-level alien civilization in 50 years. Ada Kang feels that it can completely give up its dream, and it's also good to be a powerful prince of the empire. The communicator suddenly rang. After Ada Kang opened it and took a look, he ran directly to the command center. The operation that was originally planned to be carried out in the Duke armor had to be moved to the command center. General, the jump gate has been opened. Please confirm the command. After Ada Kang confirmed, a nuclear weapon was sent to Kinkus and Oromoshi through the jump gate. Although they knew that this thing would not explode even if it was hit by a missile, Kinkus and Oromoshi were terrified. General, we don't need to stay here for the time being. Wait, Kinkus was interrupted by Ada Kang with an expressionless face before he finished speaking. You need to stay there and ensure that your mecha corps will not suffer heavy casualties due to our nuclear weapons, and that the jump gate is intact, Ada Kang ordered in a cold voice. After using nuclear weapons, Ji Xinghe and the others will no longer be your problem. The defensive weapons of the Federation Base Number 6 will also be affected by the electromagnetic pulse, and they will lose support in a short time. Therefore, you must find the exact location of Base Number 6 as soon as possible, and then capture it. The two imperial dukes who subconsciously wanted to refuse this order, looking at Ada Kang's murderous eyes on the other side of the jump gate, could only bite the bullet and agree. Yes, after the key was handed over to the two imperial dukes by Ada Kang, the jump gate was closed. Next, it is to wait for the news of Ji Xinghe's death. But will Ji Xinghe really die? Ada Kang didn't know, it could only wait. Something's wrong, their mechas have become less, no, it should be said that they are gone. When Han Li frowned and spoke, his right eyelid twitched uncontrollably. Yes, they should know our current location, but their mechas didn't come to stop us. Did we kill them all? Or did they all go to find Lao Ji? Jackson also noticed something was wrong, but he didn't think as much as Han Li. Their main task was to fight guerrilla warfare in the dust storm. They didn't seek to destroy a large number of Imperial mechas or cause serious damage to the Imperial positions, but to ensure their survival. As long as they were alive and as long as they could still fight, they could bring great pressure to the Empire. But now, the pressure seemed to be gone. Han Li hesitated for a moment before making a decision. Jackson, come with me and get ready to take off your armor. Take off your armor? Jackson suddenly thought of a certain part of the tactical plan he had mentioned before, and exclaimed in shock, you mean, they really want to use nuclear weapons? Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and catch up, Han Li urged, and was relieved to see that Jackson had caught up, and then he replied, what do you think? Besides using nuclear weapons, what other ways can they use to threaten Lao Ji in this situation? And Dongosilian said that Emperor Wu III issued a nuclear kill order to Lao Ji. That's true, but it's too exaggerated. Jackson's tone suddenly became excited. You are worthy of being my master, a man who can only be dealt with by nuclear weapons. No, an old man who can only be dealt with by nuclear weapons, is simply awesome. No, Jackson finally thought of that word and shouted, it's so terrifying. Take off your armor. Han Li, who had already run to an open area of the Imperial position, suddenly stopped and opened his mecha cockpit first. Jackson did not hesitate at all. He drove the mecha close to Han Li's mecha, opened the cockpit back to back, and jumped directly into Han Li's mecha cockpit. This prince armor was originally used by the taller Etikan. The cockpit space is very large for humans, even a strong man like Jackson can accommodate it. When Jackson got in, Han Li started the mecha and filled the cockpit with the protective fluid that had just been put away. Then, after running for a distance again, he released a flare into the sky. The color of the flare released by Ji Xinghe is different, and the meaning is also different. The well-prepared space battleship, the Ape, immediately released a final fortress prepared for Han Li and Jackson as soon as it discovered the flare, and passed a message to base number 6. The Federation's base on the alien planet was considered to be hit by the Empire's nuclear attack at the beginning of its construction, so there is no need to worry about the safety of base number 6 for the time being. As long as the base is not captured, it will only be overturned by 1 or 2 floors at most, which is not a big problem. The real problem is that Han Lido fired a flare to call the final fortress, but Ji Xinghe did not. Could it be a misjudgment by Colonel Han Li? I think it's possible. Even if Colonel Han Li found that the movement of the Empire Metro was wrong, it might be because the Empire Metro's target was concentrated on base number 6 in General Ji. Yes, there are more than 500,000 troops. I don't know how many we killed in our previous firepower strike, but it is unlikely to exceed 100,000. Is the Empire really willing to do that? Should we notify Colonel Han Li? If he and Colonel Jackson stayed in Colonel Han Li's alluring armor as planned and entered the final fortress, they would most likely be discovered by the Empire and used as targets. We can complete the notification immediately. Colonel Han Li's location is certain, and our drones can pass through the dust storm to send intelligence over. Facing the proposals of the staff, Tu Yuan, who was in the Shenshu Yuan, shook his head and said, "Believe in Han Li's judgment and continue to wait." He knew that Han Li had a similar ability to Ji Xinghe's precognition. Although he thought it was unscientific, there were people as unscientific as Ji Xinghe, not to mention Han Li's little unscientific. Han Li is Ji Xinghe's apprentice. Tu Yuan didn't have to wait too long before he saw the flare that penetrated the dust storm and appeared in the sky. It came from Ji Xinghe, and its purpose was to call for support from the final fortress. Deploy the final fortress immediately. As soon as the order was issued, the final fortress prepared for Ji Xinghe was successfully launched. This time, no one doubted that it was a misjudgment, because it was Ji Xinghe who made this judgment. When the final fortress landed, the Shenshu Yuan had already rushed into space. Then, a sun rose from under the space battleship, from the surface of the alien planet, and from where Ji Xinghe was. Explosion. P.S. This chapter is not an extra chapter, it is a chapter with less updates on the 20th, and no one said anything. If I were a little thick-skinned and a little lazy. Chapter 512. The Master is no longer a human being. My lord, why do you have to endure the third nuclear explosion? Because they can't beat me, they can only use nuclear weapons to hit me. Really? I don't believe it. The sky and the earth changed color, and the earth trembled. It had nothing to do with the master and servant in the final fortress. They were not a small boat on the stormy waves, but a submarine under the tsunami. The final fortress that drilled into the ground after landing successfully allowed them to avoid the most direct damage of the nuclear explosion. But Xinghe, who claimed to be Ji Xinghe's loyal servant, questioned Ji Xinghe at this time. So Ji Xinghe was silent. But Xinghe did not remain silent. She said softly, "My lord, you gained the power of Qi through the first nuclear explosion baptism. After your second nuclear explosion baptism, you became stronger than before. But this strength does not allow you to have the ability to heal Xinghe. Therefore, you chose to endure the third nuclear explosion when you knew that the Empire would use nuclear weapons against you." In the end, the fortress was not quiet. Various alarm prompts flashed and made harsh sounds. They could all be captured by Xinghe, who was in it, and transmitted to Ji Xinghe in her cockpit. However, these noisy sounds were not as good as Xinghe's words. Ji Xinghe couldn't keep silent any longer, and said sternly, "Don't tell Xinghe, my lord. Are you afraid that Xinghe will worry about you?" "Yes." Then, Xinghe hesitated, and asked with a somewhat aggrieved tone, "Aren't you afraid that I will worry, my lord? I don't agree that you leave my body." "Xinghe, stop it, I'm not making a fuss. The nuclear weapon used by the Empire this time is not an atomic bomb, but a hydrogen bomb." "My lord, do you want me to tell you the difference between an atomic bomb and a hydrogen bomb? Although the communication is interrupted now, I have information about this in my database." "No need. Ji Xinghe knows the difference between an atomic bomb and a hydrogen bomb. Simply put, the former is a fission weapon and the latter is a fusion weapon. The specific difference can be compared from the energy technology of the Federation. The Federation, which has nuclear fission energy technology, often has energy shortages, and all places will be so tense during peak hours that they need to cut off power. After the Federation has nuclear fusion energy technology, the Federation's power supply has always been in excess. If it weren't for the emergence of nuclear fusion technology, the Federation would be unable to support this war on an alien planet. 3,200 meters, Xinghe added. The explosion height should be 3,200 meters. Such a height can maximize the power of this hydrogen bomb. The current calculated explosion equivalent is about 3 million tons. My lord, this is completely different from the 2 nuclear explosions you have endured before. The difference in magnitude is hundreds of times. I am very worried that your body can't bear it. Nonsense. Of course I can't bear it, but I don't have to withstand a nuclear explosion, Ji Xinghe said somewhat dissatisfiedly. I just feel the nuclear radiation. There is a difference between nuclear radiation and nuclear radiation, Xinghe continued to persuade with popular science. When she was carrying out this operation, she deliberately downloaded relevant information to her intelligent core. So she did not need network data support. My lord, I seriously suspect that the hydrogen bomb used by the Empire this time is a dirty bomb, that is, a 3-phase bomb with a fission ratio of more than 50%. The 3-phase bomb is a type of hydrogen bomb. It is called a dirty bomb because the radioactive pollution produced after its explosion is extremely serious. Ji Xinghe also has some understanding of the so-called dirty bomb. He did not understand the difference between atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs before, and his understanding of nuclear weapons also stated the difference in equivalent. The larger the equivalent, the stronger the power. But after gaining the power of Ki through nuclear radiation, he learned about it and knew that there are different types of nuclear weapons. Dirty bombs are one of them. The biggest threat to humans or life is actually a hydrogen bomb called a neutron bomb. Neutron bombs are actually a small hydrogen bomb, but the fission component in this small hydrogen bomb is very small, while the fusion component is very large, so the shockwave and nuclear radiation effects are very weak. But the neutron flow that is extremely lethal to human life is very strong. But these information, as well as the information from Xinghe science, cannot stop Ji Xinghe from doing what he wants to do. Because he has to do this. Xinghe, open the final fortress. I won't. Stop it, my lord, please stop it. Xinghe, Ji Xinghe's tone became stern again, making Xinghe silent for a long time. The various alarm prompts and flashing alarm lights inside the final fortress also quieted down. Click. The hatch of the final fortress opened. The final fortress buried underground was not completely safe because of the isolation of the earth. The pervasive radiation passed through the gaps between the dust and always gathered around the final fortress. The underground fortress built by humans to prevent nuclear strikes has never been simply dug a hole in the ground. The earth can well block the high temperature and impact damage generated by nuclear explosions, but it cannot completely block nuclear radiation. The barrier that can isolate nuclear radiation is the key, or just dig a little deeper. The depth of the final fortress at this time is definitely not enough, so when its hatch was opened by Xinghe, those invisible and colorless nuclear radiations that seemed to be non-existent but real, poured into the interior of the final fortress. Xinghe did not open her cockpit door, but used her body to block nuclear radiation as much as possible. Tungsten steel alloy has excellent performance in this regard. Unlike the general armor used by Ji Xinghe before, which directly suffered a nuclear explosion, there will be no substantial damage, and the so-called nuclear radiation is meaningless to Xinghe. This made Ji Xinghe frown, because the combat suit he wore also had the function of radiation protection. Combining the two, the radiation he could feel was negligible, not as good as the leakage of nuclear fuel cells. If you expect Xinghe to open the door, you will probably have to say some nonsense and listen to some inexplicable words. So Ji Xinghe started to take off his clothes directly. Lord, Xinghe could see the picture inside her cockpit. She wanted to dissuade him but didn't know what to say to be useful. She could control the final fortress and control her body, but she couldn't control Ji Xinghe. It can only ensure that the air pressure in the cockpit is at a normal level so that Ji Xinghe, who has taken off his combat suit, will not be affected. Ji Xinghe didn't have time to deal with Xinghe. As soon as he took off his clothes, he realized that Xinghe's worries were justified. This time the nuclear radiation was indeed stronger than before. Not only was there a difference in magnitude, the nuclear radiation that entered his body was also more explosive than before. Sure enough, after knowing that he had gained the power of Ki through nuclear radiation, Emperor Wu Yi made corresponding preparations for this. How could it be willing to help him become stronger? So, this is a dirty bomb among dirty bombs. If you were on the surface at this time and was directly exposed to nuclear radiation, it would be difficult for him to withstand it with his current physical condition and the Ki he mastered, let alone become stronger because of it. If there is an injury that damages the foundation, it is very likely that there will be no room for improvement in the future. And about this, neither Dongguosilian nor Aida Kang could know. Judging from the information revealed by Dongguosilian, the Empire has very strict control over nuclear technology. The formula that elementary school students in the Federation can search on the internet is absolutely confidential information that even a duke like Dongguosilian, who has received so-called higher education, can't get. Of course, knowing the formula does not mean that nuclear weapons can be made. The number of humans captured alive by the Empire is not small, and there may not be no one who cooperates like Dongguosilian. Even if they are not technical soldiers, they may remember the thermonuclear reaction formula of hydrogen bombs. How strict can the Empire control the interrogation of prisoners? But the imperial nobles who know the formula have no possibility of making nuclear weapons. They can't make them on the one hand, and they don't have the necessary raw materials on the other hand. Just like in the Federation, the formula is directly made public, and there are many people who can make nuclear weapons, but except for a limited number of continents, other continents can't make nuclear weapons, let alone the Empire. My lord, how is it? Xinghe's tone is very worried. It's okay. After Ji Xinghe answered, he entered the state of going all out again. With a previous experience and the triple isolation of the Earth, the final fortress, and Xinghe, he not only held on, but also began to improve at a speed visible to the naked eye. According to the numerical value of the radiation value, in this very short period of time, Ji Xinghe's internal ki increased from the level of just over 220,000 to the level of 250,000. Truly reaching the level of Dongguosilian. You know, after Dongguosilian received the Duke's gift, he practiced for another 30 years before reaching this level. And his father also has the power of ki, and the information related to ki is inherited in his genes, which can better adapt to the power of ki and achieve better training results. 30 years of hard work and talent inheritance are not as good as Ji Xinghe's 3 nuclear explosions. It's normal. Risks and benefits coexist. How can the risks Ji Xinghe bear be imagined by Dongguosilian or even Aida Kang, Emperor Wu Ii and other guerrillas? Not only risks, but also hatred and responsibility. After the ki in his body has been improved in magnitude, the pressure on Ji Xinghe's body has been reduced a lot. If his body is compared to a battlefield, his ki is the troops he controls, and the invading nuclear radiation is the imperial troops. All the imperial troops were strangled by him the moment they were thrown into the battlefield, and their bodies became nutrients for the earth. What damage! But after reaching the 4th stage of Kiang realm divided by Ji Xinghe himself, he could clearly feel that his progress had slowed down. Is it because the enemy is too weak? Just like the independent regiment in the Western Theater at this time, facing the weak imperial mecha, they can win with a posture of overwhelming the dead, but this kind of battle and victory can no longer make them progress. Ji Xinghe needs a stronger enemy. Xinghe, open the door. Ji Xinghe, who spoke sternly, made Xinghe feel his attitude and his very good physical condition. The life status monitoring device in the cockpit is always in operation. Lord, please put on your clothes first. Xinghe reminded that Ji Xinghe was not wearing combat clothes now, but a helmet with continuous oxygen supply and a close-fitting tights. If she opened the cockpit door directly at this time, Ji Xinghe's body would be directly exposed to the alien environment. More fierce nuclear radiation is only one aspect, and ultra-low temperature is a more direct source of damage. Ji Xinghe arrived at the number 6 base theater at night to participate in the war. He fought until the Empire threw nuclear weapons, and no one night had passed. Even if it was underground, when the hatch of the final fortress was open, the temperature had dropped to more than 70 degrees below zero. Is this something that humans can withstand without clothes? The cold-proof function of the tights is really nothing, so it was directly ignored by Xinghe. Open the door, Ji Xinghe insisted. He could feel that he could bear it. Although there was still a certain distance between him and Aida Kang, this distance only existed in the magnitude of ki and basic physical fitness. He practiced Ganjin, which Aida Kang should not have, and he might not even have practiced Anjin. Judging from Aida Kang's relaxed attitude when he was directly exposed to the alien environment without clothes, it was definitely not an ability it had just obtained, but an ability it had had a long time ago. Ji Xinghe believed that if his classification of ki was correct, then Aida Kang should have had this ability in the 5th stage of Yuheng realm, which was the realm of strength possessed by the previous imperial prince who was killed by Li Yuanba. How big is the gap between the 4th stage of Kiang realm and the 5th stage of Yuheng realm? Will he die? When Ji Xinghe made this decision, he did not feel any danger. This was the source of his confidence. Xinghe felt Ji Xinghe's confidence and also felt that Ji Xinghe was willing to sacrifice for Ji Rongzhenyu. She could not solve Ji Rongzhenyu's problem, so she had no reason to stop him. The cockpit door was half opened by Xinghe. This behavior actually did not make any sense. Just like the half-open and fully open refrigerator door, the impact on the temperature is not much different. Nuclear radiation is even less likely to be blocked by a half-closed door. For a moment, ultra-low temperature and ultra-strong nuclear radiation poured into Xinghe's cockpit at the same time and poured into Ji Xinghe's body. The war escalated and became more intense than ever. In a trance, Ji Xinghe seemed to have returned to the Western theater, when he and his independent regiment were chased by more than 1,500 imperial mechas. That was the most dangerous battle in his life. But after that battle, all the survivors, whether Ji Xinghe or the independent regiment, have made significant progress. I have never lost. I have never lost. I can never lose, no matter who I face. Because, my son said, I am the mountain with the highest personal force in the Federation. Ji Xinghe's strong willpower once again played a role. In the battle with fewer enemies, while protecting his body as a battlefield, he won victory after victory with guerrilla tactics. Just like what he did with the independent regiment. Use superior forces to attack the enemy's weak forces, gradually expand the advantage, and usher in the final decisive battle. Nuclear radiation without command is a guerrilla. Facing Ji Xinghe's aura, it is like the regular forces of the Empire facing the independent regiment, with no power to fight back. The advantage of quantity cannot become a real advantage, because Ji Xinghe's body can only accommodate a limited amount of nuclear radiation. The body that continues to fight has been in a hot state. The ultra-low temperature of the alien planet is difficult to cause damage to Ji Xinghe's body. The release of heat has caused Xinghe to open half of the hatch in the cockpit, and the temperature has increased significantly. Heat is a kind of radiation, and radiation can also be called heat. Xinghe monitored Ji Xinghe's physical condition and was amazed. She couldn't see the existence of Qi at all, and it was even difficult to monitor the level of nuclear radiation in Ji Xinghe's body without professional instruments. But she could feel that Ji Xinghe had become stronger again. So strong that he didn't look like a human. Oh my god, the Lord has completely stopped being a human in order to defeat the Empire and cure Xinghe. P.S. Brothers, do you have monthly tickets? There are less than 500 monthly tickets this month, which is so pitiful. 255,000 words have been updated this month, and there are more than 100 bosses who have subscribed. They should all be able to subscribe to a monthly ticket, right? Vote for me, please. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513. Above the first sequence. When Ji Xinghe decided to go to the number 6 base war zone for support and Tu Yuan officially took over the command of the number 6 base war zone, many people thought that this pair of combinations could bring a miracle to the Federation. Because this pair of combinations is very famous in the Federation. At the beginning, Tu Yuan decided to let Ji Xinghe, a 65-year-old old man at the time, join the army. He was hailed as the most humane and cold-blooded general. After that, Ji Xinghe began to shine, and Tu Yuan, the bull who discovered Ji Xinghe, was naturally praised by many people when they sang praises to Ji Xinghe. But these are not enough to make them truly connected by people. Until the Battle of B-72 Heights began, Ji Xinghe entered Tu Yuan's command sequence for the first time in a real sense. Bol and Qianlima officially joined forces to bring a victory worthy of cheers to the Federation. At that time, Tu Yuan was still Bol, and Ji Xinghe was still his Qianlima. This is the difference between a general and a soldier. A major general is also a general, a lieutenant general is still a general, and Ji Xinghe, who has the rank of colonel, is still just a mecha warrior in the eyes of many people, but he is more powerful. But as Tu Yuan was ordered to take over the command of the number 5 base war zone, Ji Xinghe led his Xinghe team to win one battle after another at the number 5 base, and finally created an incredible miracle at the Vulture Mountain battlefield. Ji Xinghe got the rank of general. He is no longer Tu Yuan's 1,000-mile horse. Tu Yuan is still Ji Xinghe's bull, but the two of them are already in a parallel relationship. It's just that a close cooperation will not be talked about by everyone. When Ji Xinghe broke Tu Yuan's leg to take the independent regiment to the Western Theater in order to avenge his little apprentice, this pair of combinations really ushered in the attention of the whole Federation. People have been worried, but Ji Xinghe finally returned to Tu Yuan's command sequence, completely defending the number 5 base, and they also joined forces to go to the number 6 base war zone. So, why can't a miracle happen again? The ideas of people like Kentvis are completely different. Most people will not consider those messy things. Nor will they completely believe that the comparison of military strength can determine victory or defeat. People believe in miracles, and people are always willing to believe in miracles. But even those who expect miracles have never thought that miracles can appear so quickly. All Army report, the Empire used nuclear weapons in our number 6 base war zone, and 500,000 Imperial troops were almost completely annihilated by their nuclear weapons. Our number 6 base is well preserved and no casualties have been reported for the time being. In addition, General Ji Xinghe, Colonel Han Li, and Colonel Jackson, who forced the Empire to use nuclear weapons, were protected by the final fortress and were safe and sound in the explosion of the Empire's nuclear weapons. Our number 6 base is about to send out a Mecha Corps to carry out a clearing operation against the remaining Mecha troops of the Empire. The wording of this all-army report is somewhat imprecise, and there is no normal format for the sentences between the sentences. It's like the words spoken casually because of excessive excitement, and they can't wait to report to the whole army. But this all-army report brought unimaginable morale to the Federation. Ji Xinghe, Han Li, Jackson, the 3 masters and apprentices drove 3 mechas and forced the Imperial Army with more than 500,000 troops to use nuclear weapons in a self-destructive manner? What kind of daydream is this? Even if the relevant units received the full army notification, they did not dare to believe it at the first time, and even thought that it was the influence of the dust storm that caused serious content errors in the full army notification, or someone took the content of the daydream as a real thing and transmitted it in the form of full-channel broadcast. But the impact of nuclear weapon explosions is very intuitive. Even if it covers almost the entire surface of the alien planet, it is impossible to cover it up. Because of the equivalent, the nuclear weapons exploded in the war zone of base number 6, and the fireball produced a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. It can even be said that the entire alien planet can be clearly seen. So, is it true? If the dust storm had not continued to affect communications, the electromagnetic pulses generated by the nuclear explosion in the war zone of base number 6 would have interfered with communications even more seriously. I don't know how many communications will directly jump over the space battleship Kanshu Yuan and be sent to base number 6 or the mechas of Ji Xinghe, Han Li, and Jackson. Tu Yuan's credibility was questioned by countless people because the victory came too suddenly. But facts are facts. Nanxiamen Space Station later confirmed the military report issued by the Shenzhen. More details were also leaked. The amazed people were shocked by the relevant details again. Ji Xinghe drove 2 mechas to participate in the war at the same time? Ji Xinghe knew that the Empire would use nuclear weapons when he appeared? In this case, Ji Xinghe not only dared to participate in the war, but also destroyed 136 Imperial mechas before the Empire used nuclear weapons? More than twice as many as Han Li and Jackson combined. Moreover, with the support of firepower, nearly 100,000 Imperial troops were destroyed. Although the killing of nearly 100,000 troops seemed meaningless after the Empire used nuclear weapons, everyone understood how significant it was. If Ji Xinghe was in his own war zone, with the cover of the dust storm and firepower support, could he also achieve such killing? It's a pity that Ji Xinghe couldn't come to his own war zone. When people cheered for the victory, there were still some people who felt regretful, such as Kentvis, the commander of the Battle Scar Canyon war zone. The reason why he did not force Ji Xinghe to come to his war zone and lead the independent regiment to participate in the war was not only because he wanted to make the independent regiment his own, but also because the Battle Scar Canyon was very little affected by the dust storm. It is recognized that Ji Xinghe is very strong in the dust storm, but without the dust storm, Ji Xinghe is still the same Ji Xinghe. Coming to the Battle Scar Canyon may allow the Empire to use nuclear weapons in its own war zone. Compared with the underground base like base number 6, there are not many places in the Battle Scar Canyon that can prevent the killing of nuclear weapons. Win? So what? Among the more than 300 people in the independent regiment, more than 200 are my people. I have begun to take over the authority of the commander-in-chief. Tu Yuan has no chance. Kentvis's petty heart needs no mention. Ji Xinghe didn't care either. He had handed over the affairs in this regard to Liu Mian. Some things that were not told to Liu Mian were irrelevant. He has figured it out. As long as he is strong enough and can bring victory, all the conspiracies and tricks are not good enough. In the final fortress underground, Ji Xinghe, who is getting stronger and stronger, heard Xingayu's voice contacting the space battleship Kanshuin on his behalf, and also knew that Han Li and Jackson were not dead. This made him feel relieved. Regarding this battle, what he is most worried about is that Han Li and Jackson will have an accident, but his previous way of fighting has to rely on the combat power of Han Li and Jackson. Without the two of them, Ji Xinghe alone can't drive two mechas. Unless there is no dust storm, Xingayu, who can use Nuwa's computing power, can control multiple pangolins at the same time. He and Xingayu are a galaxy team. But if there is no cover of dust storm, he must face many imperial mechas, and neither the galaxy team nor the independent regiment can do it. Close the hatch. When Ji Xinghe spoke, Xingayu immediately closed the hatch and asked, "My lord, how do you feel?" "It's just so-so." Ji Xinghe's tone was a little regretful, which made Xingayu very puzzled. "Just so-so?" Xingayu asked curiously, "But I feel that you are much stronger than before." "My lord, you feel?" Ji Xinghe was also a little curious. "Yes, I can feel it." Ji Xinghe didn't ask much. Only Xingayu could understand and continue to improve this kind of progress. It was difficult for him to provide any help to Xingayu. "It's indeed stronger than before," Ji Xinghe replied. "According to my previous classification, the ki of now should be in the 5th stage of Yuheng realm." According to the radiation value, the ki in Ji Xinghe's body increased to 500,000 after increasing to 250,000. Based on the information Dong Guosilian said before, and Ji Xinghe's judgment, he is only in the 5th stage now, and there is still some distance compared to Aida Kang. The level of the imperial prince killed by Li Yuanba. After Xingayu figured it out, she felt a little regretful. "My lord, it's really average, but you were just suffering from nuclear radiation underground. Why don't we go up and try?" "Go up?" Ji Xinghe asked softly. "Didn't you even refuse to open the door for me just now?" This, Xingayu explained, "I was worried about you just now, but you are in very good condition now, so I'm not worried." "No, it has nothing to do with the magnitude of nuclear radiation. My body has temporarily reached its limit." Ji Xinghe refused and explained, he could feel it. But regretful as it is, he thinks this is actually a good thing, because he has always believed that the gorillas in the empire who have ki can also obtain the power of ki from nuclear radiation, and can also refine the ki of other gorillas to improve their own ki. If this improvement is unlimited, how powerful would Emperor Wu Ii be? Only Emperor Wu Ii can truly master the fierce nuclear radiation after a nuclear explosion. Conventional nuclear fuel cells can only provide little help, which is similar to refining the energy of other gorillas. However, Ji Xinghe's worries are obviously unnecessary. Apart from Emperor Wu Ii, no gorilla in the empire can practice like him. Aida Kang, the prince of the empire, vomited blood because of trying to absorb nuclear radiation, not to mention other noble gorillas. Temporary limit. Yes, temporary limit, Ji Xinghe explained again. Just like your body, the first, second, and third generations of you all have combat power limits. My body needs some time to get used to this evolution before it can break through again. Xingayu understood and asked curiously, "Then my lord, should we make some nuclear weapons? Otherwise, we won't be able to let the Empire bomb us with nuclear weapons after returning to the Blue Star." "No, you should know that nuclear radiation does not necessarily require nuclear weapons to explode." "I don't know, because I don't have relevant information now," Xingayu said calmly, as if she really didn't know, and making nuclear weapons was also to help Ji Xinghe practice. Ji Xinghe didn't delve into it, and there was no need to delve into it. "Let's go." "Okay." Xingayu began to control the final fortress to drill out from the ground. Although the surface had crystallized due to the nuclear explosion, the rich hematite in the alien dust formed a shape similar to a metal floor. But for the final fortress that Shen Mu designed with all his efforts and was upgraded, it was obviously not affected and appeared on the ground easily. "My lord, the dust storm has dissipated." "Yeah." When the final fortress appeared on the ground, Ji Xinghe, who was already dressed neatly, also saw the influence of the outside world through Xingayu. This time, the nuclear explosion blew away the dust storm in the war zone of base number 6. Although there is still the impact of the nuclear explosion, there is a feeling of clear sky and clear air for a moment. "Let them send down the number 3 panic armor." "Yes." Xinghe controlled the final fortress to launch a flare. Compared with the communication that was severely affected, the effect of the flare was more intuitive. But Xinghe, who executed the order, was a little worried. My lord, what if they use nuclear weapons again? The panic armor does not have the ability to resist nuclear explosions, and Xinghe is not completely able to defend it, but it is much better than the panic armor. So Xinghe felt that Ji Xinghe did not need to take the risk of fighting alongside her, although she wanted to fight alongside Ji Xinghe very much. No, because they are afraid of death. Ji Xinghe's judgment was very bold, but there were many reasons to support his judgment. Not only because the Imperial Mecha warriors who had also avoided the nuclear explosion before were afraid of death, but also because Emperor Wu Yi was unlikely to give Ada Kang 2 nuclear weapons activation keys at the same time. Moreover, his intuition told him that there was no danger in making such a judgment, at least not for the time being. The number 3 Panther Slasher was soon dropped by the ape, and a repair cabin was also dropped. When the airdrop was in place, Han Li and Jackson also drove the mechas to the scene. Although Jackson's mecha did not enter the final fortress, before he entered Han Li's mecha, he activated the automatic mode and let his mecha dig a hole and drill into the ground. It is very easy to dig a hole with the shells loaded on the mecha, so there is not much damage. In comparison, Ji Xinghe's number 4 Panther Slasher can only be recovered and overhauled. But minor repairs must also be repaired. In the repair cabin that arrived with the airdrop, there are not only parts needed to repair the mecha, but also ammunition that needs to be replenished for 3 mechas. Ji Xinghe's repair work began. Master, is it okay? Jackson asked with some concern. The radiation value in my mecha is seriously exceeded. You are wearing combat uniforms. Is it really okay? No problem. Ji Xinghe is replacing the protective liquid used in Jackson's mecha with neural link technology. The previous protective liquid has been contaminated. This is why Jackson needs to enter Han Li's mecha to avoid nuclear explosions. In the case of uncertainty about the location and equivalent of the explosion of the Empire's nuclear weapons, the inside of Han Li's mecha is safer. Compared with an ace mecha, Jackson's life is more valuable. Is it really okay? Facing Jackson's questioning, Ji Xinghe did not respond, but Han Li took the initiative to speak. Of course there is no problem. Han Li's tone was full of pride. Because my master has the power of Qi, Jackson's authority is also very high, so he knows that the inside story is just a real lie, otherwise he must be kneeling in front of Ji Xinghe now, wanting to get the power of Qi. Did you get it from Dongo Osilian? Dongo Osilian's Qi enters master's body, and then master can use it. But how much Qi can Dongo Osilian give master? It must be used up now. After saying these words subconsciously, Jackson realized something was wrong. Wait, Han Li, what do you mean? Could it be? Han Li's tone turned serious. Yes, my master really has mastered the power of Qi. Fuck, Jackson exclaimed and then fought with Han Li. What, your master? It's my master, you haven't worshipped me. Han Li didn't argue with Jackson this time, and said seriously, you just know about this matter, don't tell others for the time being. Why? Because master hasn't mastered the so-called gift of power, and the process of master obtaining Qi is too dangerous. If it is told out, many people will die. Jackson was stunned for a moment, and quickly reacted. You mean, nuclear explosion baptism? Yes, nuclear explosion baptism. Han Li told everything he knew, and Ji Xinghe didn't stop him. This was what he had said before. Jackson is trustworthy. After listening to the whole story, Jackson suddenly cried out, Master, don't change the protective fluid for me, I want to try it too. Ji Xinghe replied calmly, do you want to die? Jackson stopped talking instantly, but still unwillingly. Master, will you really die? I will really die? Then why didn't you die? Only Jackson could ask such a rebellious question, and perhaps Su Chuanayan could also ask it. Ji Xinghe did not blame him, and his tone was still calm. Because I don't want to die. Before Jackson could understand the deep meaning of this sentence, he saw a federal drone self-destructing from the sky, but before it crashed, the intelligence from the space battleship of the ape also rang in the ears of the 3. The Imperial Mecha has been assembled, the target is base number 6, the number is 2756, and the current coordinates are, the number of Imperial Mecha still far exceeds the number of Mecha at base number 6. But none of the 4 people who got the news were afraid. After Ji Xinghe finished repairing the 3 mechas and replenishing the ammunition, Han Li took the lead with the advantage of the performance of the mecha. Jackson wanted to follow closely, but found that Xingayu's reaction speed was faster than him, so he could only rank third. Then he asked Ji Xinghe, who was driving the number 3 Xian Shanjia behind him, very puzzled, "Master, you run so slowly yourself, how can you remotely control Xingayu to run so fast?" Hearing Jackson's question, Han Li also asked curiously, "Yes, how did you operate 2 mechas at the same time, Master? This is more difficult to operate than the 8-armed form you used to drive Xingayu." Ji Xinghe answered the question irrelevantly, and it seemed to be pointing directly to the root of the problem. He said, "Under the spiritual will, the body is the first-order machine, not the mecha. You two have controlled your bodies, and the next step is to control your spiritual will." Chapter 514 Castrate them both. The outcome of the mecha battle in the war zone of base number 6 was already determined before it began. Because Ji Xinghe survived the nuclear explosion again, and he brought 2 good disciples, Han Li and Jackson. Everyone firmly believed that under the leadership of Ji Xinghe, base number 6 would definitely win. This is indeed the case. But when victory really came, many people still couldn't believe it. Just win. Well, we won. How many of our mecha warriors died? 393. Thinking of the 393 mecha warriors who could be regarded as living together day and night, they died on the battlefield. Many people in base number 6 couldn't help but feel sad. But they have long been accustomed to this kind of sadness. Since the defense of base number 6 began, the number of mecha warriors sacrificed has exceeded 3,000, and the sacrifice of conventional troops has exceeded 100,000. How many have we killed? More than 500,000. Are those killed by the Empire using nuclear weapons also considered as killed by us? Why not? They had to use nuclear weapons because of General Ji. These should be considered as killed by General Ji. Those killed by General Ji are killed by us. Yes, those killed by General Ji are killed by us. The people of base number 6 have special feelings for Ji Xinghe. When Ji Xinghe first came to the alien planet, he landed directly on base number 6. Later, it was in base number 6 that he changed from a mechanic to mecha warrior. A year ago, there were many people in base number 6 who forced Tang Qiao to apologize for Ji Xinghe. Some of those people have sacrificed, and some are still there. So their story with Ji Xinghe, the story of base number 6 and Ji Xinghe, will be passed on. In the end, we defeated many imperial mechas with fewer enemies than us. How many did we destroy? 2,756, and none of them escaped. They were all killed by General Ji and our mecha warriors. Base number 6, which had only more than 1,000 mechas left, faced an imperial mecha army that was twice as large as theirs. After sacrificing 393 mecha warriors, it achieved the brilliant result of annihilating the enemy. From this point of view, the people of base number 6 should not be sad, but should cheer for it, cheer for victory, and cheer for Ji Xinghe. It is natural to hold a celebration, and no one can blame them for being abandoned. But they did not hold any celebration. 2,756, in the machine repair area of base number 6, Master Liu raised his arms and shouted, "Brothers, it's time to work, hurry up." The mechanics moved. Many of them, like Master Liu, had already prepared to live and die with base number 6. Now, having survived a catastrophe and won a great victory, they have no other outlet for their excitement except working with all their might. The renovation of more than 2,000 imperial mechas and the repair of more than 400 broken and damaged mechas will keep them busy for several months. A day ago, they didn't have a few months. But now, they not only have a few months, but also have time calculated in years. Where's Lao Ji? Let him come to help quickly. I also want to see if his mechanical repair skills have fallen behind. Master Liu was so excited that he spoke without thinking. He regretted the moment he said it. How could Ji Xinghe repair mechas with him now? An inexplicable sense of loss suddenly appeared, and disappeared in an instant, replaced by impassioned enthusiasm. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Lao Ji shouldn't repair mechas. He should be killing people on the battlefield, fighting like a god, because he is Ji Xinghe. Ha ha ha! Master Liu was in a state of madness. He laughed up to the sky and went out. He took his apprentices and tools and equipment, and left the base in protective clothing to collect those imperial mechas and valuable spoils left over from the nuclear explosion. People did not find his crazy state strange, because this kind of madness existed in many people in base number 6 now. Surviving a disaster, how can these 4 words summarize it? There is also victory, hope and the future. General Ji, don't get me wrong, no one is crazy, Outside the cell of base number 6, a colonel staff officer noticed the crazy state of the people around him and explained in an excited tone. Under normal circumstances, most people can be relocated before the base is captured. Except for those who must stay to defend the base and are willing to die with the Imperial Army, everyone else can survive. But this time is different. Because of the dust storm, our space battleships dare not land in the base easily. We can't all be relocated before the dust storm, because we can still defend for a while before that, and we can consume more Imperial troops. Moreover, after base number 3 was captured, all bases were already operating at full capacity, and there was no place to accommodate more than 40,000 people in our base. Therefore, everyone in the base is ready to sacrifice, more than 40,000 people, all ready to sacrifice, just to consume more Imperial troops, just because there is no more living space on the alien planet. Even Ji Xinghe, who already knew this before, had mixed emotions when he heard the excited explanation of the colonel staff officer. Separation of life and death should not be so simple. After the door of the cell was opened, Ji Xinghe, Han Li, and Jackson saw their captives this time. None of the 2 Imperial dukes escaped, and there were 123 guerrillas who chose to surrender in the end. Almost all of them were noble guerrillas of the Empire. If they hadn't surrendered, at least 100 more mecha warriors would have died in base number 6. Ji Xinghe and his 3 men plus Xinghe are indeed very good at killing, but they are also very good at killing when facing ordinary federal mecha warriors. Noticing Ji Xinghe coming in, Kinkus and Doramosi's eyes became terrified. They had heard of Ji Xinghe before, seen Ji Xinghe's battle videos, and knew how amazing Ji Xinghe's record was. But when they really faced Ji Xinghe today, they realized how ridiculous they had heard before. Ji Xinghe is more powerful than the rumors. It is precisely because of this that they failed to open the jump gate and escape from the war zone of base number 6 before Ji Xinghe arrived. In fact, it was not Ji Xinghe who killed him at that time, but Xinghe and the desperate Han Li and Jackson. Xinghe was definitely not afraid of death. She can transfer to the Zanshanjia driven by Ji Xinghe at any time, so she is not afraid of death at all. She can't be defeated even if she turns on the overclocking mode. Han Li and Jackson went crazy on the spot when they found that the 2 Imperial dukes wanted to open the jump gate. They rushed to the location of the jump gate regardless of everything. There was a factor of wanting to stop the 2 Imperial dukes from escaping. But more of them wanted to keep the jump gate device. Compared with the victory or defeat of the defense battle of base number 6, or even the victory or defeat of the Battle Scar Canyon, being able to get a complete jump gate is too valuable to the Federation. If necessary, Han Li and Jackson are willing to use their lives to exchange for a jump gate device. Unfortunately. Which one is Kinkosi? Jackson asked angrily as soon as he came in. The officer who was presiding over the interrogation in the cell subconsciously pointed to Kinkosi. Fuck your ancestors, Jackson cursed and rushed over, and beat Kinkosi, who was chained inside, through the cage. The officers and guards next to him subconsciously wanted to stop him, but found that Ji Xinghe had been following Jackson, so they stopped their actions and no one spoke. With Ji Xinghe, who had unilaterally beaten many Imperial Marquises, Kinkosi, whose ability to move was restricted, should not threaten Jackson's safety, right? Speaking of which, they also want to kill Kinkosi now. Because according to the multiple mecha combat recorders that have been uploaded, it was Kinkosi, the Imperial Duke, who finally destroyed the jump gate. Although the degree of destruction was not high, this was the first time that the Federation had the opportunity to obtain a complete jump gate, and it was destroyed by Kinkosi. If Kinkosi did not have the power of air and the Federation was in great need of inflatable gorillas now, it would really be dead without a burial place. Jackson's howling to vent his anger did not cause any actual harm to Kinkosi. The alloy cage that imprisoned Kinkosi had too small a gap, and Jackson, with his thick arms, could not reach in at all. He howled for a long time, but he was just using saliva to attack. That's enough, Ji Xinghe finally spoke, which made Jackson, who was about to find someone to open the door, stop and suddenly became very quiet, standing behind Ji Xinghe. Han Li had also caught up and stood behind Ji Xinghe, one on the left and one on the right like 2 guardians. Ji Xinghe looked at Kinkosi and asked, "Why can't the jump gate be activated?" Kinkosi, who had been silent all the time, looked at Ji Xinghe and finally spoke. "The intelligence said that you are very old, but I didn't expect you to be really old. You look like you should be dying of old age, right?" Ji Xinghe frowned slightly, then turned his head and looked at Doramosi in another cage. You tell me, Dormosi laughed. Instead of answering Ji Xinghe's question, he asked, do you understand the meaning of life? Do you want to really live? Han Li and Jackson were both stunned for a moment. After they reacted, they were furious. When they were about to use some means, Ji Xinghe's brows suddenly relaxed. He whispered, castrate them both. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was silent. Whether it was gorillas or humans, they all looked at Ji Xinghe with unbelievable eyes. Han Li and Jackson, who were standing next to Ji Xinghe, squeezed their thighs at the same time, feeling like they wanted to stay away from Ji Xinghe. The officer, whose duty was to obey orders, was the first to come to his senses. General Ji, we are not prepared for this. I mean, we don't have technical personnel in this area. Being looked at by everyone with strange eyes, Ji Xinghe's expression did not change at all, and his tone was calm, as if he was saying that the weather was good today. The doctors in the medical area should be able to do it. After all, the operation is not difficult. Let them come over. If you are really unsure, there are a lot of gorillas in the base now. Take others to practice first, regardless of life or death. Yes, the officer responded without any hesitation and immediately began to make arrangements. Until then, Qin Kasi asked in a trembling voice, Ji Xinghe, what do you mean by castration? It and Dormosi have learned this word, but they dare not believe it. Ji Xinghe did not answer, but looked at Qin Kasi with calm eyes, as if what he said just now was a joke. But the side of Han Li and Jackson, as well as the side of other people in the cell, were all focused on a certain part of the body of the two imperial dukes. The answer is self-evident. Because of nuclear radiation, because of the radiation generated by the explosion of nuclear weapons, nuclear radiation will affect the activation and coordinate positioning of the jump gate, so Her Majesty is unwilling to use nuclear weapons on a large scale on your alien planet, and is also afraid that you will use nuclear weapons on a large scale. The two dukes confessed at the same time, explaining the reason why their jump gates failed to start in time, and also explained a very important piece of intelligence for the Federation. The value is so great that it is higher than Dongguosilian's surrender. So Ji Xinghe was very dissatisfied. He said, notify base number 5 to saw off the remaining leg of Dongguosilian and tell it that if I learned from the two gorillas that it knows but has not told us, then prepare to be a gorilla stick. Yes, the officer who had guessed what Ji Xinghe was going to do before responded again and applied to communicate with base number 5 in person, conveying Ji Xinghe's meaning without any deletions. The two dukes had no idea what Dongguosilian had experienced. Looking at Ji Xinghe's expressionless face, they subconsciously chose to believe it. The two of them had not learned the word gorilla stick, but they could guess it completely. After all, gorillas and humans are primates and can be cut into sticks. Moreover, Ji Xinghe really doesn't care about their life or death, and he also has extremely high power in the Federation. The latter is normal for them. As strong as Ji Xinghe is, it would be ridiculous if he couldn't decide the life and death of the two captives. Go on. After Ji Xinghe said this softly, the two imperial dukes chose to confess, confessing whatever they had. They were afraid of death, and even more afraid of living a life worse than death. They were also afraid that Dongguosilian had said something that they knew but they didn't say. Then, would they be turned into gorilla sticks? As for the consequences of confessing, there was no time to think about so many things. They could live one day at a time. After listening to some of the information, Ji Xinghe was a little disappointed. Except for the fact that the jump gate would be affected by the explosion of nuclear weapons, the information these two dukes had and were willing to say was no more than Dongguosilian, and many of them were completely repeated. Moreover, these two gorillas were not among the we mentioned by Dongguosilian. They did not ask for nuclear weapons and then return to the Empire Star to rebel. So Ji Xinghe turned and left the cell. The commander of base number 6 was a little surprised. General Ji. Don't you want their key? I have already practiced key. What do I need their key for? The commander of base number 6 was a little embarrassed. His authority was enough to know that Ji Xinghe had obtained key, but it was just a white lie. Seeing Ji Xinghe's stubbornness at this time, he only thought that when Ji Xinghe was still in a humble position, he had not been able to bring much help to Ji Xinghe, and he had not even met Ji Xinghe. So Ji Xinghe was unwilling to be frank with him. This is normal. In base number 6, Chen Sun was in charge of Ji Xinghe at first, but because Chen Sun helped Ji Xinghe, he was transferred away for a period of time. Later, Tang Qiao was in charge, and Tang Qiao had an unpleasant experience with Ji Xinghe again. In these matters, the commander of base number 6 failed to stand firmly by Ji Xinghe's side, which was somewhat different from Wang Wei of base number 5. So he couldn't call Ji Xinghe Lao Ji, but General Ji. Okay, but if you don't need them, Nanchaman will transfer them away, the commander expressed his attitude. Ji Xinghe shook his head and rejected his kindness. Let them transfer away, remember to tell them from me, there are 4, okay, because he could help Ji Xinghe. The commander's slight grudge disappeared just like that. It has to be said that Ji Xinghe's promotion is really too great. He used to be unable to meet the base commander, but now he has a higher rank and authority than the base commander. Han Li and Jackson both follow Ji Xinghe out of the cell. Their authority allows them to stay in the cell to listen to the interrogation process and get the latest information about the Empire as soon as possible, but they don't need it. Anyway, the relevant parties will not hide what they should know. This battle was fought too quickly. No, this battle was too long. What I mean is that I knew we would definitely win when you came, but I really didn't expect to win so quickly. I haven't reacted yet. Jackson was still very excited. Master, where are we going to fight next? He had just experienced a high-intensity battle and had no intention of resting at all. Han Li was the same. Ji Xinghe shook his head slightly. It's hard to say now. It depends on where they are going to use nuclear weapons. If the Empire uses a nuclear weapon, the Federation will return one, and the equivalent must be larger. As for whether the Empire will use nuclear weapons again, no one can say for sure now. In front of nuclear weapons, Ji Xinghe also felt powerless. He could not guarantee that he would have the final fortress every time. Let's wait and see, Han Li said, but I think it should be used in the Battle Scar Canyon. Because of the terrain, the use of nuclear weapons in the Battle Scar Canyon can be more effective. Moreover, the advantages of the Battle Scar Canyon are great. Using nuclear weapons can maximize our advantages. Ji Xinghe did not comment. Jackson did not want to talk about this issue, but suddenly asked curiously, Master, if the two of them didn't say it just now, would you really want it? Yeah, hiss. P.S. More chapters for the Silver Alliance rewarded by 9 bosses of Chunayanjian, 14/66. Chapter 515 I'm good at snatching things now. Kentvis got the right to use nuclear weapons. In contrast, Tu Yuan, who defended the 2 federal bases, had no wars to command in the near future. On the alien battlefield, the 2 largest war zones are the Battle Scar Canyon and the Mountain of the Gods. At this stage, both have commanders and are fighting flawlessly. The scale of other war zones is much smaller than that of the number 5 and number 6 base war zones, and they also have commanders. So Tu Yuan was actually idle in a sense. His responsibility is still the defense of base number 6 and base number 5, but the problem is that the Empire is now obviously unable to launch an attack on these 2 bases. Even if it wants to increase troops, it will only be increased in the Battle Scar Canyon or the Mountain of the Gods. But Ji Xinghe did not rest. After staying at base number 6 for a few days and completely repairing the Xinghe that had been activated in overclocking mode before, he took the space battleship Shenshu to the battlefield of the Mountain of the Gods. Han Li and Jackson were unable to go with him. Kentvis, who was taking over the authority of the commander-in-chief, openly transferred both of them to the Battle Scar Canyon war zone. There is nothing much to say about Han Li's transfer order, because Han Li was directly transferred to the sequence of the Independent Regiment and became the deputy commander of the Independent Regiment. This was Ji Xinghe's previous request, and Ji Xinghe expected to leave the alien planet and return to the blue planet in a month. Kentvis issued a transfer order at this time, which was considered late in terms of normal rules and regulations. There is also nothing much to say about Jackson's transfer order. Jackson has always been in the command sequence of Eagle Continent. His previous trip to the number 6 base war zone was a support mission, just like the Independent Regiment went to support the Battle Scar Canyon war zone. Base number 6 has been defended, and there is no sign of being attacked by the Empire for the time being. There is no problem with it being transferred back to the command sequence of Eagle Continent. The largest battlefield of the Eagle Continent's command sequence is the Battle Scar Canyon battlefield. Therefore, there is nothing to question about Jackson's going to the western war zone of the Battle Scar Canyon. From the perspective of combat power distribution, the Battle Scar Canyon war zone currently has 14 ace mecha warriors including Caitlin, Jackson, Ravich, Han Li, Kintong, Harris, the Blind Man, the Cripple, Suchuanayan, the Left Hand, Andre, the Deaf Man, the Cripple, and Zheng Yun, and all of them have ace exclusive mechas. Among them, Andre, the deaf man, the cripple, and Jian Yun were all assigned to the Duke armor with a modified neural link cockpit when the transfer order was issued. It can also be regarded as an explanation, compensation, and support for Ji Xinghe or the Independent Regiment. Compared with the number of ace mecha warriors in the Battle of the Gods Mountain, although there are many more, there is already a Li Yuanba in the Battle of the Gods Mountain, and now Ji Xinghe is going there again. Generally speaking, people still think that the mecha warriors in the Battle of the Gods Mountain are stronger. At least, the 14 ace warriors with ace mechas in the Battle Scar Canyon War Zone have repeatedly stated that they can't defeat the combination of Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba, even if they join forces. Not to mention the few ace mecha warriors who don't have ace mechas, that is, Chu Feng and others from the independent group. Your account is now settled. From now on, you and the independent group have no debts to speak of, and the Federation does not owe you a personal debt. Do you have any objections? In the Bridge of the Ape, Tu Yuan looked at Ji Xinghe and asked in public. Of course, sending Ji Xinghe to the Gods Mountain does not require him, the Admiral, to do it himself, but he is idle anyway, and there are indeed some things to say. No objection, Ji Xinghe answered neatly. He knew very well that if he was willing to stay on the alien planet, the independent group would not have any debts either, and the Federation would owe him a debt instead. But he was leaving, so his previous privileges were meaningless. The Federation would not allow the independent group he founded to become his private property, which meant that Ji Xinghe could take the independent group back to the Blue Star. Tu Yuan still felt a little regretful when he heard Ji Xinghe's answer, but he did not try to persuade him after all. The die is cast. Chu Feng, Zhang Ji, Liu Junle, if they perform well in the Battle Scar Canyon and meet their current ace mecha warrior's combat power, they will also get the modified Duke armor. Tu Yuan's words mean that the independent regiment will soon have 14 true ace mecha warriors. This number is somewhat different from the previous wish of the Galaxy team to have all members be ace, because at that time, the Galaxy team had a total of 25 people, not counting Ji Xinghe. But in a sense, the Galaxy team still wanted all members to be ace, because all the others had died. If Han Li had not joined the independent regiment, there would only be 13 people left in the original Galaxy team. Yet, Ji Xinghe seemed to no longer care about this matter, but it seemed to be within his expectations. 14 ace mecha warriors, there are only 24 aces in our entire Federation now, plus your Galaxy level. Your independent regiment is really unique. Tu Yuan sighed again. After Ji Xinghe broke the Federation's 10-man ace curse, because he killed too many Imperial Marquises and Dukes, the Empire's hunting operations against the Federation's ace mecha warriors and the mecha warriors who were about to become ace mecha warriors were much less than before. But how can there be absolutely immortality in battle? Even if you have become an ace, you may be trapped in death because of a mistake. In addition to the existing 14 ace mecha warriors of the independent regiment, the only 3 who became ace mecha warriors before Ji Xinghe and his friends are Li Yuanba, Ro, and Caitlin. The 8 ace mecha warriors, including Yu Ren, are all latecomers, and 3 of them, like Yu Ren, relied on neural link driving technology to become aces. Ji Xinghe did not respond to Tu Yuan's sigh. Tu Yuan continued to talk to himself. The situation of this war is about to change. Starting from the battle in the Battle Scar Canyon, mechas will become the main force of this war. Because when Kentvis used nuclear weapons in the Battle Scar Canyon, only mechas can operate normally in the nuclear explosion area. So it is very necessary to mobilize 14 ace mecha warriors in the Battle Scar Canyon. But I am still very worried that the Empire's mechas will be very different from before. The anti-galaxy team formed by Ada Kang, as Dong Guo said, has been destroyed by us. But, the Empire should have an anti-galaxy core now. The biggest difference between the Earl armors of the anti-galaxy team and the Earl armors that appeared on the alien battlefield before is that the drivers are not nobles like the Imperial Earls. According to Dong Guo confession, they were all carefully selected by Ada Kang from the civilian mecha warriors of the Empire. In the selection process of the anti-galaxy team of 30 guerrillas, more than 100 elite guerrilla mecha warriors died. In terms of pure physical fitness, these guerrillas are not as good as nobles like the Imperial Count, but after all, they rely on mechas to fight rather than their bodies, and the average physical fitness of the Imperial guerrillas is several times that of humans. When they are not afraid of death, their advantages will be more obvious. Ji Xinghe is also very clear about these things. He spoke in Tu Yuan's expectant eyes and whispered his thoughts. I said before that it is important to fight for what Those civilian guerrilla pilots may not be afraid of death. Perhaps there are many who are tempted by the military merits that can make them nobles, and they are fearless and will fight in a crazy state when facing us. However, there must be guerrillas like Dongosilian among them, or even worse than Dongosilian. I think we can find more translators to record all the words about surrendering and not killing, or that after we defeat the Empire, we will give all the guerrillas in the Empire freedom, which is similar to human rights, and shout them while fighting, shouting while fighting. When everyone in the bridge of the Shenshuan heard Ji Xinghe's wild ideas, the scene of future mecha battles emerged in their minds. It was a bit absurd, but it was an inevitable fact. In the name of liberation, it is indeed very good, and it is also our fine tradition. After Tu Yuan made a summary, he looked at Ji Xinghe and asked curiously, "But do you really think so? Would you be willing to liberate those guerrillas?" Even seeing guerrilla soldiers appear in our army, many people looked at Ji Xinghe worriedly. Now, who doesn't know that Ji Xinghe's hatred for the Empire is difficult to extinguish even if all the water in the four seas is poured out? Would this old man who aims to destroy the Empire really be willing to see that because of this tactical strategic change, humans and some guerrillas can live in peace? Ji Xinghe asked back expressionlessly, "Does my idea matter?" This is a question that everyone knows the answer to. Personal ideas are really not important in the face of the interests of the Federation. Even if this person is Ji Xinghe. In addition to Tu Yuan, Han Li, Jackson, the people of the independent group, and even Li Yuanba and others, it is not important. Because the Federation is a federation composed of more than 7 billion people, representing the resources of more than 7 billion people, it has never been in the hands of people like Ji Xinghe. Important or not, it's not that important. What's important is what you think, which is very important to you and those who think you are important. Tu Yuan's words were somewhat philosophical and unorthodox. And he said this in front of everyone, as if he was expressing his views to someone who was not present. Very bold. But this is Tu Yuan, he is as bold as Ji Xinghe. If they were not both very bold, various risky and radical tactics would not be formulated and then implemented, and it would not be possible to bring about one victory after another that can be called a miracle. Ji Xinghe was silent for a moment before speaking. You guessed wrong. My goal is not to destroy the Empire, but to make sure that there is no more war between the Federation and the Empire. This answer is somewhat ambiguous. What does it mean to have no more war? The most direct and effective way is undoubtedly to completely destroy the Empire and kill all the gorillas and monkeys. It makes sense that those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. Humans can integrate with each other, but it is unlikely that humans will integrate with gorillas and monkeys. But this method is the most difficult to achieve. A relatively complex and ineffective method is to liberate the Empire, and then make the liberated apes and monkeys incapable of waging war. But this method is also difficult to achieve, even more difficult than completely destroying the Empire. It will take a very long time, so long that people like Ji Xinghe will not be able to participate in the war in the future. And this goes against Ji Xinghe's original intention, to end the war in the hands of this generation, so that the next generation, and generations of people will not have the risk of participating in the war. Actually, Tu Yuan hesitated a little, then looked at Ji Xinghe and said, "War is meaningful. Our technology has made greater progress in the past 20 years than in the previous 60 years. Mecha, neural link technology, energy and engine technology used by space battleships and individual starships, technology represented by mechanical prostheses used by blind people, light of divine punishment, final fortress, and all other technologies have made rapid progress because of this war. 20 years ago, humans did not have the ability to come to the alien planet from the blue star in just 2 months, even if the distance between the blue star and the alien star was also the closest. The progress of all aspects of war-related technology in more than 20 years is really greater than that in the previous 60 years. There are still some things that Tu Yuan has not said, but many people in the bridge know it, and Ji Xinghe knows it too. If there is no war, how can soldiers have the opportunity to make achievements? And they are all soldiers. But Ji Xinghe is undoubtedly an outlier among them. He joined the army too late. He joined the army at retirement age. How could you be the same as these soldiers? If possible, I just want to be an ordinary citizen. Ji Xinghe's words made many people have the same idea. If they have the opportunity, why don't they want to be just an ordinary citizen like Ji Xinghe? When getting up early to go to work, take a look at the rising sun and clouds, or the cloudless blue sky. When you get off work, pass through the fireworks of the world. These are the lives that the soldiers on the alien planet have not experienced for a long time. There are no clouds, no blue sky, no sun they are used to on the alien planet. They have never been used to the blue sun. They have to wear protective clothing every day, so that they forget the joy of wearing big shorts and slippers in summer. Tu Yuan suddenly lost interest in talking to Ji Xinghe. Although the two have the same goal, they are not the same kind of people after all. Will you go back after catching 4 more do gorillas? Yes, I'll wait for you to come back, okay? By the way, the warp gate device that you, Han Li and Jackson seized, although part of it was destroyed, it allowed us to discover the key to the warp gate's technology. Maybe when you come back, you can come back directly through the warp gate. What is it? Ji Xinghe became curious. He had not checked the warp gate device in detail before because the imperial mecha had not been killed yet. After the killing was finished, the technical forces of base number 6 had also arrived and took over the seized warp gate device. I'm sorry, Tu Yuan suddenly laughed. With your current authority, I can't tell you directly. Of course, if you want to know, you can know, then forget it. Ji Xinghe shook his head expressionlessly. I think a single soldier starship is more reliable. When the time comes, I should drive a single soldier starship back, driving a single soldier starship to an alien planet. Tu Yuan thought of Ji Xinghe, who was surrounded by the police in a single soldier starship, and couldn't help laughing out loud. That was really catching a turtle in a jar, and it was an old turtle. Ha ha ha. You are now a lieutenant general of the Federation and a galaxy-class mecha warrior. Don't steal a single soldier starship again. Our military can't afford to lose that person. This is just a joke in the eyes of many people. When Ji Xinghe wants to go back to an alien planet, how could the Federation not let him come? Even if he is the only passenger, the Federation is definitely willing to mobilize a space battleship, not to mention that Ji Xinghe has a space battleship himself. But Ji Xinghe knows that Tu Yuan may not be joking. He explained softly, I insist that I was robbing. This was not the first time Tu Yuan had heard Ji Xinghe say this. Ji Xinghe had said this to others before, and the people who heard it also said it to him. He put away his smile and asked, what's the difference? Ji Xinghe looked at Tu Yuan with a serious tone. I didn't have experience in robbing things before, but now I do. Just as Ji Xinghe knew that what Tu Yuan said just now might not be a joke, Tu Yuan also knew that what Ji Xinghe said now was not a joke. He really had experience in robbing things, which he got from this war and from the Empire. And this experience can also be used on the Federation. Before leaving the Azure Star, Ji Xinghe expressed his attitude. Report, our ship has arrived in the airspace above the Mountain of Gods. Take care, Lao Ji. Yes. Chapter 516 Heading towards the mountain. The orbital airdrop pod that dropped from the sky passed through countless fire blockades and landed on the Federal position on the battlefield with incredible precision. When the hatch opened, the golden mecha had already begun to charge, and rushed straight through the Federal position into the battle zone. Everyone who could see the golden mecha on the path saluted with reverent eyes. No one thought that the paint of this mecha was too arrogant, because everyone knew that this extremely arrogant paint came from numerous merits and the responsibilities and obligations that the strongest mecha combat force of the Federation was willing to bear. 48 red stars? Did the last report say that there were only 41 gold stars? There are 7 more in just a few days? 700 imperial mechas. When someone saluted, he noticed the red stars on the golden armor and was shocked by the number. 500, because we also destroyed 2 Du-class mechas, which counts as 2 red stars. 500, that's also exaggerated. Yeah, it's too exaggerated. In one battle, destroying 2 Du-class mechas was already ridiculously strong, and he actually destroyed 500 mechas below the Du-class mechas. Even the soldiers on the battlefield of the Gods Mountain were accustomed to Li Yuanbai's high efficiency. At this time, they also felt that Ji Xinghe was a little too exaggerated, too outrageous. Is it possible that there were more than 500, but 599, so General Ji only got 48 gold stars? Hiss. It seems to make sense. It is said that the battle at base number 6 a few days ago destroyed more than 2,800 imperial mechas, and base number 6 only had more than 1,200 mechas at that time. It is very likely that General Ji destroyed 599 of them. If you calculate it this way, the red star does not seem to be so accurate. The difference of 1 red star may be 99 mechas. I don't know if it is possible to destroy 99 mechas in my lifetime, not in your lifetime, but our team has fought all the battles, and we don't know if we can destroy 99 imperial mechas. The number of mechas in the regular mecha formation of the Federation used to be more than the number of 30 in the normal formation of the Imperial mecha, because if there were fewer, they would not win. Unless there is a team led by a special mecha warrior, the establishment of mecha warriors will be less than 30, or even less than 20. For example, the teams of Qintong, Harris and others had only a dozen or 20 mecha warriors. But after the Neuralink technology began to be applied, the size of the Federation's conventional mecha formation began to be reduced to 30, or 30 mecha warriors. From this point, it can be seen how much help the Neuralink technology has in improving the combat power of the Federation's mecha warriors. But even so, it is difficult for a mecha squad composed of 30 mecha warriors to destroy a total of 99 Imperial mechas in battle. Because there is a situation where the whole team is defeated. In a mecha squad on standby, the captain, who is a special mecha warrior, couldn't help frowning when he heard the discussion of the team members. Yes, even if we finish all the battles, we may not have a total of 99 destroyed. But even if we all die, our team will still be there. If I die, one of you can be the captain, and if you die, someone can come in to drive your mecha. One day, our team will be able to destroy 100 Imperial mechas and get the real name of our team, instead of just number. Hearing the captain's words, the team members got excited and began to discuss what name the team should take in the future. If the mecha warriors of the Federation can get 20 gold stars, they will become special mecha warriors, and if they can get 100 gold stars, they can become ace. Under normal circumstances, if a mecha team with only numbers wants to have its own name like the Galaxy team, then all members need to get 100 gold stars after the team is established. The reason why the Galaxy team had such a team name from the day it was established was entirely because Ji Xinghe was too good at killing, and the people he led at that time were also too good at killing. But how many teams like the Galaxy team are there in the Federation? Therefore, most of the squads in the Federation only have numbers but no names. Even if they have names, they are mostly named after the captain, because in general, the captain kills the most, and the captain is the strongest and will not be sacrificed easily. The team members will replace him after his sacrifice. Round after round. Jackson Squad, Hanli Squad, Qintong Squad, Harris Squad, and other squads are all named after the captain. Don't use my name, we use the Red Star. The captain of this squad had the final say and expressed his vision for his squad. Sooner or later, everyone in our squad will have a Red Star, just like General Ji's Galaxy Squad. Of course, the team members will not discourage their captain's enthusiasm, which is also their vision for the future. But someone asked curiously, "Captain, can we get the name Red Star?" Now even Overlord has started using Red Star. Colonel Han Li, Colonel Jackson, Colonel Caitlin, Colonel Ravich, Colonel Yu Ren, and the few in the independent regiment have all started using Red Star. I think the evaluation of Red Star will be out soon, and we can't get it. The one called Overlord is Li Yuanba, the strongest mecha warrior on the battlefield of the God's Mountain, because his mecha is called Overlord Armor. The captain is not worried about this problem at all. What if we can't get it? Just like General Ji, do you really think he cares about 1 or 2 red stars? If he really cares about the number of kills, he wouldn't propose the Red Star system. The team members all understood. As they said just now, the difference between 500 gold stars and 599 gold stars is a number of kills that almost all mecha warriors can hardly achieve in their lifetime. Among the 300,000 active mecha warriors, only 25 of them have obtained more than 99 gold stars and are still alive. Counting back to the day when the mecha was born, including all those who have sacrificed, there are no more than 100 people. But Ji Xinghe doesn't care about such a gap at all, and those ace mecha warriors who gave up the Venus system and chose the Red Star system don't care at all. The captain's voice continued to sound in the communication channel. It doesn't matter whether we get the name of Red Star or not. It doesn't matter whether we get the Red Star or not. It doesn't matter whether we can become an ace or a special grade. What's important is that we are fighting, and after we sacrifice, we are still fighting. We can't win just relying on General Ji and his men. General Ji said that each of us is important and can be important. Our participation in the war is really important. Our goal can be to get the Red Star, but we must never fight for the Red Star. Now, tell me, why are we fighting? The mecha warriors in the team gave their answers one by one. Fight for victory, fight to protect, fight for the Federation, fight for humanity, fight for duty, fight for the future, fight for revenge, fight for hope. Brothers, the future and hope are the same, Are they different? Different. Their future, our hope, indeed different. Are you done? We were still talking about why we were fighting. You're done. Continue. Okay, we're fighting for. Damn, you interrupted me and interrupted what I was going to say. Then there's no need to say more. The captain received the order to join the war, and while conveying it, he ended the discussion and said in an excited voice, everyone may have different reasons for joining the war, but now, we have a common reason. Because the enemy is there. The morale of the team was fully mobilized, and the captain shouted, everyone, charge, 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 charge. As they began to charge in neat formations, someone proposed an idea in a discordant way. Captain, I see the order, we are going to follow General Ji for support. Then, can we shout that slogan? This discordant idea made the team more harmonious. They all knew what the slogan was, and they had all expected it, but they had never had the chance before. The captain took another look at the order details. From the content, they not only had to support Ji Xinghe, but also had to obey all of Ji Xinghe's orders unconditionally. In short, they are now in Ji Xinghe's combat sequence. Although Ji Xinghe is now alone, without an independent regiment, nor with the two staff officers Chen Sun and Liu Mian, when he appears on the battlefield, he has a separate combat sequence. It seems that there is no problem. The captain took a deep breath and shouted directly. In the name of Xinghe, we are invincible. The team members' already high morale was boosted again, and they shouted collectively. In the name of Xinghe, we are invincible. Their voices not only rang in their communication channels, but also in the command and communication system of the combat sequence they were in at this time. The technical soldiers who temporarily became the communicators of Ji Xinghe's command sequence transmitted their voices to Ji Xinghe, who was charging alone without any hesitation. So, Ji Xinghe heard a group of unfamiliar voices and shouted the slogans he was most familiar with. Through the battlefield key information display box on the visual window, he also saw the 12 federal mecha teams that were behind him and charging towards his position. Not every team is led by a special mecha warrior. There are not so many special mecha warriors in the Federation, so there is a clear gap in the combat power between these 12 teams. After Ji Xinghe rushed into the enemy formation alone and killed the gap, the danger they faced in their charge was actually not small. It may even be greater, because after the Empire discovered Ji Xinghe, it did not dare to gather superior forces to besiege Ji Xinghe in the normal way of combat. Past experience tells them that the end result of doing so is that their superior forces will be beaten into disadvantage by Ji Xinghe. And then they will be completely annihilated by the federal mecha warriors who have mastered the advantage. In order not to be annihilated, they chose to ignore Ji Xinghe. How much damage could they cause with just one mecha on a battlefield that covers an area of square kilometers? Want to use a knife to damage our anti-missile system? Haha, our anti-missile system can be moved. I just won't fight you. The Imperial Army on the battlefield of the Gods Mountain is very experienced in dealing with people like Ji Xinghe, because before Ji Xinghe arrived, they always had to face a federal mecha warrior who, in their opinion, was more powerful than Ji Xinghe. So, this is Li Yuanba's fault. And this response strategy makes the 12 federal mecha teams who were ordered to follow Ji Xinghe to provide support, and may even need them to sacrifice themselves to ensure that Ji Xinghe survives on the battlefield, take higher risks than normal when participating in the war. But they charged without any hesitation, and they all shouted the slogans familiar to Ji Xinghe in Ji Xinghe's unfamiliar voice, one after another. In the name of Xinghe, we are invincible. Compared with the Battle Scar Canyon War Zone, the battlefield of the Gods Mountain, which is dominated by Long Zhao's troops, has too many loyal fans of Ji Xinghe, the Xinghe Squad, and the Independent Regiment. Logically speaking, there's more to Li Yuanba in the Gods Mountain, but the problem is that Li Yuanba did not form a mecha corps similar to the Independent Regiment, and even the mecha squad named after him has been in name only in the past 2 years. But he has been fighting. When Ji Xinghe joined the army, he had more than 600 gold stars, and when Ji Xinghe became an ace mecha warrior, he had more than 1,000 gold stars. It's just that his fighting style is different from Ji Xinghe, Han Li, Jackson, and other ace mecha warriors such as Ravich and Caitlin. In the name of Xinghe, we are invincible. Ji Xinghe turned on the full-channel broadcast mode of his command sequence and shouted to everyone the slogan that he was reluctant to shout at the beginning. So people were very excited. Their shouts were recognized by Ji Xinghe, and they were all Ji Xinghe's soldiers now. However, people were more excited than that. Another voice rang out across the entire channel after Ji Xinghe shouted the slogan. In the name of Xing, we are invincible. It was a very pleasant voice, a voice that was familiar to everyone on the battlefield of the Mountain of Gods, and Ji Xinghe was no stranger to it either, as he had heard it several times. Li Yuanba accessed the channel and entered Ji Xinghe's combat sequence at the same time. It was a combat sequence, not a command sequence. In other words, Li Yuanba was now Ji Xinghe's soldier, just as he had been doing on the battlefield of the Mountain of Gods for the past 3 years. He turned himself into a single soldier, entering other people's combat sequences again and again. This single soldier mode looked very similar to Ji Xinghe's single soldier mode, but there was an essential difference. The battle had already officially begun. The Mountain of Gods, which was more than 21,000 meters above the alien base plane, blocked the dust storm that almost covered the entire alien surface. So the battle here would not stop because of the dust storm. Ever since the Empire built a jump base in the Gods Mountain, the Federation paid a huge price and blocked some of the main roads to the outside world in the Gods Mountain. The battle here has never stopped. In the past 20 years, the Federation has sacrificed tens of millions of people on alien planets, a small half of them in the Battle Scar Canyon War Zone, and most of them in the Gods Mountain War Zone. The arrival of Ji Xinghe did not directly bring the war here to a climax, and even failed to bring about obvious changes in form. As always, Ji Xinghe disagreed, and Li Yuanba disagreed. When the two of them met on the battlefield in Mecha, the change finally appeared. There were only two people in the separate communication channel. Li Yuanba raised a question: is your death-free gold medal really gone? Death-free gold medal. This is the biggest difference between Ji Xinghe's single soldier mode and Li Yuanba's single soldier mode. In short, when Ji Xinghe appeared on the battlefield, the Empire aimed to capture him, so he was able to fight calmly and bring life to his teammates. But Li Yuanba didn't have a death-free gold medal. When he appeared on the battlefield, the Empire aimed to kill him at all costs. But the Empire couldn't kill Li Yuanba, so Li Yuanba's teammates would die because of his immortality. After Dongguo Silian confessed, all the people with relevant authority in the Federation knew about this. It also explains why Ji Xinghe was able to create many miracles before. At this time, hearing Li Yuanba's question, Ji Xinghe, who had never really seen Li Yuanba, inexplicably developed a sense of trust. He only hesitated a little and gave an answer. A few days ago, it was gone. Now, here, there may be another one. What happened a few days ago? Ji Xinghe endured a baptism of the third nuclear explosion. What is the difference between here and other places? Here is the Imperial Prince Adakang. Li Yuanba didn't delve into it, just like Ji Xinghe had an inexplicable trust in him, and he also had it in Ji Xinghe. So he believed it, even if Ji Xinghe said it was possible. So he said, then let's go up the mountain. Go up the mountain? There are actually many mountains in the battlefield of the Gods Mountain, but there's only one mountain that Li Yuanba can describe as a mountain. Ji Xinghe looked at the mountain. The description of towering into the clouds is not appropriate, because there are no clouds on the alien planet. But it is really high, higher than any mountain on the blue planet. It is said to be the highest mountain in the entire solar system. Not only is it high, there are countless imperial armies on that mountain. Okay, Ji Xinghe agreed. So the two mechas turned at the same time, and ordered the 12 mecha teams to retreat. Go to the mountain. They are going to go up the mountain. Chapter 517 Li Yuanba. One is the mountain with the highest personal military power in the Federation. The other is the mountain with the highest combat power of the Federation's mecha. Their goal is the highest mountain in the solar system. When you go to a mountain, there will be another mountain. This is a scene that can make everyone crazy, so countless people are crazy. The craziest one is the headquarters of the Mountain of the Gods. Their madness is completely different from that of ordinary soldiers. Li Yuanba, you fucking retreat immediately. There is only one person in the entire Mountain of the Gods who can say this to Li Yuanba, the commander of the Mountain of the Gods War Zone, Yang Ente, a 3-star general of the Federation. He has just arrived at the ground command center of the Mountain of the Gods battlefield for a short time. Before, like Kent Wise, he was in the Mountain of the Gods command center at the Nanchunman space station to command. With a phase victory of the battle in the Battle Scar Canyon, the federal forces in the Mountain of the Gods war zone have changed from the main goal of blocking the imperial forces in the Mountain of the Gods to launching a full-scale offensive against the Mountain of the Gods. The purpose is to contain the mobilization of the imperial forces as much as possible, to ensure that the battle in the Battle Scar Canyon can proceed smoothly and achieve the expected combat objectives. Because Duskstorm and the Empire had repeatedly used electromagnetic pulse bombs and other weapons that interfere with communications, he chose to risk landing on the surface in order to achieve efficient command. But he never expected that his adventure was not worth mentioning in front of the two strongest men in the Federation. Li Yuanba responded to the scolding with a very calm tone. "Old Yang, if you don't know how to fight at this time, then ask Tu Yuan." The pleasant voice conveyed a firm attitude, which made Yang Ante even more angry. But he had no way. Remotely obtain the control authority of Li Yuanba's Overlord armor, and then let the Overlord armor bring Li Yuanba back? The Overlord armor, which was already deep in the enemy's camp, used automatic driving or remote control, and the end was that it was broken by the Empire Mecha. Order Ji Xinghe to come back directly and force Li Yuanba to retreat? Not to mention that Ji Xinghe is much more famous than Li Yuanba for violating military orders. Just say that if Ji Xinghe really retreated, wouldn't Li Yuanba be more likely to sacrifice on the battlefield? The purpose of letting Li Yuanba retreat is to let Li Yuanba survive. If everything they do is to increase Li Yuanba's mortality rate, what is the point of doing it? Do you need my help? Tu Yuan's voice sounded in the headquarters of the Mountain of Gods. Of course, the Ape of the Water could not just send Ji Xinghe to the battlefield of the Mountain of Gods. It also carried a large amount of supplies from base number 6. These supplies should have been sent to the battle zone of the Mountain of Gods earlier. Because base number 6 was surrounded by the Imperial Army, they were piled up for a long time. Unloading takes time, and during this time, Tu Yuan could not leave. "Is this your Ji Xinghe?" Yang Ante asked angrily, and immediately began to issue various orders. With Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba, they drove the mecha directly to break through the front line of the Empire and began to charge towards the Mountain of Gods. A large number of mechas originally located in the front line of the Empire, after receiving the order to return to the rescue, abandoned the battle and began to chase and intercept the two federal mechas. This greatly reduced the pressure on the Federation on the front line. Yang Ante didn't need anyone's advice on how to fight. In fact, even if Yang Ante was not there, the headquarters of the Mountain of Gods battlefield knew how to fight. 2 lieutenant generals and 5 major generals. This is the regular configuration of the federal headquarters of the Mountain of Gods battlefield, not to mention the staff department full of school officers. Tu Yuan, who was questioned, didn't say anything in return. His military rank was not as high as Yang Ante's, and his qualifications were not as old as Yang Ante's. The combined strength of the commander's troops was not as good as Yang Ante's Mountain of Gods battlefield. In the military, not everyone can be like him and Ji Xinghe, or like Ji Xinghe's independent regiment, without any respect for superiors and subordinates. Tu Yuan looked at the big screen in front of him. The bridge of the ape had been connected to the command system of the Mountain of Gods. Based on Tu Yuan's authority, he could see a lot of information. The Mountain of Gods is not an isolated peak, and it is unlikely that an isolated peak is more than 21,000 meters high. The entire terrain is an irregular circle with a diameter of about 600 kilometers and an area of more than 300,000 square kilometers. The height difference from the top to the foot of the mountain is as much as 21.9 kilometers. The top of the Mountain of the Gods is 26 kilometers higher than a certain plane on an alien planet, more than 1,000 kilometers away. Because that plane is lower than the alien planet's datum. If that plane is used as the datum, the foot of the Mountain of the Gods alone is nearly 5 kilometers high, which is a plateau on the Azure planet. The Mountain of the Gods, which looks extremely flat on the aerial view of space, has a very high ups and downs for humans. The Federation's defense line on the Mountain of the Gods is built on these mountain terrains, but because the area of the Mountain of the Gods is too large and the terrain is too complex, the Federation's defense line cannot block all external passages. Almost all the Imperial forces that attacked base number 3, base number 5, base number 6, and other blockades of the Federation on alien planets came from the battlefield of the Mountain of the Gods. In comparison, the Battle Scar Canyon is more effective in blocking the Imperial forces because of its terrain. This is why Yang Ante, who is also a 3-star general, has no chance to become the new commander-in-chief, even though the Mountain of the Gods war zone is larger than the Battle Scar Canyon war zone. Someone said a long time ago that the Mountain of the Gods is not a mountain, but a pot, the largest pot in the entire solar system. Whoever comes will have to carry it. But at this time, looking at the two federal mechas that have passed through the enemy's positions and are charging at full speed between the mountains to avoid the imperial artillery fire. Tu Yuan really wants to try whether he can turn this pot over. Unfortunately, Ji Xinghe is leaving. When are you leaving? Li Yuanba's tone is very relaxed, as if he doesn't care about being chased by more than 1,000 imperial mechas. He has encountered such a scene more than once before. He can survive when he is alone, not to mention that this time Ji Xinghe is by his side. Many people think that Ji Xinghe is only stronger than him in armorless combat, which he has admitted himself. But few people know that Ji Xinghe's armor-piercing strength is not weaker than his, especially when driving Xingaiyu. He should be stronger than him. Leave after catching the four dukes. Ji Xinghe's response made Li Yuan be very curious, so the two of them, who were surrounded and blocked by the enemy, started chatting while running. Overlord, activate the highest level of encrypted communication mode. After Li Yuanba gave his mecha an order, he asked, do you really think that you can get the power of Ki by bringing a gorilla with Ki back to the Azure Star? Yes, I have also practiced Gangjin and tried to accept the Ki transmitted by the Imperial Gorilla, but I can't find a way to refine it, and I can't even feel that possibility. You only control your body, but you haven't controlled your mental will, Ji Xinghe said calmly, and the power of Ki has a lot to do with mental will. Really? Li Yuanba remembered something Ji Xinghe had said, under the mental will, the body is the first order machine, not the mecha. So, if you want to master the power of Ki, or in other words, the power of Ki is a power above the first order. Yes, it was not the first time that the two people established communication, but the previous exchanges were very short, usually just a few words, and a few times they were not direct exchanges. But at this time, there was no sense of unfamiliarity in the conversation. In fact, the two had not met formally at this time. Then I may not be able to master the power of Ki, because there is a problem with my mental will. What problem? Chen Sun should have told you that I was not called Li Yuanba before. Well, he said that you were called Li Yuan before. In fact, I was not called Li Yuan at first, and this name was changed later. Is this directly related to your mental will problem? Yes, Li Yuanba's tone did not change significantly, but Ji Xinghe heard some sadness from it. Talk about it, okay. Li Yuanba really said it like this, saying something he had never said to anyone before. I was not called Li Yuan when I was a child. It was after the alien war started that Li Anbang changed my name. He asked me to come to the alien star. In terms of relationship, Li Anbang is Li Yuanba's father. In terms of identity, Li Anbang is still the commander-in-chief, the only 5-star general in the Federation, while Li Yuanba is only a general and a mecha warrior. But Li Yuanba called Li Anbang by his name. Ji Xinghe noticed something wrong, but he said nothing, just listened to Li Yuanba quietly. The number of more than 1,000 imperial mechas that chased and intercepted the two of them has soared to more than 1,500, but he, like Li Yuanba, is not worried at all. I don't accept it, not because of coming to the alien planet, but because why am I the only one who changed my name? Yes, the alien planet needs reinforcements, so I changed my name to Li Yuan, but I shouldn't be the only one who changed my name. When I came of age and was going to fight in the alien planet, I was going to run away from home. Ha, you never thought that I would run away from home. If this were known to the outside world, Li Yuanba's laughter is also very nice, because his voice is really nice, even if he is saying something that is hard to accept, but excusable. My eldest brother knew that I wanted to run away from home. He didn't want me to join the army, but he knew very well that if I ran away from home, it would cause a very bad impact. So, he changed his name for me, Li Yi, the Yi of Alien Star. He said that if I came to Alien Star, I would not support Alien Star, but support him. Ji Xinghe had heard this name before, but this name had never been made public in a real sense, and it did not exist in the relevant official documents. It was only passed down from people like Chen Sun, and then passed on by word of mouth. Li Yuanba's eldest brother, the name known to the Federation, is still the original name, Li Hangfen, the commander of the Eastern Kanglong fleet of the former Long Zhao. When he died, his rank was lieutenant general, and after his death, he was awarded the rank of general. When Li Hangfen died, he said, from today on, we have the final say in the sky of Alien Star, so after that battle, the captains of all the fleets of the Federation could say with confidence, we have the final say in the sky of Alien Star. He also has another name, Li Yi, which was changed because of his third brother Li Yuanba, who was called Li Yuan at the time. So people praised these two names and sang praises for the Li family's generals. But the truth is not as great as people praise. Or, it is greater than people praise. I changed my name, my eldest brother also changed his name, so my second brother also changed his name, and his name is Li Xinghe. He said at the time that the alien planet needs support, and the alien planet needs victory even more. After Li Yuanba finished speaking, he asked, Ji Xinghe, have you heard of my second brother Li Xinghe before? I have heard of it, Ji Xinghe replied calmly, a special mecha warrior. Yes, he is just a special mecha warrior, so although many people have heard of him because of Li Anbang, because my eldest brother and I have heard of him, they only know that he is a special mecha warrior, that's all. Li Yuanba emphasized the word that's all, and his pleasant voice contained some anger. Moreover, this anger has a tendency to intensify. Actually, my second brother is better than me. I learned my marksmanship from him, my fighting skills from him, as well as mecha driving and kung fu from him. My second brother can be called the master of authentic Bajikwan. It's not me who said that, but all the instructors before said that. Ji Xinghe, do you know Bajikwan? If not, I can teach you. Ji Xinghe didn't quite understand why Li Yuanba was so open-hearted to him, but he was willing to listen. This may be the habit of the elderly. Taiji can bring peace to the world, and Baji can determine the destiny of the world. I have heard of it and practiced it. Oh, I forgot that your Ji family boxing is open and inclusive. Li Yuanba forgot something he shouldn't have forgotten, which shows that his mental state is not very good now. Just like he said just now, his mental will is actually problematic. There are 8 extreme martial arts that can determine the fate of the world, but my second brother couldn't. Not long after he became a special mecha warrior, he changed his name to Li Xinghe and died in a battle. In fact, he could retreat because he was the son of Li Anbang and the second brother of my eldest brother. But it was precisely because of these that he couldn't retreat. He could only fight to the death, so he died. Li Yuanba suddenly stopped and gave Ji Xinghe a route. He knew the terrain of the Mountain of Gods better than the reconnaissance satellite. How to keep dithering to contain the pursuit and interception of thousands of imperial mechas. He has more experience than Ji Xinghe, who has just arrived. It is safe for the time being, so he continued to speak, as if there was actually no problem with his condition. I have another sister. After she knew that the 3 of us brothers changed our names, she also wanted to change her name. She wanted to change her name similar to ours. But the 3 of us insisted that she change her name to Li Pingan, especially me. I named her Li Pingan. Speaking of which, I also named my second brother Li Xinghe, and Li Yu because of me. My sister doted on me very much, she agreed, and then she sacrificed. Just like my eldest brother and my second brother, they sacrificed after changing their names. The anger in Li Yuanba's tone was already very obvious, and what he said was indeed infuriating. But this anger suddenly disappeared, and when Ji Xinghe could only remain silent, Li Yuanba's tone returned to calm. So, I changed my name again, from Li Yuan to Li Yuanba. After Li Yuanba finished this sentence, he suddenly asked, did Chen Sun tell you why I changed my name to Li Yuanba? Yes, Ji Xinghe replied. He said that it was because Li Yuanba in the romance of Sui and Chang dynasties was invincible in the world and only heaven could take him away. Ha ha ha, that's a lie. Li Yuanba said the fact that perhaps only he knew before today. My eldest brother died after changing his name on a foreign star, my second brother died after changing his name on a foreign star, and my sister died after changing her name on a foreign star. I also want to die, so I also changed my name on a foreign star. In the romance of Sui and Chang dynasties, Li Yuanba died very early and was a short-lived ghost, so many people disagreed with my name change at that time, but I insisted because I wanted to die. But I have changed this name for 5 years, and I haven't died yet. Ji Xinghe, tell me, why can't I die? Ji Xinghe finally understood the origin of the name Li Yuanba, and also understood what Li Yuanba just said about his mental will. I also understand why Li Yuanba wanted to go up the mountain with him after he came. This man has long been determined to die, just like himself at the beginning. But Li Yuanba is different from himself. He has no children without marriage, and his brothers and sisters are not married and have no children. There is only a father and son left in the Li family, just like there is only a grandfather and grandson left in the Ji family. Ji Xinghe's granddaughter can make Ji Xinghe, who is determined to die, have the will to survive. Even if he bluntly says that he is afraid of death, he will live. However, the father who should have brought hope to Li Yuanba could not bring Li Yuanba the will to survive. In a sense, This father is the culprit for all this. Li Anbang made his Li family be described as a general's son, and made the Li family composed of Li Anbang, Li Yi, Li Sheng, Li Yuan, and Li Pinggan become a family of loyal martyrs. Yi of Yixing, Sheng of Shengli, and Yuan of support. The three brothers only asked for peace, but they failed to exchange for Li Pinggan's peace. How can I be willing? Ji Xinghe understood Li Yuanba's pain very well, and also understood the reason why Li Yuanba was so open with him. One of the reasons was that Ji Xinghe's only son also died on the alien battlefield. The Li family and the Ji family are very similar, but also very different. Because you want revenge, Ji Xinghe's tone became stern, because you must take revenge. If you really want to die on the battlefield, how could you not die? Yes, I want revenge, I must take revenge. After Li Yuanba confirmed Ji Xinghe's answer, his tone became a little weird. Then you say, who should I take revenge on? This is a very scary question. If Li Yuanba had not activated the highest level of confidentiality communication protocol, the already crazy Mountain of God's command would definitely be even crazier at this time. Many people are really crazy. Empire. Ji Xinghe's answer did not hesitate at all. He tried to take control of the initiative in this conversation and asked in a stern tone. Han Li said, have you seen my son Ji Xinghe and fought with him? Chapter 518, Can the four Ji Xinghe fight? Yes, I fought him. He was not counted at first, but when Han Li lost to me, I beat him badly, so he wanted to fight me. Li Yuanba's tone was a little smiling. I was in a bad mood those days, so I hit him a little hard, and your son was beaten badly by me. Really? Ji Xinghe's tone changed from stern to calm. After we go back this time, let's fight. Okay, Li Yuanba readily agreed, and said provocatively, I actually always wanted to be beaten, but unfortunately, no one can beat me. By the way, I said I couldn't beat you, just to make Li Anbang lose some face. Don't take it seriously. Ji Xinghe didn't argue anything. After all, he had to see the truth with his hands. He asked, is it really just to make Li Anbang lose some face? This question made Li Yuanba silent for a moment, but during the silence, a new route was passed to Ji Xinghe by him. After the two mechas changed direction, Li Yuanba's voice sounded again. I think you can replace me, but I didn't expect that you are so afraid of death, and you actually want to leave. Leaving is not going back. Ji Xinghe is old enough for him to hear Li Yuanba's attitude. So, you choose to force me to go up the mountain. How can it be considered forced? You are willing. Yes, I am willing. After Ji Xinghe confirmed Li Yuanba's statement, he suddenly changed the subject. My son, Ji Xinghe, who was beaten badly by you, is also willing to join the army. Li Yuanba was really silent this time. Ji Xinghe, who finally took the initiative, continued to speak somewhat unyieldingly. When the alien war just started, my son was still very young, only in his early teens, but after watching the news, he told me that he wanted to join the army. He wanted to fight on alien planets, defend his country and kill gorillas. I didn't want to agree at the time, but I didn't stop him. I think when he grows up, he will understand that war will kill people. He may fall in love for the first time in middle school and meet a girl he likes. For love, he will change his naive dream. Going to college, working, getting married and having children, these things are more interesting than fighting. There are more than 7 billion people in the Federation, and many people join the army. It doesn't matter whether he is there or not. I think he will understand these things, and he will change, just like Li Yuanba suddenly opened his heart and said many things that he had never said to others. Ji Xinghe also started. But before he changes, I have to prepare for his innocent dream, because I know that war can really kill people. I wake him up at 5:30 every morning and take him to run, from 3 kilometers to 5 kilometers, then to 10 kilometers and 20 kilometers. Later, I started to teach him boxing. He said that practicing kung fu is useless because wars use guns, cannons, and missiles. He also said that I learned kung fu by myself and I definitely can't fight. But I forced him to learn, not because I want him to be more capable, but because I want to make him give up his dream through this torment. But not only did he not give up, he became more determined. Ji Xinghe paused for a moment and asked Xinghe to send an order to Li Yuanba. He sensed some danger, so he had to change the direction of travel. Li Yuanba followed without any hesitation, just as Ji Xinghe had never doubted the route given by Li Yuanba. On the ups and downs of the mountains, the two federal mechas always maintained a very high speed, making the imperial mechas that wanted to chase and intercept them feel a little exhausted. The battlefield of the Gods Mountain covers an area of more than 300,000 square kilometers. Whether it is the Federation or the Empire, it is impossible to deploy troops and defense lines on every inch of land. It is very common that there are no humans or guerrillas within a few kilometers. As long as there are no restrictions on the Empire's positions and defense lines, 2 of the world's strongest first-level mechas can be driven by 2 of the world's strongest first-level mecha warriors, just like touring the mountains. Because nearly 2,000 Imperial mechas were led away by the 2 of them, the battle on the front battlefield continued to win under the command of Commander Yang Ete's command system. What no one could have imagined was that the 2 people who caused all this, the old and the young, were actually chatting. They shouldn't talk about this in the mecha, they should be in the park, sitting in the pavilion by the lake, brewing a pot of tea facing the chessboard, whether it is Go or chess, or even Go Bang. It's more suitable to talk about these things. But they may never have the opportunity to chat about these things in the park, so they can only chat on the battlefield. Later I figured it out. His determination was actually my fault, Ji Xinghe continued when Li Yuanba was silent. This attitude of admitting mistakes made Li Yuanba suddenly envy Ji Xinghe, who was beaten badly by him. When God is about to confer a great responsibility on a man, he must first make his heart and mind suffer, his muscles and bones tired, his body hungry, his body empty, and his actions frustrated. This is to move his heart and endure his nature, and increase his ability to do what he could not do before. I don't know whether God has given Chen Xing any great responsibility, but later I learned that the training I gave him a stronger will, and his heart became stronger because of the physical training. So I said, this is all my fault. If I had left him alone and let him be like other children, playing games and reading anime novels every day, even if he had become an otaku who likes the second dimension, he would not stick to his dream and work harder for it than I asked of him. When he was admitted to the military academy, I could stop him, but he was already an adult at that time, and I felt I should respect his ideas. He joined the army directly after graduating from the military academy, and I couldn't stop him because he was willing. Ji Xinghe paused again and brought the topic back. I told him many times that if he needs to run, he must run. But he said that if he ran, no one would be able to stop those guerrillas. I was speechless at the time, because I couldn't ask other people's children to help my children stop those guerrillas. Now I can say to him, it's okay, run, I'll stop it. But he is gone. I resented myself, I resented the Federation, I resented many, many people. But I know that these people I resented were not wrong, and I was not wrong either. We were not wrong. What was wrong was this war. My son joined the army willingly, and I joined the army willingly. So, did your eldest brother join the army because of your father's request, or because he was willing? When he ordered his ship to crash into the main space battleship of the Empire that had a chance to destroy the Nanshanmen space station, was he willing to do so? When your second brother drove the mecha to fight to the death, was he willing to do so, just like my son when he drove the mecha to fight to the death? Your sister didn't need to come to the alien planet, but she came and she sacrificed. Did she ever tell you that she was willing? You can run away from home before joining the army. You can be a dandy second-generation military man after joining the army, destroying your reputation and cutting off your path to joining the army. But you came after all, and you became the respected Li Yuanba. So, was there a moment when you were actually willing? Ji Xinghe's tone gradually became severe, and finally turned into a question. This kind of questioning is actually inappropriate, and the relationship between the two sides has not reached this point in theory. It has always been a taboo for people to get along with each other when they are just acquainted. But these two are not ordinary people after all. Li Yuanba, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. It would be great if Li Anbang was like you. This certainly does not mean that Li Anbang should drive a mecha to the surface to participate in the war, like Ji Xinghe killed 49 Red Stars, forcing the Empire to use nuclear weapons. Let anyone judge, Li Anbang's contribution in this war is far greater than Ji Xinghe. 10 Ji Xinghe plus 10 Li Yuanba can't compare. It has nothing to do with military merit, it only has to do with the difference between father and son. The biggest difference between the Li family and the Ji family is that the children of the Li family joined the army more because of their father Li Anbang, while the father of the Ji family joins the army because of his son Ji Xinghe. They are all willing, but why are they willing? Ji Xinghe understood what Li Yuanba meant, and his tone became lighter. Before Li Anbang became your father, he was already an excellent and outstanding soldier, This is not the biggest difference between the Li family and the Ji family, but the fact that Li Anbang and Ji Xinghe are both fathers and both have children who died on alien battlefields. They seem the same, but they are fundamentally different. Li Yuanba understood, or maybe he always understood. It's just because he had never said these words to anyone before, so he always thought he didn't understand, always felt he couldn't figure it out, and always made his heart hesitate, struggle and full of contradictions. Actually, there is nothing wrong with your spiritual will. Ji Xinghe made a judgment and said, I think your spiritual will may be stronger than mine. Really? There was some smile in Li Yuanba's tone, but it was completely different from the previous smile. I think so too, but you can't beat me, Ji Xinghe said again. After I go back this time, I will let you realize your wish. Why? I'm going to avenge my son, Li Yuanba said bluntly. Didn't you just say that we want to avenge the empire? Ji Xinghe did not deny it, and said softly, we are different, and revenge is different from revenge. Yes, we are different, everyone is different. But unfortunately, you can't beat me, so confident, because I am Li Yuanba. Sorry, I can beat it, so confident, because I am Ji Xinghe. The old and the young actually had some bickering intentions, like children. Yes, everyone is different, but everyone was once a child. They are coming. Li Yuanba's voice suddenly became excited. Ji Xinghe also saw what Li Yuanba said, and they had nothing to do with the nearly 2,000 imperial mechas. The target of the two strongest men in the Federation has always been the imperial mechas, but the conventional imperial mechas have long been unable to become their real target. 6 Duke armors. All the known Duke armors on the Mountain of the Gods finally came down from the Mountain of the Gods when Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba went deep into the enemy's belly. They wanted to stop the two from going up the mountain. Just like the Imperial mechas would desperately search for the location of the Federation base, if the exact coordinates of the Imperial jump base on the Mountain of the Gods were known to the Federation would definitely use nuclear weapons without hesitation. Nuclear war? If the jump gate is destroyed, there will be no nuclear war. The 6 Duke armors actually knew very well that the 6 of them combined could not beat the 2 humans, but they had no fear because they still had nearly 2,000 conventional Imperial mechas to follow them. And these 2 humans only had 2 mechas. This was not an evenly matched battle, but it was a crucial one. The generals in the rear command center and the generals in the Nanchaman space station can certainly make more important decisions and commands from a strategic level than mecha warriors like Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba. But no matter how good the strategy is, it will eventually fall on the tactical level, executed by mecha warriors like Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba, and by ordinary soldiers. The battle in the Mountain of the Gods finally took a major turn after Ji Xinghe arrived. When the 2 strongest mecha warriors of the Federation joined forces, how could it be the same as before? The 2 mechas' continuous detours between the mountains did not change. They were still detoring, or they were still running away. It's not that easy to go to the mountain. Li Yuanba said frankly in the communication channel, the 2 of us can't beat them. Ji Xinghe confirmed his statement, the 2 of us, we really can't beat them. Li Yuanba asked, then should we fight? Ji Xinghe replied, fight. Li Yuanba asked, how to fight? Ji Xinghe asked back, you don't know, I don't know, then you want me to go up the mountain with you? I am now in your combat sequence. I just proposed. I am only a major general, only an ace level. You are a lieutenant general, you are a galaxy level. So, I will go up the mountain with you, not you and me. Ji Xinghe actually felt a little envious from Li Yuanba's words. Yes, forget about the rank of lieutenant general, but which mecha warrior would not envy the galaxy-level mecha warrior? And this honor should have belonged to Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba, Ji Xinghe called him by name and asked, when are you going to become a galaxy level? Or do you not want to become a galaxy level just because you don't like my name? I like it very much, Li Yuanba replied, but I always feel that what you did before was not enough. So before you leave, can you make me convinced and convinced? Yes, when? Today? Then let's do it today. Li Yuanba's trust in Ji Xinghe exceeded Ji Xinghe's expectations. He was going to explain something to Li Yuanba. But Li Yuanba didn't ask. So, Ji Xinghe lifted the highest level of confidential communication protocol initiated by Li Yuanba. His voice rang in the headquarters of the Mountain of Gods and on the bridge of the ape space battleship. Tuin, have you took off, while Ji Xinghe was talking to Li Yuanba and wandering around. The supplies carried by the ape space battleship had been unloaded and successfully took off. Prepare for the light of divine punishment. Ji Xinghe's tone sounded like an order. Yes, Tu Yuan's response was not like the response of an admiral to a lieutenant general, nor the response of a commander to a mecha warrior. Instead, it was like the response of a subordinate to a superior. But everyone who heard it did not find it strange. Tu Yuan's reputation had long been damaged by the matter of Ji Xinghe. Yang Ante knew what the light of divine punishment was. Under his command sequence, there were also space battleships equipped with the light of divine punishment. Li Yuanba's overlord armor was also made of tungsten steel alloy, and it had won a very beautiful victory in the past with the light of divine punishment. But the problem was that the Empire already had a way to deal with the light of divine punishment. Ji Xinghe, don't be impulsive. With Yang Ante's level, he can call Ji Xinghe by his name. He said coldly, Li Yuanba is still young, so he can be ignorant, but you are already 66 years old, you should be more sensible. With only the two of you, even with the light of divine punishment, you can't beat it. So you can't fight, continue to maintain the strategy of flanking behind the enemy, and be ready to evacuate at any time. Hearing this, Li Yuanba sighed. After all, he is Liang Bang's son. If it were another person, even if he had the same achievements as him, Yang Ante would not use still young as an excuse to erase the guilt of unauthorized action. You said two things wrong, Ji Xinghe corrected him unceremoniously. First, from today, I am 67 years old. 67 years old? People only then remembered that today is the first day of the Chinese New Year in the Federation Dragon Continent. Some of the Dragon Continent people on the alien planet have grown 1 year older, and some have aged 1 year. Ji Xinghe is undoubtedly the latter. But is it important? Before Yang Ante could say anything, Ji Xinghe's voice continued to sound. Second, it's not just me and Li Yuanba, it's not just you and Li Yuanba? What does that mean? Ji Xinghe ignored Yang Ante, the commander of the Mountain of Guts, and spoke again in a commanding tone. Tu Yuan, the Admiral Commander, responded again in a tone of command. I'm here, deploy number 1, number 2, and number 3, and kill the pangolin. Yes, the ape space battleship also ignored the command authority of the Mountain of Guts, ventured over the position of the Mountain of God's Empire, and dropped 3 orbital airdrop capsules. At the same time, the main gun muzzle of the light of divine punishment had been preheated. Ji Xinghe's voice sounded again. He did not explain anything, but just asked a question softly. Me and Li Yuanba, we can't fight. Then can me and Li Yuanba fight? Yang Ante didn't answer. He didn't believe there were 4 Ji Xinghe, even though he knew that Ji Xinghe had used the remote-controlled mecha combat method in the number 5 base war zone before. And he also knew that Ji Xinghe had driven 2 mechas at the same time in the number 6 base war zone. But, driving 4 mechas at the same time? But he couldn't help but believe it, because the person who asked this question was Ji Xinghe. Yes, Li Yuanba answered, then turned and charged. 1 Ji Xinghe followed closely behind, and 3 Ji Xinghe were falling from the sky. Chapter 519 The question that wasn't asked. The Pantheon Mountain War Zone is very large, and there are actually quite a few battlefields when subdivided. Although they are all under the command of the Pantheon Mountain headquarters and are generally coordinated operations, when the battle really starts, there is often a feeling of being irrelevant. Yu Ren, who had just retreated from the battlefield, drove a damaged mecha and rushed to the repair area as soon as possible. Quick, get me a mecha, I want to see my master. Yu Ren, who had only had 2 actual contacts with Ji Xinghe, has always regarded himself as Ji Xinghe's apprentice. He actually only met Ji Xinghe once. The first contact was on the B-72 high ground. That time he left without seeing Ji Xinghe. The second contact was on the Vulture Mountain battlefield. He left after a quick meeting. But when it comes to the enthusiasm for Ji Xinghe, there are only more than 100 people in the entire Federation who can compare with him, and most of those more than 100 people are from the Independent Regiment. So after learning that Ji Xinghe was coming to the Pantheon Mountain War Zone today, he couldn't wait to meet Ji Xinghe. The commander knew Yu Ren, a fanatical fan of Ji Xinghe, very well. Of course, he would not mistake the master he mentioned for someone else. Colonel Yu Ren, General Ji is fighting. Yu Ren was stunned for a moment, and immediately exclaimed, he is worthy of being my master. He started fighting as soon as he arrived. Where is he fighting? The commander felt that the situation was a bit complicated and difficult to describe in words, so he simply let Yu Ren use his authority to access the command system. This access is completely different from the access during the battle. When the mecha warriors are fighting, no matter how high their authority is, they will only see information related to their battle, because too much irrelevant information will affect their battle. So Yu Ren, who had just come down from the battlefield, didn't know what Ji Xinghe, who had just arrived at the Mountain of God's war zone today, had done, and what he had to face at this time. After excitedly accessing the command system, Yu Ren's expression became stunned. He thought that Ji Xinghe would start fighting directly when he came, and he also thought that Ji Xinghe would kill everyone in the Mountain of God's war zone for the first time in a real sense when he entered the battlefield, so that everyone in the Mountain of God's war zone felt the shock of fighting side by side with Ji Xinghe. But he never thought that Ji Xinghe would fight in this way. The picture displayed on the bracelet screen was from the perspective of a high-altitude unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. The Xingaiyu armor driven by Ji Xinghe and the Overlord armor driven by Li Yuanba, these two mechas have already penetrated deep into the enemy's belly. Surrounded by nearly 2,000 Imperial mechas, they launched a fearless charge against the 6 Duke armors among many Imperial mechas. Yu Ren suddenly felt fear in his heart. He firmly believed that Ji Xinghe could fight 1 against 1,000, and he firmly believed that Li Yuanba could also fight 1 against 1,000, but he also firmly believed that it was impossible for these two people to break nearly 2,000 Imperial mechas when they were driving 2 mechas. Not to mention the 6 Duke armors. Being able to fight 1 against 1,000 does not mean that you can really fight 1 against 1,000. No one can fight 1 against 1,000 in a mecha battle, and no gorilla can do it. Yu Ren's fear came from his concern for the safety of Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba. Don't repair my mech, I'm going to the Z98 battlefield now. Yu Ren made a decision as soon as he came back to his senses from the shock. He ran to the mech that needed repairing. But the commander of his battlefield stopped him. Colonel Yu Ren, please don't do meaningless things. It takes at least 3.5 hours to drive the mech from our battlefield to the Z98 battlefield. By the time you go there, the battle will be over. Compared with the plains, the terrain of the God's Mountain is much more complicated. Needless to say, the steepness between the mountains is the key point. The hardness of the ground in many places is not high. Even if the gravity of the alien planet is only 1/3 of that of the Azure Star, the weight of the giant mech is greatly reduced. But the mech is still too heavy. Like the Ace mech used by Yu Ren, which is equipped with a neural link technology cockpit, the height is more than 6 meters, just like the mountain slang armor. In order to enhance the defense, it cannot use lightweight alloys, so the standard weight, Azure Star weight, exceeds 10 tons. This is the weight of the machine itself. If more firepower is added, the weight will be even higher. Once a ground collapse occurs, even if the mecha can protect the mecha warriors and wait for rescue, the time wasted and the Imperial firepower attack that may be encountered during the rescue process are very fatal. I want to go even after the fight is over. Yu Ren, who claims to be Ji Xinghe's apprentice, has learned. No one knows how much kung fu he has learned, and how much combat skills he has learned to drive a mecha. But what everyone knows is that he has learned all of Ji Yan and Ji Yu, and he is also very good at disobeying military orders. After all, he is an ace mecha warrior who has won 272 gold stars and destroyed a Duke armor. Thinking of the 3 red stars on Yu Ren's mecha, the commander persuaded helplessly, Colonel Yu Ren, I suggest that you believe in General Ji Xinghe and General Li Yuanba. Isn't this what you have always insisted on? This made Yu Ren stop rushing towards his mecha. Yes, we should trust Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba. If they feel that there is a great danger, how could they implement such tactics? If the headquarters feels that there is a great danger in doing so, how could they agree to do so? Of course, it is also possible that Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba both violated military orders, which is actually normal for ace mecha warriors. It is not certain whether the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. But in most cases, the greater the ability, the greater the temper and the more subjective the behavior. Yu Ren continued to watch the battle. In fact, his mecha did have considerable damage. After learning that Ji Xinghe used a pure gold paint and used the red star system that is not officially recognized by the official, Yu Ren can imagine the pressure he has to bear on the battlefield. If the damage to the mecha has not affected his combat effectiveness, he should still be on the battlefield at this time. In this case, even if he drove the mecha to the Z98 battlefield, it would be difficult to provide substantial help. Yu Ren, whose emotions finally stabilized, also noticed that 3 orbital airdrop pods were falling to Ji Xinghe's location at a very high speed under the crazy fire interception of the Empire. Who is it? Han Li? Jackson? Kintong? Harris? Blind? Cripple? When some names flashed through Yu Ren's mind, he saw more detailed intelligence information. There were only 3 Xinghe in the 3 orbital airdrop cabins. Xinghe is not an ace-level mecha, and there are only 3 Xinghe without a driver. Before Ren had time to think about it, a gorgeous beam of light fell from the sky and hit the direction of Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba's charge. The impact of the light instantly spread out, sweeping towards the surrounding imperial mechas, and also covering Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba's mechas. Ren was very worried when he saw this scene. He was not worried that Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba's mechas would be accidentally injured by the light of divine punishment. He knew the mechas of these 2 people very well and knew that they could ignore the damage of the light of divine punishment. But the problem is that the terrain of the battlefield of the God's Mountain is ups and downs, and it is difficult for the light of divine punishment to exert its true power. Otherwise, with Li Yuanba and the light of divine punishment, why would the battle on the Mountain of Gods be so difficult? Nearly 2,000 imperial mechas used shields to block with great experience, or lay directly on the ground, using the changes in the terrain to reduce the light of divine punishment they suffered. This shot only affected about 200 imperial mechas, which was of no avail. At the same time, the 3 orbital airhead cabins finally landed on the ground. They successfully evaded and intercepted the Empire's firepower interception, almost without damage. As the hatch opened, 3 mountain chopping armors rushed out of it, and also charged towards the location of the 6 Duke armors with a fearless attitude. 1 kilometer. They all fell within a kilometer of Ji Xinghe's location. As they began to charge, they were getting closer and closer to Ji Xinghe. But, can it really be done? Even though Ren is a fanatical fan of Ji Xinghe and has an almost blind trust in Ji Xinghe, he is a little worried at this time. Operating 4 mechas at the same time is really inhuman. The mecha squad named Red Star did not leave the battlefield after receiving the order to retreat. Instead, when the follow-up order came, they took advantage of the retreat of the mechas on the front line of the Empire to chase and intercept Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba, and began to charge the Empire's position. Their battle is not over yet, and the orders they received have not been completed. But at this time, someone in the communication channel wanted to disobey the military order. "Captain, we can rush over." "Yes, we can rush over, let's rush." They were different from Ren, who was in another battlefield. They knew from the beginning that Ji Xinghe had joined the war, and they also knew that after Li Yuanba and Ji Xinghe joined together, they decided to go up the mountain. They were excited at the time, because in their opinion, how could 2 people do such a thing as going up the mountain? Even if these 2 people are Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba, they should be taken with them, and they must be taken with them. But those 2 people did not choose to take them. Including them, there were 12 mecha squads, a total of 339 federal mechas, and those 2 people were unwilling to take any. This made the people who just shouted in the name of the galaxy, "We are invincible," feel abandoned. But in the face of military orders, they had no room for rebuttal. But now they have gained an advantage on the front battlefield, and to expand the results of the battle, they may not need so many mechas. On the front battlefield, there are more than just their 12 mecha teams. 1 more or 1 less of the 12 mecha teams will not be too much? "Captain, if we don't go, General Ji and General Li may really be sacrificed," a team member shouted angrily, forcing the captain, who didn't know how to respond, to speak. He actually wanted to say that if we go, we will all be sacrificed, but he didn't say it after all. He asked, "What did we shout just now?" A team member shouted again, "In the name of the galaxy, we are invincible." The captain took a deep breath and asked again, "Yes, in the name of Xinghe, we are invincible." "Why do we shout this slogan?" A team member answered, "Because General Ji Xinghe is here." Another team member answered, "Because he is Ji Xinghe. This is his slogan. This is the slogan of the Xinghe team, and the slogan of the independent regiment." Another team member said in a fanatical voice, "Because this is a slogan that can create miracles." These answers are very important, so the captain asked the last question, "Then do you remember the question?" That question. People remember the question, but the problem is that the person did not ask them that question. The captain asked for that person, "Do you believe him?" This is not a question, because this question has only one answer, and it doesn't even need to be answered. The target team named Red Star is not an exception at this time. Many people are worried that Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba will sacrifice in this sudden battle. Even those who believe in these 2 strongest human beings do not think that this battle in the enemy-occupied area really has any meaning. They should not fight, but should continue to make a detour. It is enough to contain a large number of enemy mechas. Even if they can really destroy hundreds or even more imperial mechas, they cannot be captured at all if they cannot be replenished in time. Repairing mechas is not difficult for the Federation, nor for the Empire. Compared with the risks and benefits, it is not worth it. But using their own lives in exchange for the lives of Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba is very worthwhile for many mecha warriors. Therefore, many members of the mecha team asked for battle, and some of the whole team asked for battle. They all wanted to give up the front battlefield directly, risking being blocked by the enemy, and go deep into the enemy's belly to provide support to Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba. If they need to sacrifice in order for these two people to evacuate, many people will choose to sacrifice themselves without hesitation. And when they all sacrifice to save Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba, the advantages brought by these two people to the front battlefield by restraining nearly 2,000 imperial mechas would disappear. Those victories that have been achieved can no longer be called victories. Even if they are still victories overall, they can only be described as miserable victories. To Yuan, when Yang Ate received many orders to fight, he did not respond, but questioned again by name. Are you really not worried about Ji Xinghe's safety? Tu Yuan knew that Yang Ate wanted to seek support from him. If he could tell Yang Ate responsibly that Ji Xinghe could drive 4 mechas to fight at the same time and exert the combat power of 4 Ji Xinghe, then Yang Ate would deny those orders to fight. Otherwise, he would be prepared to use the lives of hundreds of mecha warriors to exchange for the lives of Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba. The battlefield is not a turn-based game. You sing and I come on stage. Yang Ante can't wait until he finds that Ji Xinghe is really not good, and then make corresponding commands, because it will be too late at that time. Many instructions must be issued in advance, and many troops and firepower must be mobilized in advance. The waste of resources caused by useless work is a trivial matter. The key is that any decision on the battlefield may result in the death of many people. Tu Yuan really wants to tell Yang Ante the answer, but the problem is that he doesn't know the answer either. He can only say, "In my life, I only had one chance to not trust Ji Xinghe, and I used it. Besides, I told him to take care of himself today, and he agreed." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520, Leaving an Undefeated Legend. Ji Xinghe has been thinking, before he returns to the Blue Star, what should he leave for the people on the alien planet? Leave a suddenly vacant commander-in-chief position for Tu Yuan? Leave 300 Pantolin armors, 300 weapons made of tungsten steel gold, and his divine punishment armor to the independent regiment? Leave a hope that he will definitely come back to Han Li, Jackson, Qin Tong, etc., who are looking forward to his return and firmly believe that he will return? Give Xinghe an authorization that she doesn't actually need, so that she can form an army on the alien planet alone and lay a deep and solid foundation for Ji Xinghe's return? Ji Xinghe had thought about leaving something for many people before, and for this he was even willing to give up his independent regiment, give up his divine punishment armor, and persuade Xinghe to give up her 3rd-generation body, 4th-generation body. But he never thought about it, or he subconsciously ignored other people. When he came to the battlefield of the God's Mountain, he didn't actually think about going up the mountain, because he knew that he couldn't go up the mountain at all. Even if he forced himself to go up, he couldn't come down. He was afraid of death, so he didn't want to go. But when Li Yuanba said he wanted to go up the mountain, he agreed without hesitation. It was not because of Li Yuanba, but because before Li Yuanba proposed this idea, he heard a slogan named after him on this battlefield he had never been to before. In the name of Xinghe, invincible. He didn't know those people, he had never seen those people, and unlike those people in base number 6 and base number 5, they really had no contact. But when Ji Xinghe arrived at the battlefield of the God's Mountain, they followed him without hesitation and began to charge. If this was because of the order, there was never any content in the order that asked them to shout that slogan. Why did they shout that slogan? Ji Xinghe understood that he had understood it a long time ago. When he called himself Dust, he had anticipated that there would be such a day. He would carry the hopes of many people, and then leave the alien battlefield that many people were unwilling to leave. This is a kind of disappointment. Ji Xinghe thought that he would disappoint many people, but he really didn't think that he would disappoint so many people. So many, completely strangers. So he agreed to Li Yuanba's proposal to go up the mountain, because he finally knew what he was going to leave for the people who were holding on to the alien planet. This is also thanks to what Li Yuanba said: "I think you haven't done enough. Call General Ji Xinghe, call General Ji Xinghe, please reply if you receive it." At this time, the light of divine punishment that connected the sky and the earth had dissipated, but the sound that sounded in Ji Xinghe's ears was still affected by the residual power of the light of divine punishment that did not distinguish between enemies and friends, so it was mixed with some piercing sounds, and the timeliness was also a little delayed. "Received, say," Ji Xinghe's voice rang in the Federation command of the God's Mountain, and the piercing sound mixed in it was weaker than before, indicating that long-distance communication was constantly recovering. After the technical processing of the command, the noise almost completely disappeared. "Ji Xinghe, I'm Yang Ente, tell me, are you really sure, after all?" Yang Ente did not dare to pin his decision on Tu Yuan's ambiguous words, and he chose to contact Ji Xinghe directly. Even if this behavior might interfere with Ji Xinghe, who was about to start the battle. In comparison, being disturbed for more than 10 seconds is much better than being isolated and helpless and waiting to die under the siege of the Imperial Army. Ji Xinghe sighed in his heart. He didn't want to do this at first, but now he felt that he had to do it. So his somewhat indifferent voice sounded in the headquarters of the Mountain of Gods. "I taught 5 classes in the Battle Scar Canyon. I thought that you would all listen to it and should be able to understand it." Those 5 classes were indeed heard by many people on the battlefield of the Mountain of Gods. Before, when the war in the Battle Scar Canyon was temporarily over, the headquarters of the Mountain of Gods also discussed inviting Ji Xinghe to teach. At that time, Li Yuanba also strongly requested that if Ji Xinghe was invited to come, try to let Ji Xinghe come with Xingyu. So when Ji Xinghe mentioned it, some people in the headquarters thought of the 5 classes. The first lesson, the sword of the heart, no regrets unless you die, and you will also seek victory when you die. The second lesson, we are all amazing. The third lesson, the glory of the human mind. The fourth lesson, the secret and great power. The fifth lesson, I said, there must be light. These 5 lessons are very important. It can be said that they laid an important foundation for the Battle Scar Canyon to achieve its current victory. However, what do these 5 lessons have to do with the current situation of the Mountain of the Gods battlefield? Ji Xinghe, don't talk nonsense, just tell me if you can do it. Yang Ente actually doesn't like to swear, but he has said it several times today, because this is the first time that the Mountain of the Gods war zone he is responsible for has made him feel out of control. It's all because of Ji Xinghe. If Yang Ente had known this, he would never strongly ask Ji Xinghe to come to his Mountain of the Gods war zone for support, but would stop him without hesitation. "Go wherever you want, I don't want an old soldier like you." To be honest, Ji Xinghe is really not an old soldier, but he is a well-deserved old soldier. "Who is talking nonsense?" Ji Xinghe's voice was a little angry, and there was some nostalgia for Tu Yuan's command. It's just the latter, probably only Tu Yuan can hear it. Because of Ji Xinghe's voice was once again heard in the suddenly quiet command communication channel. This time his tone was extremely cold, without any emotion. He said, "I'm invincible, you can do whatever you want." Ji Xinghe unilaterally hung up the communication. He didn't say whether he could do it or not, but his attitude was very straightforward. People finally understood what the 5 lessons Ji Xinghe taught people in the western theater of the Battle Scar Canyon meant. He was not actually teaching others how to drive a mecha, how to establish the determination to win, how. He was just explaining and proving a fact to everyone, a fact that no one should doubt now. Yang Ente took a deep breath, calmed down his emotions and said softly, "Formulate a response strategy based on Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba's ability to win." Yes, while the relevant personnel were formulating strategies, the battle between Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba finally began. In order to avoid the influence of the light of divine punishment, nearly 2,000 imperial mechas that surrounded and intercepted the two stopped when the beams of light connected the sky and the earth. The maneuvering behavior of raising shields and lying on the ground allowed most of them to successfully avoid the damage of the light of divine punishment. The most lethal function of the light of divine punishment is not the energy shock wave that spreads rapidly around when the energy beam hits the surface guidance beacon. It is the electromagnetic pulse contained in it. The electromagnetic pulse was originally called the nuclear electromagnetic pulse, which is a secondary effect produced by a high-altitude nuclear explosion. Later, humans mastered the technology of creating electromagnetic pulses without using nuclear weapons. The light of divine punishment is this technology. Combined with the energy main gun technology that the Federation has not yet successfully developed, it is currently the most effective weaponized application. High power, high energy electromagnetic pulses can be fed directly from the antenna of the mecha, or enter the mecha through electromagnetic induction and coupling from the feeder and other channels, and then form a strong pulse voltage and pulse current, burning the integrated circuits and transistors in the mecha and other components, and even erasing the information stored in the intelligent core. In short, the light of divine punishment can completely make the mecha lose its mobility. When Ji Xinghe used the light of divine punishment for the first time, hundreds of imperial mechas lost their power and became spoils of war that could be manipulated by anyone. But since the light of divine punishment has appeared many times, the Empire has a variety of countermeasures. Of the nearly 2,000 imperial mechas, only more than 200 were affected, and it can be clearly seen that the Empire's engineering troops are charging to repair the damaged mechas. This is the disadvantage of fighting behind enemy lines. The enemy's mechas can be repaired, but if Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba's mechas are damaged, they can only wait for death. There are less than 2,000 imperial mechas in total, but if a real fight breaks out, there will be more than 2,000? The Empire must have more support, but Ji Xinghe chose to give up letting the federal mechas support him. Li Yuanba actually had no opinion on this, and even charged faster than the 4 Ji Xinghe. Before the 4 Ji Xinghe encountered the imperial mechas, Li Yuanba had already taken the lead in destroying them. 3. Almost in an instant. The reason why he can have such a high destroying efficiency is all because Li Yuanba has no defensive maneuvers at all. He charged at full speed, fearlessly rushing into the imperial mechas that came to intercept him, relying on the protective armor made of tungsten steel alloy and the powerful defense brought by the main body of the mech made of tungsten steel gold. When facing these conventional imperial mechas, Li Yuanba really didn't need to defend. He just had to charge forward. His weapons also fit his name, 2 warhammers made of tungsten steel gold. One side looked like the hammer that the mechanic was best at using, and it was indestructible by smashing. The other side looked like an axe, with the cold light flashing at the edge. And it was indestructible by chopping. Li Yuanba, wielding these 2 weapons, was truly unstoppable among the imperial mechas. The hammer face in his left hand hit the head of an imperial mech directly, and the protruding head was instantly flattened. With sparks flashing, the mech fell straight to the ground. The hammer in his right hand hit the chest of an imperial mech. It seemed that it could not cause any fatal damage, but under the huge impact, the protective armor on the chest of the imperial mech was dented, and the transmission components inside were damaged. While kicking hard, Li Yuanba chopped with a sharp blade in his backhand, and the arm of an imperial mech rushing from his side was directly cut off with a bayonet. The bayonet that was originally intended to stab Li Yuanba had already hit the imperial mech with a dent in the chest. In an instant, 3 more imperial mechas were destroyed, and Li Yuanba had plenty of space to move. With a flexible flash, the mech had already rushed in front of another imperial mech. The hammer rose again. Before the 4 Ji Xinghe finally rushed over, Li Yuanba had already destroyed 11 imperial mechas, and opened up a longer charge distance and safer space for the 4 Ji Xinghe's charge. How could such a teammate be let down? Xinghe, my lord, go all out. Yes, Xinghe actually wanted to say something more powerful, such as, my lord has given me an order, and I will go through fire and water at all costs. I have been waiting for a long time. Tremble, gorilla, but she didn't say it, because her lord Ji Xinghe asked her to go all out, so she had to go all out and couldn't do anything distracting. With long-distance communications still affected, she couldn't get the computing support of Nuwa. 3 pangolins were the limit of what she could do. She had completely handed over this body that character will to Ji Xinghe. She used shortwave communications to control the 3 pangolins with all her strength, and began to charge and kill beside Ji Xinghe. The assault formation of the Xinghe team. With Ji Xinghe, the strongest, as the spearhead, Qin Tong and Harris as the flanks, and the blind man, the lame man and others as the rear guard. Today, Qin Tong and the others are not here. But the 3 Zhanshanjia controlled by Xinghe were not inferior to the ace mechas driven by Qin Tong and Harris in terms of combat effectiveness. As for the rear guard position, with Li Yuanba, Ji Xinghe and Xinghe completely gave up their attention to their backs. From Li Yuanba clearing a way for Ji Xinghe to the 4 Ji Xinghe taking over the road, Li Yuanba followed closely and protected the backs of the 4 Ji Xinghe. Everything happened in an instant, and there was no communication in advance. The four Ji Xinghe formed a triangle, with Ji Xinghe as the top corner, number 1 Zun Shanjia as the lower left corner, number 2 Zun Shanjia as the lower right corner, and number 3 Zun Shanjia moving left and right on the bottom edge, choosing to support number 1 or number 2 Zun Shanjia according to Xingayu's analysis and judgment. This triangle is like the arrowhead of a feather arrow, which directly pierces through the imperial mecha that came to intercept, and moves forward. In terms of their combat power, the only weakness is behind them, but they have Li Yuanba behind them. If the four Ji Xinghe formed a triangle, then Li Yuanba, who was behind them, formed a diamond with them. All four corners were sharp, like dart weapons that left no room for maneuver. When they rushed towards hundreds of imperial mechas, they were not afraid of being surrounded by more imperial mechas. Because those imperial mechas had no time to surround them, they had already killed through the blocking formation of the imperial mechas. Then they burst out their high mobility without hesitation, open up the distance between them and the imperial mechas, and chose a direction to charge again. Just like the guerrilla tactics used by the Xing team and the independent regiment before when they were outnumbered, although the number of people became smaller, the efficiency of braking was higher. 35. 67. 94. The number of imperial mechas they destroyed increased, and they were getting closer and closer to the 6 Duke armors. Because every time they chose the direction of charge, it was the location of the 6 Duke armors, and the tactical intention was exposed very clearly. Therefore, the Imperial Mecha Corps also made corresponding tactical adjustments. Many Imperial mechas on the battlefield actually chose to gather at the location of the 6 Duke armors. This means that they have given up the battle plan of chasing and intercepting Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba. Logically, now is the best time to retreat, but since Ji Xinghe has decided to leave something for the people on the alien planet before leaving, how could he give up so anticlimactic? In fact, it cannot be said to be anticlimactic. Up to now, Ji Xinghe, Xingayu, and Li Yuanba, who have used guerrilla tactics, have destroyed more than 200 Imperial mechas in total. Including more than 200 Imperial mechas damaged by the light of divine punishment, the total destruction has reached nearly 500. The Imperial engineering troops rushing over from the Mountain of the Gods were unable to repair the more than 200 Imperial mechas because of their charge. In the eyes of many people, only Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba, combined with the light of divine punishment, have achieved such a great result. How can it be said to be anticlimactic? But Ji Xinghe thinks it is, that is. Without communicating with Li Yuanba, the four Ji Xinghe simultaneously charged at the Imperial mechas that were preparing to assemble. Li Yuanba followed closely behind as before. The Imperial Mecha Corps made another change, dividing into 3 mecha formations with a total of 90 Imperial mechas, desperately blocking Ji Xinghe's charge. Their sacrifice was valuable. All the movable Imperial mechas on this local battlefield were gathered behind the 6 Duke armors. So, when the 90 Imperial mechas were destroyed by 4 Ji Xinghe and 1 Li Yuanba, their cumulative destruction had reached 300, and a scene appeared on the battlefield that made many people in the Federation command of the Mountain of Gods feel incredible. 4 Ji Xinghe and 1 Li Yuanba stood between the corpses of the 90 Imperial mechas, and stood in confrontation with the 6 Duke armors 1 kilometer away from them. Behind the 6 Duke armors were 1,435 Imperial mechas that had already completed their assembly. Apart from the two sides in confrontation, there were no other Imperial mechas that could move in this local battlefield. Retreat, retreat quickly. Another 90 Imperial mechas have been destroyed. That's enough, it's really enough. If you don't retreat, what on earth do you want to do? Many people in the command center had this idea in their hearts, but none of them said it out loud. Yang Ente, who should have given the order to retreat, also remained silent. He had given up commanding Ji Xinghe. At this moment, Li Yuanba's voice sounded, which was completely different from his usual maturity and stability. There was some frivolity that people were unfamiliar with. And this kind of frivolity was not unfamiliar to Ji Xinghe, who had not formally met Li Yuanba. Old Ji, Li Yuanba asked softly, before returning to the Azure Star, shouldn't you leave something behind? Yeah, what is that? You know, I do know, but I want to hear you say it, and many people want to hear you say it. Ji Xinghe was reluctant to say it, and his tone was calm. I'm used to speaking with facts. Li Yuanba was very dissatisfied, and his pleasant voice rang in the ears of many people. You are embarrassed to say it, so let me say it for you. You can leave, but you should leave us an undefeated legend. People were shocked. They still want to fight? In an instant, They became enthusiastic again. Ji Xinghe has never lost a game. Chapter 521. Listen to that. Guerrilla warfare and direct group battles are two completely different concepts. Especially when one side has only 2 people and the other side has more than 1,400 mechas. But when these 2 people drove 5 mechas and charged at more than 1,400 imperial mechas, no one was surprised. So what if the enemy is numerous and we are few? If even the 2 most powerful people in our human world don't dare to fight, how can we win this war? Tu Yuan, who is in the bridge of the space battleship Shenshu Yuan, said softly and then issued an order. Contact the Mountain of God's command and apply for the use of double divine punishment light strikes. The communicator executed the order and reported in time after receiving the reply. Report: the God's Mountain command has reported that the Ji Xinghe space battleship is in place, and the main gun muzzle of the God's punishment light has been preloaded. In fact, there are only 4 space battleships in the Federation equipped with the energy electromagnetic pulse weapon of the God's punishment light. In addition to the 2 space battleships of the Dragon State Space Fleet, the Shenshu and Ji Xinghe, the other 2 belong to the Eagle State and the Bear State Space Fleets, and are now in the Battle Scar Canyon War Zone. The attack effect of the God's punishment light on mechas is very strong. Even if the Empire has a response strategy, it is still very strong, and it can play a role in turning the tide at a critical moment. But this weapon does not distinguish between enemies and friends, so the application conditions are very harsh. It cannot be blocked by non-Duke armor. Even the 24 ace mecha warriors currently in service in the Federation, the ace-level exclusive mechas used by them, are only half able to ignore the influence of the God's punishment light, that is, the mechas made of tungsten steel alloy. And during use, the external information transmission equipment of the mecha must be completely closed, otherwise the electromagnetic pulse generated by the God's punishment light will enter the mecha and cause damage. This also means that when the Federation uses the light of divine punishment, the Empire can also use long-range firepower for bombing. Without intelligence support, it is difficult for the Federation mecha to evade it earlier, and the probability of being hit and causing damage to the mecha increases greatly. Therefore, after the appearance of the light of divine punishment, only Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba have used it. The light of divine punishment, originally prepared for Caitlin and Ravage, has not been fired yet due to insufficient conditions for use. This is also one of the reasons why the Federation has not equipped the light of divine punishment on a large scale. There are many other reasons, but there are only 2 key points. First, the main gun muzzle of the light of divine punishment needs to be made of tungsten steel alloy tungsten steel gold, and the Federation does not have so much. Second, the light of divine punishment is a derivative technology of the energy main gun technology, which can be said to be a semi-finished product that is destined to be eliminated. Now is actually not the right time to use it. In addition to the terrain of the battlefield of the God's Mountain, it is also because the 3 panzers controlled by Ji Xinghe at the same time cannot stop the light of divine punishment. Therefore, whether it is the Shenshu, where Tu Yuan is, or the Ji Xinghe, which belongs to the command sequence of the Mountain of God's War Zone, they can only wait for a better opportunity. Report: the Mountain of God's command has applied to the Nanshanmen General Headquarters for authorization to use the Dongfang 520. Tu Yuan frowned when he heard this report. Yang Ante is really brave. At present, the only missile that the Federation can guarantee that the Empire cannot intercept is the Dongfang 520 of Long Zhao. Weapons called love and peace will naturally bring nuclear peace to the world, so the warheads carried by the Dongfang 520 are all nuclear warheads. And if nuclear weapons are used, Tu Yuan did not say a word in the face of the people who looked worried after hearing the news. He has no authority to stop Yang Ante from using any weapon, even if the weapon may kill Ji Xinghe. The credit for defending the number 5 base war zone allowed him to be promoted from lieutenant general to general, but defending the more difficult number 6 base did not bring him any promotion. The reason, in addition to the fact that there was no more room for promotion, was because 7 people died. Although Kentvis removed him from that matter, Tu Yuan could not remove himself from it, because he was the biggest beneficiary after the death of those 7 people. No matter how much Kentvis removed himself, he could not remove himself from people's hearts. Tu Yuan, Kentvis's competitor, naturally gained corresponding benefits. But benefits and risks always coexist. Because the truth of the matter could not be truly made public, many middle-level officers believe that the deaths of those 7 people and the more than 100 people who were arrested at the same time were all due to their participation in the competition between Kentvis and Tu Yuan, So they ended up like this. Tu Yuan's reputation was damaged again. Otherwise, how could a general like him who could fight and win battles suddenly become idle? Commander, we can notify General Ji directly. A staff officer made a suggestion and began to arrange the deployment of the final fortress when Tu Yuan was silent. Tu Yuan shook his head. Nanshimen will not agree to use nuclear weapons in the God's Mountain, at least not today. Under the current situation, there are only 1,435 Imperial mechas. Even if there are still 6 Imperial Duke armors, and under normal circumstances, they cannot have such a cluster formation. It is the best time to annihilate them. Nanshimen will not agree, because even if they are all annihilated, it will not affect the overall situation. After the staff officer finished speaking, he asked, but what if the Empire continues to increase its troops? Continue to increase troops? Tu Yuan looked at the 5 Federation mechas on the screen that launched a fearless charge against many Imperial mechas, thinking about the 2 people inside. Suddenly laughed. Do you all think that Ji Xinghe can win? If it was a few minutes ago, people would not think that Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba could win. No matter how strong they are, there is a limit. If more than 1,000 Imperial mechas were so easily defeated, the war between the Federation and the Empire would have either ended long ago or entered the nuclear peace era in advance. Either the Federation will nuclear the Empire, or the Empire will nuclear the Federation. But now, it's different. General Ji has never been defeated, a staff officer said. He said he wanted to leave an undefeated myth, so he can leave us an undefeated myth. Undefeated myth? Tu Yuan was a little helpless when he heard such a second-year word again. What Ji Xinghe wants to leave us is not an undefeated myth, But General Li Yuanba said, he was wrong. Tu Yuan asked softly, do you still remember the title of Ji Xinghe? Ji Xinghe has many titles, and the staff officers couldn't understand what Tu Yuan meant for a while. So Tu Yuan said it himself. The old father of 300,000 federal mecha warriors, People were puzzled. What does this title have to do with what Ji Xinghe wants to leave behind? On second thought, some people thought of the undefeated myth that Li Yuanba said, and thought of their father. So some people understood. Tu Yuan's voice rang again, don't think too much, obey the command, or, listen to Dad. After shouting the word undefeated myth again, Li Yuanba once again took the lead in launching a charge. He really didn't care about anything, and never communicated with the headquarters. He was like a soldier beside Ji Xinghe, who only drove the mecha to fight and didn't care about anything else. This may be one of his wishes. Ji Xinghe could call himself dust at the beginning, but Li Yuanba couldn't, because he was the son of a general. Now, Li Yuanba can regard himself as an ordinary mecha warrior in charge in front of Ji Xinghe, but Ji Xinghe can't regard himself as an ordinary mecha warrior and just drive the mecha to fight and ignore other things. Because Ji Xinghe has become a general. Lieutenant General, the rank is higher than that of Major General Li Yuanba. Shanggidan, Ji Xinghe gave an order to Yang Ante, who had more authority than him, while charging. Yang Ante didn't hesitate at all. The use of Dongfang 520 requires the authorization of the Nanshimen Command, but the use of the orbital ballistic missile weapon array named Shanggidan does not require it. The Federal On-Orbit Missile Launch Platform, located in the near-Earth orbit of the alien planet, responded to the order at the first time. When hundreds of missiles left the launch platform, their speed was already calculated in Mach, and they were still accelerating. Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba were only a little more than 1 kilometer away from many Imperial mechas. In terms of the speed of their mechas, they could be described as arriving in an instant. This speed should have been their main advantage in guerrilla warfare. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy retreats, I chase. When the enemy surrounds, I break through. When the enemy blocks, I kill. But now they have given up these advantages and chosen to engage in a head-on battle with more than 1,400 Imperial mechas. Of course, it is impossible to win if they fight normally. When 4 Ji Xinghe and 1 Li Yuanba rushed to the position of the Imperial mechas, the 6 Duke armors, which were originally in the front position, had all retreated behind a large number of Imperial mechas. After they determined Ji Xinghe's combat intentions, they became bait, and Ji Xinghe did not surprise them, or Ada Kang's expectations, and rushed over with a willing attitude. The moment the two sides met, 7 Imperial mechas were destroyed, but the Imperial mechas that had formed a cluster were not able to be killed by destroying 7 Imperial mechas, and even destroying 70 of them could not be killed. At the same time, a large number of Imperial mechas went around from both sides to the back of Ji Xinghe, Xingaiyu, and Li Yuanba, completely blocking their retreat. The detour interval was also very short, which completely restricted Ji Xinghe and his men from charging. This time, they were really surrounded. Ji Xinghe and his men, who had lost their ability to charge, could only form a defensive formation. While attacking and killing continuously, they approached the location of the 6 Duke armors little by little at a speed that was almost as fast as moving. But the distance between them and the 6 Duke armors was getting farther and farther. Because the 6 Duke armors had no intention of coming to fight them, they kept retreating between the imperial mechas, and were about to leave the imperial mecha corps that had completed the encirclement. More than 1,000 imperial mechas would surely kill Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba, who were unable to retreat, as well as the 3 Federation ace mecha warriors who pretended to be special class mecha warriors, right? Yes, the Empire still believed that the drivers of the 3 Zhanshanjia were all Federation mecha warriors. Adakang even believed that Ji Xinghe brought the ace mecha warriors from the independent regiment. This is normal. The independent regiment belongs to Ji Xinghe. How could the commander go to another battlefield alone to participate in the war without any of his masters? Adakang still did not find the problem. This was also related to the light of divine punishment used by the Federation just now. At that time, the communication was affected, and the possibility of remote driving of mechas was almost zero. As for Ji Xinghe driving 4 mechas alone? Adakang could not even dream of this possibility. Report: Federal missiles detected, in the Empire jump base of the God's Mountain. Adakang heard the report, but did not respond. Because it knew very well that when it heard this information, the Federation missiles were about to hit. This is the disadvantage of losing air superiority. It is impossible to detect the missile in the initial and middle stages of the launch. By the time it is discovered, the missile has entered the final flight stage. With the technology of the Federation missile, the speed at this time has exceeded Mach 20 at least. How to intercept a speed of more than 20,000 kilometers per hour? It can only be intercepted with a saturated firepower network. Without Adakang's order, the Empire's command system has already issued the order and it has been executed. The sky above the battlefield where Ji Xinghe is located suddenly brightened up. It was a saturated defense network woven in the sky by multiple close-in defense guns, anti-missile missiles, jamming bombs and other anti-missile weapons. This network is very expensive. If the Federation wants to build such a defense network, it will cost tens of millions of military expenses per second, and many of them are transportation costs. Even if the Empire has a jump gate, in theory all resources belong to Emperor Wu III, and the cost will not be small. In comparison, although the cost of mecha is very high, the latest batch of Federation standard mecha, even if it uses neural link technology, costs more than 120 million per unit, but it can continue to fight and can be recovered and repaired if it is damaged. Unlike these firepower weapons, they are destined to be short-lived from the day they were born. When the sky brightened, Ji Xinghe, who is like a quagmire, knew that the firepower support he applied for would be in place soon. A long time ago, when he just started driving a mecha, someone told him, if you can apply for firepower support, you must apply for firepower support. The firepower support of the Federation has also brought him vital help many times. How could he forget it? Prepare to leap, Ji Xinghe ordered. Yes, Li Yuanba responded. The defense net that has been in the sky for more than 10 seconds still exists. In order to protect more than 1,000 mechas with higher costs, the Empire has no intention of saving ammunition. The existence of this net also has an important purpose, which is to capture or kill Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba alive. As for the other 3 Federal Ace Mecha warriors, there is no possibility of being captured alive. In Adakang's view, Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba are the 2 biggest fish in the Federation. If they are dealt with, the rest are not a concern. But how could a real big fish be afraid of a fishing net? The net that cost tens of millions per second did not completely block the Federation's full support for the 2 big fish. More than half of the hundreds of missiles successfully broke through the blockade of the firepower net and accurately hit the positions of Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba. This is also one of the reasons why they were able to hit successfully. The Empire could never have imagined that the Federation would ignore the 3 relatively low defense Federal missiles that were difficult to block the bombardment of the same indiscriminate enemy missiles. Therefore, the saturation firepower blockade did not actually reach the real saturation. Of course, if you want to achieve real saturation, considering the area of the battlefield where Ji Xinghe is located, it would take several hundred million to be destroyed in 1 second. The sky was extremely bright, with groups of fire bursting in the air, like one small sun after another. The earth suddenly trembled, and the roar accompanied by the shock wave began to spread without distinguishing between enemy and friend. The newly born shock wave and the dust, warheads and metal fragments of the mech wrapped in the shock wave were affected by a new round of shock waves before they could fully release their power. The flames kept on lighting up, the temperature kept rising, and the shock waves kept sweeping in one after another. The Federation lost a perspective of high-altitude reconnaissance, and also lost a main perspective from Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba, because the communication was also affected. This made the Federation very worried. They were not sure whether Ji Xinghe's ability to operate 4 mechas at the same time would have problems due to the communication being affected. Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba would definitely not die in such a firepower bombardment. In addition to using nuclear weapons, their mechas could ensure that they were safe and sound. But if they lost control of the 3 mountain-chopping armors, so that they were broken by the imperial mechas, then when there was only 1 Ji Xinghe and 1 Li Yuanba left, could they still fight? The Empire also lost its ability to observe this battlefield, but Ji Xinghe was not panicked at all. Because another 120 imperial mechas had rushed down from the Mountain of Guts, and their target was the battlefield where Ji Xinghe was. The number was not large, but the elite level was better. Because this was the anti-galaxy Mecha Corps it formed. Because of the short time and lack of resources, it has not yet reached the scale of an independent regiment, but it is enough. Ji Xinghe, who had long anticipated the use of firepower support by the Federation, also had a backup plan that the Federation could not stop. When these 110 Earl armor and 10 Marcus armor rushed to the battlefield, the firepower network above the battlefield finally dissipated. The dust on the battlefield helped by more than 60 Shanghae missiles gradually dissipated. The Federation, which has air superiority, saw the scene on the battlefield one step ahead of the Empire. Hundreds of Imperial mechas have lost their mobility under the bombardment of the Federation's Shanghae, and the number of Imperial mechas that can move on the battlefield is less than 1,000. Judging from this result alone, the value of Shanghae has been fully recovered. Hundreds of Imperial mechas mean hundreds of Venus. People suddenly remembered the origin of the name of the weapon Shanghae. The east wind blows thousands of flowers at night, and blows down the stars like rain. But the effect of Shanghae is not enough. The 4 Ji Xinghe and 1 Li Yuanba, who were originally surrounded, have taken the opportunity to break through the siege. They are also besieging 3 Duke armors, while the other 2 Duke armors did not come to support. They are running away. There is also a Duke armor, which has been destroyed or damaged. This situation did not make the Mountain of the Gods command cheer, because they have seen the Empire's mech reinforcements, and also saw nearly 1,000 Empire mechas that are still capable of fighting on the battlefield, charging towards the position of Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba. Even if the 3 Duke armors can be destroyed, so what? They will still be trapped in the siege of the enemy. 2 against 2,000 is beyond the limit of human combat power after all. Support immediately. Before the order for support was issued, Ji Xinghe's voice had already sounded. The light of divine punishment, double. Chapter 522, Killing Li Yuanba. When being surrounded and beaten by many Imperial mechas, 3 Duke mechas were surrounded and beaten. Such a scene is really rare and beyond the expectations of many people. Not to mention the current situation, just say that the 3 Xianshanjias did not suffer any damage under the Shanghae attack just now, which exceeded the expectations of many people. It shouldn't be. In the war era where firepower is king, if you want to maximize the power of firepower, the premise of precise strikes is indispensable. Under normal circumstances, facing the strongest individual weapons such as mechas, the lethality of missiles is actually very low. Mechas that can rely on the ground to move at high speed have great advantages in avoiding long-range firepower. Moreover, in general, mechas directly break into the position to fight. When the enemy and us are mixed together, it is difficult for firepower such as missiles to distinguish between the enemy and us. The reason why Yang Ate agreed to use Shanghae strikes to support Ji Xinghe is because he knew that the mechas of Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba could ignore Shanghae strikes. Especially Li Yuanba's mecha, after using the neural link technology, the protective liquid in the cockpit can isolate the shock and impact to the greatest extent. Combined with a mecha body made of tungsten steel alloy and tungsten steel gold, even if it is directly hit by a Shanghae missile, Li Yuanba must be unscathed. As for Ji Xinghe's cockpit, there is no protective liquid. He called for support himself. If he was killed, it can't be blamed on me. Yang Ante can be sure that Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba will be fine, But he can also be sure that at least 2 of the 3 Zhangjiajia operated by Ji Xinghe at the same time will be destroyed by Shangyin, and it is more likely that all 3 will be destroyed. Because Shangyin's precise strike target is the location of Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba, only in this way can it cause the greatest damage to the imperial mechas that surround them. Hundreds of imperial mechas can be destroyed by Shangyin, thanks to this. But why do the 3 Zhangjiajia look unscathed? Yang Ante was puzzled, so he was even more puzzled by the order that Ji Xinghe put forward at this time. Since the 3 Zhangjiajia were not damaged, why did Ji Xinghe, who had already demonstrated that he could fight with 4 mechas at the same time and exert the combat power of 4 Ji Xinghe, use the light of divine punishment to destroy his other 3 clones? Zhangjiajia cannot stop the light of divine punishment. There are less than 1,000 mechas in the empire, and 2 of the 6 Duke armors have escaped and 1 has been damaged. No, now 2 have been damaged. The 4 Ji Xinghe and 1 Li Yuanba who were surrounded and beaten, made gains when they were besieging the 3 Duke armors. Logically speaking, Ji Xinghe should apply for long-range firepower support again, and seek the opportunity to completely wipe out the Empire Mecha with the super combat power of 4 Ji Xinghe and 1 Li Yuanba? From thinking that Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba cannot fight this battle to thinking that Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba have the opportunity to completely wipe out the Empire Mecha core, this change in mentality is not only Yang Ante's light of divine punishment, fire. Ji Xinghe's order was not rejected because of Yang Ante and many people's confusion, but was executed at the first time. Thousands of mental activities were just a moment. How could there be so much time for commanders to hesitate on the battlefield? The Kanshu Ape and Jishu Leopard, which were on standby, activated the main guns of the light of divine punishment at the same time. 2 thick energy beams fell from the sky and lasted for nearly 10 seconds in a posture that connected the sky and the earth. 2 energy shock waves swept towards Ji Xinghe's position from 300 meters north and south of Ji Xinghe's position. When they collided with each other, the dazzling light completely submerged the entire battlefield. None of the nearly 1,000 imperial mechas in it could escape. They really didn't expect that with 3 Zhangjiajia, the Federation would dare to use the light of divine punishment, and it was double. They really didn't want to bear this kind of happiness, and they were not blessed to enjoy it. The Imperial Artillery of the Gods Mountain launched dozens of hypersonic and ultra-long-range ballistic missiles at the space battleships of the Ape and the Leopard, hoping to take the opportunity to shoot down the space battleships of the Federation. But their reaction was still a step too slow. When their missiles flew to the predetermined coordinates, the light of divine punishment that connected the sky and the earth had dissipated, and the 2 space battleships of the Federation had already begun to flee. More than 1 billion was wasted in vain. The dazzling light on the surface battlefield had dissipated, but the high-temperature energy contained in it once again stirred up the dust on the earth that had been baptized by the Shangyin, like a dust storm. The Federation and the Empire once again lost sight of the battlefield. This time it was completely lost, and the intermittent communication before was also gone. Both sides did not know what impact the doubled light of divine punishment had on this local battle. But the anti-galaxy Mecha Corps that came down from the Gods Mountain always maintained a high-speed marching posture and rushed forward to the battle site. They were already very close. "Commander," someone shouted at the ground command post of the Gods Mountain. Although no suggestions were made, the intention was very obvious. "Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba, we really need support this time." But Yang Ante did not respond at all, just looking at the battle screen displayed on the big screen in front of him. The battlefield where Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba were located was invisible, but the frontal battle on the Z-96 battlefield had not ended yet. Although most of the Empire's Mecha troops were attracted away by Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba, there were still many Empire troops on the battlefield. Li Yuanba was able to appear here, and Ji Xinghe also airdropped here directly, which showed that the war here was very important. Both sides were heavily involved in the war. Even if there were some advantages, it would be difficult to annihilate the enemy and end the battle in a short time, and the Empire's support forces were about to arrive. In this case, if Yang Ante ordered many federal mechas to go to support Ji Xinghe, the advantage that had just been established would disappear. The Mecha Corps that went deep into the enemy's rear would also be blocked by the Empire's army and become an isolated army. Choose the lesser of 2 evils, and choose the greater of 2 benefits. Which is lighter and which is more important? Yang Ante actually knew what was going on, but he couldn't do what he thought, because Tu Yuan had told him, "I only had one chance to distrust Ji Xinghe, and I used it." His silence did not affect the battle arrangement on the front battlefield. The various orders did not need to be issued by him personally as the commander. The only order he needed to issue was one he could not easily issue. He could only wait. Xinghe armor, General Ji Xinghe armor is out, Bahang armor is out too. The voices rang out in the command center, and people saw two federal mechas appearing on the edge of the local dust storm. Ji Xinghe armor, Li Yuanba's Bahang armor. What is that? Some people looked in doubt, and couldn't believe the picture he could see at this time. The two federal mechas that rushed out of the dust storm should have 8 arms, Xinghe had 6 arms, and Bahang armor had 2 arms, but now there are only 7 arms, and Xinghe has 1 less. Moreover, only 3 arms have weapons. However, these are not the point. The point is that the 4 hands without weapons each hold 4 Duke armor. Mechas are all huge, especially the Empire mechas. The height of conventional standard mechas is more than 4.5 meters, which is equivalent to the height of nearly 2 floors. The height of the Duke armor is generally about 6 meters. Although the height of Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba's mechas is more than 6 meters, they do not have the ability to carry 2 Duke armors each. But now they are not only carrying them, but also very stable, and running very fast. Why? Because the 4 Duke armors they carried only had 1 arm connected to the upper body, and the other arm, 2 legs, and even the head that were not related to the cockpit had all disappeared. Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba each carried the remaining arm of their mechas, no, it should be said that half of the arm, and ran all the way with them. This scene once again stunned everyone. They all remembered the information about Qi that the Federation had just made public, and knew that the Dukes of the Empire had the power of Qi. Some people with higher authority thought of a question that Ji Xinghe had asked the Federal Research Institute. How many do you need? The answer is 7. How many did Ji Xinghe catch before? The answer is 5, 4 Dukes and 1 Marcus. There are still 2, 3 or 4 missing, because Dongguo Silian is special, and Kaisman is just a Marcus guerrilla. Therefore, Ji Xinghe's behavior at this time does not seem strange, but is extremely important to the Federation. But the problem is, at this time, we still need to capture the Imperial Duke prisoner. General Ji, are you serious? And Li Yuanba, why did you agree? After Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba left the dust storm area, the high-altitude unmanned reconnaissance aircraft of the Federation could see them clearly. Li Yuanba's 2 warhammers have returned to the weapon slots of the mecha, just to carry 2 Duke armors. Xinghe armor, which has 1 arm missing, has 3 arms holding weapons, but these weapons are not the tungsten steel gold sword used by Ji Xinghe before. His tungsten steel gold sword is also in the weapon slot of Xinghe. But these 3 arms are all holding weapons made of tungsten steel gold, and 1 hand is holding 2 heavy swords. A total of 4 weapons are all captured. But even if these 4 weapons are made of tungsten steel gold, this will affect the speed of escape too much? General Ji, throw away the burden quickly, communication has been restored. The communicator of the command center reminded the pursuers of the movement and also made a heartfelt suggestion. I know what I am doing. Prepare fire cover. Ji Xinghe rejected this suggestion without hesitation. To do the math, he suffered a loss today. The 3 mountain armors and the tungsten steel gold weapons used were all lost behind enemy lines. Although many Imperial mechas were destroyed, they could not be captured. Although he still has 4 broken Duke armors, they are not possible to be rebuilt into mechas. They can only be recycled into manufacturing materials for federal nuclear power reactors. Ji Xinghe, who was thrifty and had a reputation for being greedy for money, has never fought such a losing battle. How could he give up the 4 tungsten steel gold weapons and 4 broken Duke armors? Tungsten steel alloy is a small matter, and the 4 Imperial Dukes inside are very valuable. Yes, at the same time as the relevant personnel responded, they had prepared fire cover and used long-range support to intercept the Imperial forces that were going to intercept Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba. But people's frowns did not loosen, because the crisis was not completely resolved for the time being. Someone reminded, General Ji, there are many Imperial mechas behind you, they may chase you at any time. If the suggestion was interrupted by Ji Xinghe before it was finished. I haven't overclocked yet. The command center was quiet in an instant. They looked at Xinghe in the 6-armed form, and finally remembered the fact that they had ignored. Ji Xinghe has been fighting until now, and he has not let Xinghe start overclocking and enter the 8-armed form. So no one made suggestions anymore. The local dust storm caused by Shanghain's strike and the double light of divine punishment in the place where Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba fought before has begun to dissipate. Both the Federation and the Empire saw the scene. Nearly 1,000 imperial mechas, under the attack of the double divine punishment light, most of them lost their mobility. They could withstand the divine punishment light once, but they could not withstand the second double divine punishment light that followed. Although the remaining imperial mechas still have mobility, their mobility is somewhat deformed, and they are also affected by the divine punishment light. They did not chase Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba, but surrounded the three Xianxanjia in fear. Judging from their deformed mobility and their attitude of not daring to launch an attack, it is no problem to say that they are terrified. This is also normal. The imperial mechas that the three Xianxanjias had previously destroyed were not much less than the imperial mechas that Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba had destroyed individually. It is conceivable how powerful the federal mecha warriors among them are. Are they really affected by the divine punishment light, so they can move? Or do they have to sacrifice themselves to give Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba a chance to escape, waiting for the imperial mecha to start chasing, and then directly attack from the rear? Until the arrival of the anti-galaxy mech corps, the Empire still had not been able to get the truth. When the three Panthers were surrounded by the Empire mechas, they all exploded. Not only was the power far beyond that of normal mech explosions, but it was also an electromagnetic pulse explosion. The remaining Empire mechas really couldn't hold on this time. The intelligent core and electronic components were almost all burned, and they completely lost the ability to pursue Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba. Even the anti-galaxy mech corps, which had just arrived at the battlefield and was ready to destroy the three Panthers, had some of their mechas affected. Ha, Lord, they would never have thought that the cockpits of the three Panthers were full of bombs. Zhengayu's proud voice rang in Ji Xinghe's ears. Her words were not rigorous. In the cockpits of the three specially made Panthers, each had only an electromagnetic pulse bomb and a detonator connected to its nuclear fuel cell. But judging from the power of the explosion, it was no problem to say that it was full of bombs. Thank you for your hard work. You did a great job this time. Really great, Ji Xinghe praised softly, making Zhengayu even more proud. The situation at this time was very clear. Because of the double divine punishment light and the premeditated self-explosion of the three pangolins, the number of imperial mechas that could chase Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba was almost zero. There were no more, and the few dared not come to die. Those who wanted to intercept were suppressed by the federal firepower, so naturally there were zero. In addition to the fierce but ineffective firepower bombardment of the Empire, Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba's victory could no longer be stopped. With two people against nearly 2,000 imperial mechas, they could have such a victory. Even if the two of them failed to successfully go up the mountain, and now they were in a posture of escaping, no one could say that Ji Xinghe was defeated. His undefeated reputation had to be demonstrated again. What a pity, Li Yuanba's voice rang in Ji Xinghe's ears, and his tone was full of helplessness. In fact, we have a chance to go up the mountain today. This is indeed true. If Ji Xinghe had not requested to use the second divine punishment light to strike, and had not thought about capturing the Duke of the Empire alive, given the situation at the time, 4 Ji Xinghe plus 1 Li Yuanba were fully capable of entering the guerrilla warfare mode again. 4 of the 6 Duke armors were destroyed, 2 escaped, and the remaining nearly 1,000 imperial mechas had lost the ability to stop them. I can't go up the mountain, Ji Xinghe thought of the sense of crisis he had just felt, and combined with the intelligence obtained at this time, he knew the reason, and explained in a serious tone, Ji Xinghe has formed an anti-galaxy independent group. Although there are only 120 mechas, the average combat power is not bad, and it is difficult for us to gain an advantage. Li Yuanba also knew this information, and knew that what Ji Xinghe said was true. Facing conventional imperial mechas, he and Ji Xinghe were able to easily kill and destroy them in seconds. The Baron level and Viscount level mechas were not much different from the imperial standard mechas in front of them. Moreover, the attacks of these imperial mechas are difficult to break their mechas, so they can slaughter ordinary battles. But facing the mecha corps like the anti-galaxy independent regiment, it is difficult for them to continuously kill and defeat them. And the weapons used by the anti-galaxy independent regiment are all made of tungsten steel. They can't bear it. Just like the unparalleled generals in the Three Kingdoms period, they can kill 7 times in the army and take the enemy's head as easily as taking something out of a bag. But if the enemy they are facing is an elite like the Xianxan camp, even if the number is less than 1,000, if they want to charge alone, the end is bound to be death. But I really want to go up the mountain, Li Yuanba sighed. Wait for me to come back. If you haven't been to the mountain yet. Ji Xinghe paused, then said, I'll go up the mountain with you. Wait for you to come back. Li Yuanba was silent for a few seconds before saying, yes, you have captured 4 dukes alive, your mission has been completed, and you can return to the Blue Star at any time. But I don't know if I will still be alive when you come back. As long as you want to live, you will definitely live. Really? Haha. Li Yuanba laughed twice, and suddenly said, then leave Xinghe to me, leave Xinghe to me, not your Xinghe to me. When Ji Xinghe frowned. Xinghe was already clamoring, Lord, kill him. P.S. 305,000 words have been updated in 28 days. Although the debt is not much, I have really worked hard. There are still 3 days left in this month, and there are only 611 monthly tickets. Boss, can you help me get 1,000 tickets? Chapter 523 Xinghe, say hello to him. Seeing Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba driving their mechas to break through the blockade of the Imperial Army and join the Federal Mecha Corps that came to support them, Ji Xinghe, who should have been angry, suddenly laughed. Well, 4 more Grand Dukes have been dealt with, and nearly 500,000 square kilometers of fiefdom can be recovered. In fact, the fiefdoms of these 4 Imperial Grand Dukes are small, and the Imperial resources they can influence are the most important. Those resources include fiefdoms but are by no means limited to fiefdoms. But Ji Xinghe felt a little regretful. As strong as Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba are, plus 3 Federal Ace Mecha warriors, and there are firepower support worth tens of billions. But they could only capture 4 Imperial Grand Dukes and let 2 escape under the siege of nearly 2,000 mechas. They are simply not worthy of being a king. Trash. Ji Xinghe cursed in his heart, not knowing whether he was cursing Ji Xinghe or Li Yuanba, or both. Receive the message from your majesty. Yes, this time, instead of using the warp communication technology, they took advantage of the activation of the large warp gate of the Empire's warp base in the Mountain of Gods to directly contact the Empire Star with normal communication technology. When a large amount of supplies and troops came through the warp gate, Ji Xinghe was also seeking orders from Emperor Wu Yi with a humble attitude. Your Majesty, Ji Xinghe has come to the Mountain of Gods. He and Li Yuanba have joined forces with 3 Federal Ace Mecha warriors. After explaining today's battle situation, Ji Xinghe added, I think the 3 Federal Ace Mecha warriors are all disciples of Ji Xinghe, and he should not have many such powerful disciples. When the Empire was cleaning the battlefield, it did not find any human remains, but the self-explosion power of the 3 mountain chopping armors was extremely great at that time, and it was not impossible that the bodies of the Mecha warriors were completely vaporized. In addition, the special environment of the alien star and being on the battlefield naturally did not exist for any more detailed inspection. Disciple, Emperor Wu Yi frowned slightly. He did not like this word related to Ji Xinghe. Although Ji Xinghe couldn't see the expression of Emperor Wu Yi, he could guess his worries because he was also worried. Ji Xinghe, is it really impossible to get the power of the gift, without the blood of God? He can't get the power of the gift, but besides the gift, can he master another way to get ki? Just like he got the power of ki and the gift are 2 concepts. For example, Ji Xinghe's way of getting ki is a life and death struggle, but the power of ki given by the gift is 100% successful. Yes, but it's more than that. After hearing this, Ji Xinghe didn't delve into it any further, but talked about the war. Your Majesty, the 2 of them want to go back. I want to confiscate their Duke armor, as well as the Marcus armor and Earl armor of their personal guards. The 2 frightened Dukes of the Empire didn't want to stay in the battlefield of the Mountain of Gods at all. Before, when there was only one Li Yuanba, they dared to stay and fight, and constantly used their own combat power and command of the army to gain military merit. When Ji Xinghe came, they were not afraid. Instead, they dared to take the initiative to ask for a fight when Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba were alone in the deep. This may not be without the coercion of the commander Ji Xinghe, but it doesn't matter. The important thing is that they are afraid now. This situation would be fearful for everyone. Nearly 2,000 mechas were surrounded, but they were almost annihilated by Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba with the help of the Federation's long-range firepower and high-tech weapon, the Light of Divine Punishment. How could they not be afraid? Even 6 Duke armors couldn't beat them. If Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba wanted to go up the mountain again, how could they be stopped? Who would I? Emperor Wu Yi was not surprised by Ji Xinghe's statement, but he rejected Ji Xinghe's proposal. Let them come back, and you should also prepare to come back. Yes, Ada Kang was a little surprised. "Your Majesty, is it about to start?" "Yes," Emperor Wu I nodded and said, "They are about to start. When you come back, remember to release Dongguo Leon." Dongguo Leon. Ada Kang frowned, and he understood what Emperor Wu I meant. The group of imperial nobles represented by Dongguo Leon wanted to do something, which was not secret. Ada Kang had a tacit understanding with them before. However, now it is different. "Okay," after Ada Kang responded, he looked at the metal man who was standing next to Emperor Wu I as before, and asked, "Before I leave, can you let me kill Li Yuanba?" The metal man did not respond. Emperor Wu I asked softly, "Why? Because Ji Xinghe is here?" Ji Xinghe will definitely find a way to teach Li Yuanba the power of Qi. If he succeeds, Li Yuanba will really be unkillable. Compared to Ji Xinghe, Li Yuanba is younger and will become more powerful. His influence in the federal military will also be higher than Ji Xinghe's. If you can kill him, then kill him. "Yes." Ada Kang glanced at the metal man again and smiled. The communication ended. Emperor Wu I looked at the metal man and asked curiously, "Why don't you beg for mercy? Or, as I suggested before, let me send those nobles with rebellious hearts to Li Yuanba for him to kill?" The metal man asked back, "Will it work?" "No use." Emperor Wu I asked again, "Are you really not worried? You can't kill him." "Why?" The metal man did not answer, but asked, "After the jump gate in the Battle Scar Canyon is destroyed, you only have the Mountain of Gods as the only interstellar jump gate. If I were the commander-in-chief of the Federation, I would destroy it at all costs, even if it means destroying the Mountain of Gods. Without these two interstellar jump gates, what can you do even if you truly unify the Empire?" Emperor Wu I laughed. "When there were no interstellar jump gates, we could go to alien planets, let alone now? Moreover, do you really think that we only have two interstellar jump gates on alien planets?" The metal man asked directly. "Where are they?" Emperor Wu I did not hide anything. 3-6 Grand Canyon. It's just a matter of a few nuclear weapons. You have already exposed the information that nuclear weapons will affect the jump gate. As long as there is a chance, the Federation will not mind using more nuclear weapons. Yes, it's just a matter of a few nuclear weapons. But what if your Federation doesn't know? As long as you send out a large army using the interstellar jump gate, the Federation will definitely know. Who said I'm going to send out a large army? In the future, I will no longer send a large army to an alien planet. The metal man instantly understood that the war on alien planets, after more than 20 years, was finally going to turn into another form. Without sending an army through the interstellar jump gate, your only advantages in manpower and logistical supply will be gone. I have to thank Ji Xinghe for this. He made me understand what are real advantages. You're welcome. This is just your illusion. After the Federation has neural link technology, your mechas have no advantages at all. And it will take at least 10 years for you to develop neural link technology. What if I give the power of Qi to those civilians? The metal man was silent for a moment before speaking again. That will make the causes of conflicts that you have eliminated with the help of the war with the Federation reappear, and they will be more numerous and more serious than before. Yes, because the rebelliousness of the civilians is even greater. Emperor Wu I agreed with the metal man's statement, but laughed again. It takes time for the conflicts caused by them to erupt, and this time is enough for me to occupy your blue star, and then destroy the imperial star left for them. You want to change homes? The metal man suddenly laughed. Dream on. Really? Emperor Wu I also laughed and said softly, the spaceship can take off in 3 years at the earliest and 5 years at the latest. Do you know how fast it is? Do you know how strong its energy shield is? Do you know how fierce its main gun is? The metal man was silent again, and this time he couldn't speak for a long time. Not to mention how much technology the spaceship brought to the Empire. Just saying that the spaceship took the Empire decades or even hundreds of years to repair, is enough to show its strength. Aren't you afraid that the spaceship will attract alien civilizations that scare you? I've said that it will take at least 50 years for that civilization to come to the Empire Star. Whether I use that spaceship or not, it will take at least 50 years. It's enough. Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba, who returned victorious, naturally heard the cheers of the people. The war is not over, and the wars on the battlefields of the Gods Mountain seem to never end. But those who need to fight should fight, and those who need to rest should rest. Under the coordination of the headquarters, there is no conflict between the two. The first place the two arrived was the machine repair area. In addition to repairing their two mechas, The 4 Duke armors they brought back from the battlefield also need to use the professional tools in the machine repair area to complete the disassembly. In order to prevent the 4 Imperial Dukes from escaping halfway, Ji Xinghe not only teamed up with Li Yuanba to cut off almost all the limbs of the 4 Dukes, but also forcibly sealed the hatch of the cockpit. He was actually worrying too much? Under the constant bombardment of firepower, even if Ji Xinghe asked the 4 Imperial Dukes to get out of the mecha, they would never dare to do so. On the battlefield, stray bullets can be fatal. Even if they have the power of ki, they can't guarantee that they will not be pierced through the skull by stray bullets. The work of dismantling the cockpit went very smoothly. There were 40 elite soldiers wearing individual exoskeleton armor to guard it. Ji Xinghe, who was also wearing individual exoskeleton armor, personally dismantled the cockpit doors of the 4 Dukes one by one. There was also Li Yuanba driving the mecha and watching covetously. 3 of the 4 Dukes did not resist. The remaining one wanted to resist but couldn't because it was dead. Li Yuanba, who seemed to be paying attention to Ji Xinghe dismantling the mecha, was actually paying attention to Xinghe, which was being repaired not far away. Suddenly feeling a sense of crisis, he moved his sight and saw Ji Xinghe's expressionless face. "Why are you looking at me? I didn't kill it on purpose. If I had known it was dead, I wouldn't have carried it so far." The dead Imperial Duke was one of the 2 that Li Yuanba was responsible for damaging and capturing. This made the atmosphere of the battle area a little awkward. Ji Xinghe, who had taken off his individual exoskeleton armor helmet, put down the Duke in his hand and said coldly, "Get down," then he turned and left. Li Yuanba did not hesitate, and took off his armor and followed Ji Xinghe, attracting many curious eyes. The 3 Imperial Dukes that were successfully captured alive, as well as the body of the Imperial Duke, will naturally be arranged and cleaned up by other people. Ji Xinghe does not need to take care of these things. The things he needs to take care of most now are all related to Li Yuanba. It is worth mentioning that when leaving the machine repair area, Li Yuanba glanced at Xinghe again. And this glance was also captured by Xinghe. "My lord, you really have to kill him. He has been secretly watching me. He was secretly watching me when you dismantled the mecha just now. I was so scared." Xinghe's voice kept ringing in Ji Xinghe's headphones. "He must have discovered my existence. Although it is unlikely, the risk is really too great. My lord, when you fight him later, just kill him directly, just in time to avenge Chen Xing." Haha, he dared to say that he beat Chen Xing badly at the beginning? Look at him, walking like a dragon and a tiger, domineering. He is simply looking for death. In the face of Xinghe's words, Ji Xinghe did not respond. There were always other people around, and Li Yuanba followed him again, so he could not respond directly. Soon, the 2 came to an open area in the machine repair area. The frontline battlefield is a structure without a training area. After all, it is not a survival base. The space in the underground defensive facilities is limited, and war is the best training, but the casualty rate is too high. "Are we going to fight now?" Li Yuanba saw Ji Xinghe suddenly stopped in this open area, and he laughed and asked, "Want to chat for a while? What to talk about?" I know." Li Yuanba waved his hand to signal the people who followed him to go away, and then he approached Ji Xinghe and whispered, "Talk about it. It's not too late to fight after talking, and I think you need to make up your mind to kill me." Ji Xinghe was really sure now, but he was a little puzzled. Why? Don't play dumb, okay?" Li Yuanba suddenly became serious. "Because I can't do it, so you can't do it either." Ji Xinghe was silent. Li Yuanba continued, "Whether it was your previous remote driving of Xinghe combat, or operating 2 mechas at the same time, and today's simultaneous driving of 4 mechas, I can't do it, so I know there must be something wrong here. This is a very normal speculation. There should be many people in the Federation who can make this speculation. But the problem is that for others, it is normal for Ji Xinghe to be able to do what they can't do. There are such people in every era, who can do what ordinary people can't. Even those who can leave their names in history are only worthy of assisting such people. There has always been only one person who has become emperor. Although Ji Xinghe's actions are still far from becoming an emperor, this is also due to the institutional problems of the Federation. If it were really in troubled times, the Emperor Xing would surely be born among the stars. But the problem is that Li Yuanba is also such a person. If I wasn't sure before, Li Yuanba suddenly laughed. "Now, I can be sure that you have a problem, and Xinghe has a problem." Ji Xinghe stretched out his right hand helplessly. "Come on, lend a hand." For ordinary people, lending a hand means to help, but for Li Yuanba and Ji Xinghe, It is a test of hands between warriors, also known as hand-holding. Li Yuanba was not afraid, and also stretched out his right hand, and put his wrist against Ji Xinghe's wrist. The two of them put on this posture, and the people watching from afar all turned into monkeys, with a feeling of scratching their ears and cheeks. But because of Li Yuanba's previous order, they still didn't dare to come forward to take a closer look. So no one noticed that when the two wrists touched, Li Yuanba's expression became extremely surprised. You actually really mastered the power of Qi. Li Yuanba actually had guessed it long ago, but the intelligence said that Ji Xinghe only mastered the method of inflating. But Ji Xinghe had not inflated before coming to the God's Mountain to participate in the battle today, and he had not done so just now. So when he felt a special force that was not strength, how could he not know the truth? Ji Xinghe did not explain, nor did he stop, and asked directly, what about now? Li Yuanba did not stop either, feeling that the special power had invaded his body, but did not bring any harm, but instead made him feel that his energy was gradually flourishing, and the consumption of today's battle was recovering rapidly. His eyes became brighter and brighter. There is still a problem, he insisted. I said, what I can't do at all, you can't do it either. Because I am Li Yuanba. Ji Xinghe was speechless. He could only say that Li Yuanba's reason was very good and powerful. Completely unable to do and unable to do are indeed two concepts that can be described as worlds apart. It was also because Ji Xinghe wanted to leave something he wanted to leave on the alien planet before returning to the Blue Star, so he did something too much and too outrageous. If the power of Qi can really reach such a level, the Empire's mecha is definitely not a humanoid ape-shaped structure. Compared with a humanoid ape-shaped, in fact, the strongest combat form and the form that adapts to special environments are more suitable for structures that combine multiple animal forms. But the problem is that the 8-armed form of Xinghe, which is similar to a spider, has explosive combat power, but neither humans nor apes can control it perfectly. Instead, it is easy to make various mistakes during the operation. After a little hesitation, Ji Xinghe made a decision. Xinghe, say hello to him. Yes, Li Yuanba's eyes seemed to glow suddenly, and his eyes were bright and dazzling. Not only because of Ji Xinghe's words, but also because he heard Xinghe's voice. It sounded in his headphones. Li Yuanba, why is your mouth so hard? I think if you were killed by a nuclear weapon, the only thing that could be left at the scene must be your mouth. Chapter 524 Ji Xinghe's good son. Li Yuanba finally reached back his hand. He had no intention of fighting with Ji Xinghe now. I'm going to the toilet. I'll fight you when I come back, Li Yuanba shouted and ran to the toilet in the machine repair area, not giving Ji Xinghe any time to react. He was not worried that Xinghe would ignore him. For the people around who heard Li Yuanba's voice, it was actually a bit unacceptable. Seeing that the two strongest humans in the Federation were about to decide who is the strongest today, how could they suddenly go to the toilet? Yes, today Li Yuanba and Ji Xinghe rushed into the enemy's rear and killed a lot of people, and the whole process took more than 6 hours. But the nutrients that mecha warriors drink will not bring more excrement. Even if they urinate, they will have diapers. And who is Li Yuanba? Although he is not as high profile as Ji Xinghe, and he has also come up with the Jimin Bible, the fact that Li Yuanba has practiced Gangjin is not a secret to many people in the battlefield of the God's Mountain. When several kinds of Jin were officially disclosed in the Jimin Bible, someone asked Li Yuanba, the previously undisputed strongest man in the Federation. The initial answer was Ganjin, and the later answer became Gangjin. As we all know, Ji Xinghe never needs to go to the toilet. At least I haven't heard that he went to the toilet when he participated in the war. As for living in the base for a long time, who cares whether he goes to the toilet or not? And this ability, I don't know how many people envy it. Going to the toilet on the alien planet, especially in the war zone, is too troublesome. It really responds to an old saying on the Blue Star, if you can't poop, the alien planet has no gravity. Ji Xinghe, standing in place, typed on the bracelet. He is fake to go to the toilet. What are you afraid of? But I'm a girl, how can I follow him to the men's toilet? Then I'll let him go to the women's toilet. No need, Lord, I just found out that the toilets here are not divided by men and women. Xinghe was a little helpless with Ji Xinghe's insistence. She really didn't want to expose her existence, but it was obviously impossible to kill Li Yuanba. Then we can only chat? The toilets in the alien base are divided into male and female, but there is obviously no such rule on the front line, and there are not enough resources to implement this rule. There are actually quite a few female soldiers in the Federation, but most of them are concentrated in medical, logistics, technology and other aspects. Most of the soldiers who really go to the front line to fight directly with the Empire are male soldiers. Because of the innate difference in physical fitness, each has his own duties. Li Yuanba never thought that because he lied about going to the toilet, he almost missed the opportunity to chat with Xinghe. He sat down in a pretentious manner, and when he was about to speak, he heard Xinghe's voice. "Don't talk to me, there is someone next to you, type with your bracelet." Yeah, Li Yuanba finally spoke to Xinghe, but as we all know, it is really normal to say yeah when going to the toilet. Start typing. Your name is Xinghe? Yes. Are you an artificial intelligence life? Yes. Are you self-aware? Yes. Are you really not an intelligent life from an alien civilization, or are you simply an alien life that has come to our human world? No. Is it Ji Xinghe who doesn't let you make your existence public? No. Is it you who don't want to make your existence public? Yes. Do you want to silence me? Yes. Did Ji Xinghe stop you? Yes. Besides yes and no, can you say anything else? Wasn't you very humane when you spoke just now? I'm too lazy to tell you. Who are you? I'm Li Yuanba. Haha, that's amazing. I think I'm really amazing. It's just 36 red stars. It'll only take me a few minutes to get them. Li Yuanba also chose to use the red star system pioneered by Ji Xinghe. This may be one of the reasons why Xinghe was willing to talk to him. But after changing to red stars, Li Yuanba did not have as many stars as Ji Xinghe, which was directly related to his fighting method. Most of the Imperial mechas he destroyed were Imperial Earl armor, Marcus armor, and Duke armor. The Duke armor can be directly counted as a red star, but the Earl armor and Marcus armor cannot. If you really count the number of destroyed mechas of these nobles, Ji Xinghe is not as good as him. In particular, Li Yuanba once destroyed a general armor, a prince armor, and a prince armor. Although Ji Xinghe destroyed a prince armor, it was not driven by Ada King himself, and the general armor that he helped Han Li to destroy before was also counted on Han Li's head. Are you so strong? Then who is stronger between you and Ji Xinghe? Of course it's Ji Xinghe. Xinghe forced herself not to use the title of Lord to Ji Xinghe. In front of Li Yuanba, who is temporarily unclear about the enemy, directly using the title of Lord is tantamount to flattering Ji Xinghe. Xinghe is smart. Which ones were accomplished by Ji Xinghe, and which ones were accomplished by you? None of your business. Are you really not afraid that I will expose your existence? You have been hiding in the toilet. How can I be afraid? That makes sense. Li Yuanba nodded, and then asked the most critical question he wanted to ask. What is your attitude towards the Federation and humans? I said, will you believe me? Ji Xinghe believes in you, and I believe you. Then what are you asking? Xinghe's attitude was very bad, but Li Yuanba laughed happily. Because he could feel that Xinghe's degree of anthropomorphism was very high, and the higher the degree of anthropomorphism, the more it means that it identifies with humans and has the same three views as humans. So, it was you who actually left base number 5 with Ji Xinghe, not Ji Xinghe who drove you away and made more than 30 elite mecha warriors unable to catch up. Xinghe asked back, is this also the reason why you guessed that I might exist? Of course, Li Yuanba typed confidently. What I couldn't do at the age of 7, no one else can do. This reason is the same as the previous reason, so Ji Xinghe was speechless. But Xinghe is obviously not Ji Xinghe, and Ji Xinghe is not Ji Xinghe. Xinghe sneered directly in Li Yuanba's ear, you know nothing about real talent. Li Yuanba raised his eyebrows and typed, is your talent very strong? My lord Xinghe has the appearance of an empress. Of course, Xinghe could only say this in her heart, and perfunctorily said, when she is 11 or 12 years old, you will know. Li Yuanba frowned again. You mean, Ji Xinghe will bring Ji Xinghe to Alien Star in 3 or 4 years? And let Ji Xinghe join the war? Is he crazy? Xinghe should be furious when someone scolds her lord. But the problem is that she can hear the concern in Li Yuanba's heart, which makes her a little entangled whether she should scold him back. Is it possible, I mean, just a possibility, that Ji Xinghe wants to join the war herself? Is she willing? This sentence made Li Yuanba silent. He thought of the previous conversation with Ji Xinghe, and the words in his heart that he had been reluctant to tell others for many years. He said them to Ji Xinghe without reservation. The reasons are very simple. Ji Xinghe is as powerful as him, Ji Xinghe is older, Ji Xinghe is a respectable and enviable father, and Ji Xinghe has made great achievements for the Federation and mankind, willingly. If you say so, then she is indeed better than me. Li Yuanba did not say the word talent, and it seems that he is still a little unconvinced in his heart. This is normal. If there's a bloodline theory, his bloodline must be stronger than Ji Xinghe's bloodline. 4 fathers and sons, 3 generals. Whether it is a son of a general or a family of loyal heroes, they are more than a little stronger than the Ji family, at least for now. Stop talking nonsense, Xinghe spoke again. She couldn't wait to see Ji Xinghe beat Li Yuanba up. She urged, what do you want? Just say it directly. If you keep on talking, I will kill you. Kill my mouth. Li Yuanba was still talking nonsense, or maybe it wasn't nonsense. What are you going to use to kill it? Detonate my headphones or bracelet? Or, the next time I drive a mecha into battle, let my mecha go out of control? Self-destruct, I will release all the recordings of your conversations with Ji Xinghe and let you die. This. Li Yuanba suddenly regretted having a heart-to-heart with Ji Xinghe. He had never doubted Ji Xinghe's character, but he never thought that Ji Xinghe really had an artificial intelligence life, and this artificial intelligence life was so shameless. What he didn't know was that Xinghe was also scolding Ji Xinghe in his ear for being shameless, and continued to clamor to kill Li Yuanba's mouth feebly. Faced with Xinghe's crazy complaints, Ji Xinghe typed a response with some helplessness. After I leave, your plan will always need help. Han Li and the others can't do it, but Li Yuanba can. Xinghe calmed down. She had told Ji Xinghe about her plan before, but it was really difficult to execute it. Compared with Li Yuanba, Han Li and others are inferior in all aspects, especially in covering for Xinghe. Li Yuanba said that what he couldn't do, Ji Xinghe couldn't do either. But only he can say this, and only he can be so stubborn about Xinghe's speculation that Ji Xinghe has to admit it. Of course, it is also related to what Ji Xinghe said to Xinghe at this time. If Ji Xinghe is really as stubborn as Li Yuanba, it's just a verbal battle at best. Who can force Ji Xinghe? Who can discover the existence of Xinghe? It's the same with Li Yuanba. Except Ji Xinghe, no one can say to Li Yuanba, what I can't do, you can't do either. No one can force Li Yuanba. In this way, Li Yuanba is indeed the best cover, and he is unique after Ji Xinghe leaves the alien planet. In the toilet on the other side, Li Yuanba finally stated his purpose. Ji Xinghe went back for Ji Xinghe, I can understand. But you can't help them, and you shouldn't go back. If you're on the side of us humans, you want me to help you. I want you to help the Federation and help humans, and I want to help you too. Li Yuanba asked back, don't you really want to use your abilities on the battlefield? Do you know what I am capable of? 3 Ji Xinghe, isn't that your limit? No, I can't reach the level of 3 Ji Xinghe, at most the level of 3 Li Yuanba. Really? Fake. 3 Han Li like Ji Xinghe, that's enough. You really accept everyone? 3 Han Li is already very strong. 3 Han Li like Ji Xinghe is even stronger. I can help you, but I have a few conditions, you say. When Li Yuanba returned to the open area of the machine repair area, the onlookers had increased several times compared to before. That is, during the war on the front line, if it were in a living base like base number 6 or base number 5, it should be overcrowded now, and the live broadcast channel has been established. People noticed that Li Yuanba's face was constantly smiling, and it seemed that going to the toilet would release some burdens. So now is the time for both sides to fight with all their strength, so everyone is looking forward to it. The battle did not disappoint everyone. However, what no one expected was that the much-anticipated Li Yuanba would lose so cleanly in this much-anticipated battle. Li Yuanba, who took the initiative to rush towards Ji Xinghe, was so fast that it was beyond the scope of the onlookers' naked eyes. But the picture of him flying backwards was also incredibly fast, and also beyond the scope of people's naked eyes. Compared with Li Yuanba, who flew more than 10 meters and staggered back several steps when his feet landed, Ji Xinghe, who stood in place as if he had never moved, was undoubtedly the absolute winner. That's it? People are unwilling to believe everything they see with their own eyes, and people are only willing to believe everything they are willing to believe. Everyone was stunned, and even suspected that Li Yuanba was cooperating with Ji Xinghe in acting. Obviously, Li Yuanba had no rivals in the army before, including mecha warriors like Ravich, Kadilan, and Han Li, as well as the elite special forces who were best at fighting, were not Li Yuanba's opponents. They all practiced Gangjin. Ji Xinghe was obviously 67 years old, and Li Yuanba was in his prime. How could he be defeated in one move? People didn't believe it. Ji Xinghe didn't believe it either. He had an angry look on his face, and he didn't know whether it was towards Li Yuanba, Xinghe, or both. Seeing that Li Yuanba looked like he was not willing to admit defeat, he burst out again and rushed over at a speed, but in essence, he was ready to fly backwards with force just like before. Ji Xinghe stepped forward and raised his hand to make a big chop, which was one of the moves in Bajiquan that Li Yuanba was best at. Strength spurted out, and the ki ran through the whole body. The power was fierce and unparalleled. Li Yuanba, who originally wanted to fly backwards again, realized something was wrong in an instant. Ji Xinghe's move was going to break his ribs. After all, he was a peerless master, and his reaction was extremely fast. Li Yuanba, who gave up the momentum of flying backwards, crossed his arms and directly blocked Ji Xinghe's move. But Ji Xinghe attacked with anger, using the energy that he was unwilling to use just now. How could Li Yuanba be able to block such a strong force? He should have dodged. When such a thought flashed through Ji Xinghe's mind, he was already unable to retract his strength, and his right hand hit Li Yuanba's arms. There was a muffled bang, like a gunshot echoing in the secret room. Li Yuanba was hit by this move and knelt directly in front of Ji Xinghe. The metal ground under his knees had already had a clear dent, almost wrapping up his knees. Another move, the winner is decided again. Ji Xinghe raised his hand and took a step back, looking at Li Yuanba with an ambiguous look. When Li Yuanba stood up, he raised his hand to signal to the people around him that he was fine. He coughed twice as if he had suffered internal injuries, and spoke slowly. Is this the power of ki? People were shocked instantly. Yes, Ji Xinghe has mastered the power of ki. When he was fighting without armor, even the Marquis of the Empire could beat several of them unilaterally, which has long exceeded the limit of human combat power. No matter how powerful Li Yuanba is, he has not mastered the power of ki. What is unacceptable about losing in one move? Ji Xinghe sighed in his heart. His eyes returned to calmness, and he spoke softly. Yes, this is the power of ki. People had a feeling of sudden enlightenment and that it was supposed to be so. Li Yuanba asked aloud, then when can I get the power of ki? They will leave you a Duke of Ki. You can do it, why don't you teach me more? At most, I will worship you as my teacher like Han Li and the others, Xinghe. Ji Xinghe knew without asking that this must be Xinghe's trick. Even if he had the power of ki, his physical fitness could be fully increased. But who is Li Yuanba? Not only is he younger than him, but his combat experience far exceeds his. He has received the most formal and systematic training since he was a child, and his major is the fierce boxing style of Bajiquan. How could he not be his opponent? If we really only look at physical fitness, how could Ji Xinghe beat those Marquis gorillas when he didn't need to breathe before? Master, please accept the disciples' worship. Li Yuanba, who had just stood up from the ground, knelt down again. And this time, no one was surprised. From today on, Ji Xinghe deserves the title of the strongest in the Federation. And no matter whether it is a battle without armor or a battle with armor, Ji Xinghe has proved that he can operate 4 mechas at the same time. No matter how strong Li Yuanba's armor is, he can't beat 4 Ji Xinghe. Unless, there are 4 Li Yuanba? When people thought so, Ji Xinghe had already spoken helplessly. Get up, master. You first agreed to accept me as your apprentice and promised to teach me the secrets of ki and the secrets of operating multiple mechas at the same time, then I will get up. When Ji Xinghe was silent, Xinghe's voice rang in his ears. My lord, it's really not my fault. He just regretted talking nonsense in front of you before, and was afraid that you would take the opportunity to retaliate and beat him, so he acted like this. You'd better agree quickly. These are all his people. We can't offend the public. It must be said that Ji Xinghe did not use his full strength, and the headphones could not be shaken down. He did have the strength and idea to beat Li Yuanba. If his ki burst out with all his strength, and Li Yuanba did not dodge just now, he would be able to break Li Yuanba's arms. As for what Xinghe said that there were Li Yuanba's people around, it was actually true, but it was not important at all. Okay, I'll teach you, Ji Xinghe finally agreed, and Li Yuanba happily got up and approached Ji Xinghe. He practiced very well and was not injured just now. Master, I finally know what you want to leave us. It's not some undefeated myth. Ji Xinghe was too lazy to pay attention to Li Yuanba. This man was completely different from the Li Yuanba he had heard of and expected before. But Li Yuanba was not a two-faced person. It can only be said that no one could defeat him before, and no one was worthy of him showing his true self. His identity also determined that he could not show his true face to others. Ji Xinghe was speechless, but Li Yuanba spoke to himself. The old father of 300,000 federal mecha warriors, what you want to leave us is in this title, The spectators pricked up their ears. They didn't want Ji Xinghe to leave, but Ji Rongzhenayu's affairs were no longer a secret, and they all understood Ji Xinghe's departure. But, after all, there are many reluctances, many regrets, and many worries. There will also be some people who think that compared to the value that Ji Xinghe can create in the alien battlefield, Ji Rongzhenayu, this child, is not worth it. Save one person, or save thousands of people? This choice is hard to explain and distinguish. Li Yuanba made another supplement after Ji Xinghe made an agreement with hundreds of millions of people. Father, you will always be the greatest support for children. You treat us all as your children, so you have to be our greatest support. In today's battle, what you want to tell us is not that you are invincible, nor what I said, you are the undefeated myth of the Federation. It's just like when children go out to venture, their fathers will tell their children not to be afraid. You want to tell us not to be afraid. If we lose, you will lead us to win. If we sacrifice, you will avenge us. Everyone around was silent, and they all thought of their fathers. Some are still there, and some are no longer there, but whether they are there or not, their fathers can't come to the alien battlefield to fight alongside them. After they sacrifice, their fathers can't come to the alien planet to avenge them like Ji Xinghe. Even if they really come, how can they fight an undefeated myth like Ji Xinghe? People like Li Yuanba have envied Ji Xinghe, so how can others not envy Ji Xinghe's father Ji Xinghe? There are also many people who envy Chen Zhuan, because Ji Xinghe took the independent regiment to the Battle Scar Canyon to avenge Chen Zhuan. Before, people seemed to envy only these two people. But now, Li Yuanba said that Ji Xinghe is the old father of all of them. If they lose, Ji Xinghe will come to the alien star from the blue star again, fight side by side with them, and lead them to win the war. If they sacrifice, Ji Xinghe will come across the sea of stars again, just like avenging Ji Xinghe and Chen Zhuan, and use the dry bones of hundreds of millions of gorillas to commemorate their heroic spirits, and then take them home. Take their remains and the final victory home. When people recall their parents and relatives, some of their lifeless eyes gradually become fanatical, and all this fanaticism is focused on Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe did not deny it, because what Li Yuanba said this time was indeed what he wanted to say, a thought. But now, this thought has been turned into a responsibility that Li Yuanba cannot shirk. He is worthy of being the son of Li Anbang. Ji Xinghe nodded and said nothing, but made people's eyes more fanatical. Now he really doesn't need to say anything inspiring. He is standing here as a banner of revenge and victory. He didn't feel that he was forced, just like the 4 words he said to Li Yuanba. The revenge of Ji Xinghe, the revenge of Chen Zhuan, the revenge of Zhang Jin, the revenge of Instructor Li, the revenge of Lans, their revenge has not been completed yet. And if you want to complete the revenge, you must win the final victory. This is the case for revenge for people Ji Xinghe knows, and it is also the case for revenge for more people Ji Xinghe doesn't know and has never seen. So, in the final analysis, it's just his willingness. How can he be forced by others? People finally dispersed, leaving Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba behind, when Ji Xinghe suddenly spoke. Don't call me master anymore, then what should I call you? Don't you dislike Li Anbang as your father? I'll do it, you do it. When Li Yuanba frowned, Xingai's voice rang in his ears. Let me translate for you. From today on, when you see Ji Xinghe, remember to call him Dad. I will call you Ji Xinghe's big son reluctantly. You are indeed older than Ji Xinghe now, ha ha ha. Chapter 525, Ji Family Secret Skills, Avatar. Of the 3 Imperial Dukes, 2 were transported to the Nanchaman space station at the first time. So far, Ji Xinghe has exceeded the requirements of the scientific research team. After Kaisman, Bilrosi IV, and Dongguosilian, these 3 Imperial gorillas, Ji Xinghe successively captured 5 more Du gorillas. Even if Kaisman, the Imperial Marcus, is not counted, the number requirement of 7 is fully met. As for Dongguosilian, he might be released. Whoever let him go will catch another one. It has nothing to do with Ji Xinghe. Therefore, Ji Xinghe righteously proposed to take Kaisman back to the Blue Star. The scientific research team suddenly became generous. General Ji, why don't you take a Du gorilla back? According to your classification, Kaisman is only at the level of the 2nd stage of Dongming realm, and is definitely not as good as these dukes who are at least the 3rd stage of Yaoguang realm. In order for you to get the power of Qi as soon as possible, we think this is necessary. This made Ji Xinghe a little uncomfortable, but he knew the reason. For most people, the fact that Li Yuanba was defeated in public was only because he relied on the power of Qi, including the fact that he could drive 4 mechas at the same time, which was also due to the power of Ki. But for the people in the research team, it was just a white lie. In this case, Ji Xinghe's strength once again exceeded the cognition of the research team. They previously believed that the gap between Li Yuanba and several other Ganjin masters, as well as those Ganjin masters, and Ji Xinghe was actually not big. Especially Li Yuanba, who was younger and more promising than Ji Xinghe in any way. However, the facts proved that the old ginger was still spicy. So they placed their hopes on Ji Xinghe again, hoping that Ji Xinghe could obtain the power of Ki one step earlier on the Azure Star. As for the possibility that Ji Xinghe concealed it, the old father of 300,000 Mecha warriors has now become worthy of the name because of Li Yuanba's words. How could it be concealed? No, just take Kaisman, and leave those dukes to you. Ji Xinghe rejected the kindness of the research team, and the research team and related personnel were relieved. To be honest, although the 5 dukes were captured alive by Ji Xinghe, Han Li, Jackson, and Li Yuanba, Ji Xinghe deserves the most credit. If Li Yuanba hadn't missed, there should have been 6. And when Ji Xinghe also needed to be inflated, they left all the dukes on the alien planet. How could they not worry that Ji Xinghe would have any objections? Ji Xinghe was going back to the Azure Star, but Han Li, Jackson, and the independent group were still on the alien planet, as well as Ji Xinghe's fanatical fan Yu Ren, admirer Luo Wiki, and cheap apprentice Kai Dillon. These people are already amazing. Now, there is another Ji Xinghe's godson Li Yuanba. Xinghe said she didn't know anything about how this rumor spread. After deciding on the inflatable treasure, Ji Xinghe did not immediately set off to return to the Azure Star. He began to give Li Yuanba special training, and he also needed to wait for his peace space battleship. I just received news that the remains of heroes that can be recovered in the western and eastern theaters of the Battle Scar Canyon have basically been cremated. At the latest, they will be transported to the Pinyin space battleship by tomorrow night, in a small room. Only Li Yuanba and Ji Xinghe were facing each other. Li Yuanba said softly, Kentwis has obtained the authorization to use nuclear weapons in the Battle Scar Canyon, so the war there has begun to focus on Mecha warfare. The conventional forces in the Western Theater and the Eastern Theater have begun to withdraw. The remains in our occupied areas have basically been recovered. The enemy-occupied areas are too dangerous, and there is not so much time, so we also have a lot of heroic remains in the battlefield of the God's Mountain. We have already started collecting them. When you go back this time, take them home. The ape has already left, and our space battleship has no time to send you, so it's just right for the Pinyin to come here to pick you up. By the way, I will arrange for someone to help you give the Pinyin a comprehensive overhaul, so that it will be safer when you go back. After listening to what Li Yuanba said, Ji Xinghe sighed. It would be better if the peaceful ship could be bigger. Li Yuanba also sighed. Yes, it would be better if it could be bigger. If it could be bigger, we could bring more people back. The Federation has no plan to withdraw troops, even though they have predicted that the war on the alien planet is likely to turn into another form. Because the troops on the alien planet can be transferred to production, even if they don't have to be put into the war. Therefore, when Li Yuanba said to bring more people back, he was not talking about living people. The urn is really small, but when the Federation never sent the sacrificed heroes home during the more than 20 years of war on the alien planet, a peaceful ship is really not enough. Fortunately, the peaceful ship is not big enough, otherwise, when they are dug out, they may not be happy. I think they want to stay here to see the victory. Li Yuanba said another sentence and changed the subject. Let's talk about business. What do you think about the new commander-in-chief? This is the first formal meeting between Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba after they met, so naturally they have to talk about some big things. But Ji Xinghe shook his head. I don't have any idea. These things have nothing to do with me, really? I don't believe it. Believe it or not, then tell me what I think. Li Yuanba pondered for a moment, then said, I think Kentvis is not suitable to be the commander-in-chief. He is too deeply involved in capital, which will make this war more complicated. Ji Xinghe had a blank expression. Then let your father not resign. It's not possible not to resign. It will really be chaotic. Li Yuanba sighed. I think Tu Yuan is good. If you didn't break his leg in public, he would have a great chance. Ji Xinghe remained silent. Li Yuanba continued. You broke his leg, which was a small matter in itself. What really made Tu Yuan's chances slim was the blame he took for you at the time. That is, he did not allow you to take the independent regiment to the Battle Scar Canyon for support. This was considered a very selfish act by many people. And this blame also led to another blame, that is, he did not allow you to take the remains of the heroes home. In the eyes of many people, this kind of ruthlessness is very suitable for being a commander-in-chief, but people do not like this kind of ruthlessness. I support Tu Yuan's ruthlessness and understand his ruthlessness, but I don't like it either. Also, the explanation you asked the Federation for resulted in the deaths of 7 people and the arrest of more than 100 people, some of whom are now already dead. In the eyes of many people, this is all because of Tu Yuan's struggle to become the commander-in-chief. The middle-level officers are not clear about the specific reasons, and it is impossible for them to know the truth. They only think that a civilian general like Tu Yuan is not suitable to lead the entire army, because the army should not do these things, although they all know that this is actually inevitable. So, I think you should help Tu Yuan. After all, if he didn't take the blame for you at the time and didn't let you break his leg, your independent regiment would not have received 300 xiantians, and you would have to wait until now for your rank of Major General. After Li Yuanba finished speaking, Ji Xinghe's expression still did not change, and he was still expressionless. You have more say than me, and so does your father. In the Joint Chiefs of Staff, more than half of the people respect your father very much. You can't help Tu Yuan. How can I help? Li Yuanba laughed. I didn't talk to you about these things before because I knew you couldn't help Tu Yuan, but now it's different. Xinghe can help Tu Yuan. Ji Xinghe frowned slightly. How to help? Li Yuanba's expression became cold. The easiest way is to kill Canvas. Xinghe was shocked. He is worthy of being my lord's good son. If the two were not too close, and Li Yuanba, who had practiced Gangjin, had very strong hearing, Xinghe's inner words would definitely be shouted out in Ji Xinghe's ears. Xinghe can't do it, Ji Xinghe told another white lie. Although he had decided to do this, he was not going to let anyone know about it. Why can't you do it? Li Yuanba was a little surprised and asked. Xinghe can operate 3 mechas at the same time. With this ability, she can completely invade the Nanchaman space station. Whether it is operating a single soldier exoskeleton armor or operating various robots, she can do this. Even if you don't want to cause too bad an impact, you can use milder means to kill Canvas, such as poisoning. The food in the Nanchaman space station is almost all made by robots. Because of Nuwa, Ji Xinghe once again proved a truth. A lie often requires dozens or hundreds of lies to supplement it. If Xinghe acts like this, Nuwa will definitely find out and report it. Nuwa, Li Yuanba suddenly laughed again, and his smile was brighter than before. All 40 teeth were exposed, neat and white. Xinghe finally couldn't help it. Don't show off your 40 teeth. Do you really think you are the Buddha with 40 teeth? Ji Xinghe now has 40 teeth, which are harder than yours. Xinghe's voice was very loud, and it sounded in the headphones of Li Yuanba and Ji Xinghe at the same time, and both of them could hear the voice in each other's headphones. Li Yuanba's cracked mouth finally closed, and then he spoke between opening and closing. Then just pretend I didn't say anything. Yeah, what about the independent regiment? How did you arrange it? Are you going to take this responsibility? I'm not suitable, I just want to understand. Leave it to Han Li. Okay. Li Yuanba finally gave up talking to Ji Xinghe about this kind of thing, and changed the subject. Qi, what's going on? This time Ji Xinghe didn't hide anything, and told everything he knew about Qi. Whether it was confirmed or speculative analysis. After listening, Li Yuanba stretched out his hand to Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe didn't hesitate, and after holding Li Yuanba's hand, he passed a stream of Qi over. Now he has mastered the way to pass Qi without hurting people. If he can't find a way to give grace, he will use his Qi to treat Ji Rongzhenai and those children. Whether it takes 10 or 20 years, he will treat it, even if it will prevent him from participating in this war and continuing his revenge. After receiving the Qi from Ji Xinghe, Li Yuanba let go and began to stand still, carefully feeling all the changes in his body. After a while, he reached out to Ji Xinghe again. Ji Xinghe transmitted Qi again. This time, Li Yuanba began to practice boxing, and there was a whirring sound in the room, which looked amazing. Ji Xinghe frowned slightly. He could tell Li Yuanba's approximate strength from the state of Li Yuanba's boxing. If he didn't use the power of Qi, Li Yuanba and him should be evenly matched if they really fought. Unfortunately, this guy didn't want to fight with him, so he couldn't beat him up for revenge. When Ji Xinghe was regretting, Li Yuanba had stopped and stretched out his hand to Ji Xinghe for the 3rd time. Xinghe couldn't help but say, "What do you think Ji Xinghe is? Did I leave you a Duke gorilla? You use it to inflate, Li Yuanba said with a smile. That gorilla may not be obedient. What if it wants to kill me? Don't you always want to die? Wanting to die doesn't mean I will seek death. Then aren't you afraid that Ji Xinghe will kill you? If he wants to kill me, I won't be able to come back today. Li Yuanba looked at Ji Xinghe and kept smiling. Am I right? Ji Xinghe didn't comment. He passed on energy to Li Yuanba for the third time, and it looked very easy. Li Yuanba had shut up when the energy began, and even closed his eyes, and then once again felt it in the posture of standing. After a while, he opened his eyes and spoke. I feel that it's just a little bit short. He failed to use his strength to refine the energy passed to him by Ji Xinghe, and his body was empty again at this time. Ji Xinghe nodded and said, you are stronger than Han Li and Jackson. They don't feel a little bit behind. Li Yuanba asked, what exactly is that little bit behind? I think it should be the spiritual will. Ji Xinghe hesitated for a moment, and finally told all the dreams he had not told anyone before. Then he said, from my feeling, there is no essential difference between nuclear radiation and the Ki entering the body, and Ki is easier to refine, while nuclear radiation is more violent and difficult to control. Therefore, the biggest difference between me and you should be my mental state at the time, which made my willpower play a role that I don't understand for the time being. For example, my spiritual will affected my genes, causing my genes to evolve under the catalysis of nuclear radiation, so there is the power of Ki. Listening to Ji Xinghe's words, Li Yuanba fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, 3 years, if you fail to master the power of the gift within 3 years, and I fail to find the little bit I lack, I will choose to endure nuclear radiation, the kind that is fatal. At that time, I hope you can come to the alien star. Ji Xinghe shook his head. I can't guarantee it, just do your best. Li Yuanba restored his general nature. No longer like a son who resented his father, and what he said was completely different from what he said to people before. He couldn't guarantee that Ji Xinghe would come back, nor could he force Ji Xinghe to come back, but he believed that Ji Xinghe would come back. I want to know more about Xinghe. She will tell you slowly. Are you willing to leave her to me? This is your own choice. If that's the case, Li Yuanba pondered slightly. Xinghe, are you willing to fight side by side with me? It depends on your performance, Xinghe replied. Let's talk about it first. I can't stay with you 24 hours a day. I have my own things to do. Okay. After Li Yuanba responded, he asked, Master, are you interested in making a hole before leaving? Ji Xinghe nodded. Yes, then make it a hole. I'll get your galaxy medal for you. After Li Yuanba made the promise, he asked, do you still have air? If you do, give me some more. A lot. Then come on. Okay. This time, when receiving the air transmission, Li Yuanba was much more relaxed and asked softly, what realm are you in now? The 5th stage? Yuheng realm? The same as the imperial prince I killed. However, Master, the name of your 9th stage is a bit out of place. It's not easy to remember, and it's not systematic. How about changing it? If you master the power of the gift before me, you can change it. Then I have the desire to win. When Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba finally left the room, the people waiting outside breathed a sigh of relief. It was not because they were worried about the safety of the two people, but because the war was really tense. It was already the second day that Ji Xinghe came to the base of the God's Mountain. The position of the Empire on the battlefield where he participated in the battle had been completely removed. But before the Federation could gain a firm foothold, the attack of the Empire had already arrived. At this time, the combat power of Li Yuanba and Ji Xinghe is really important. However, when the two arrived at a machine repair area and prepared to wear armor, Li Yuanba stopped Ji Xinghe and said in public, Master, give me a chance, let me try the Ji family trick you taught me. Ji family trick? Mech trick? The people around heard it a little unreal. After all, the pronunciation of the two words is very similar, but when Ji Xinghe nodded and asked for tools and parts to make a technically non-difficult transformation to the Overlord armor, everyone guessed it and was shocked. Because the transformation of the Overlord armor by Ji Xinghe is exactly the transformation that the 3 Zanshan armor that have exploded on the battlefield have all undergone. That is, at a remote driving operation kit and a signal enhancement device in the cockpit. Could it be that Li Yuanba only took one night to learn the undisclosed martial arts in the Jimin Bible Jia clone? Is this because Ji Xinghe taught well, or is Li Yuanba talented? When Li Yuanba got into the cockpit of Xinghe and controlled Xinghe to charge, the remote-controlled Overlord armor also charged towards the battlefield. On this day, people saw 2 Li Yuanbas. The Empire saw one Ji Xinghe and one Li Yuanba. On the Mountain of Guts, Ji Xinghe gave a cold order, kill Li Yuanba. Many Empire mechas and extremely fierce firepower rushed towards the Overlord armor with an empty cockpit. Ji Xinghe took the opportunity to kill a lot. P.S. Extra update for the Silver Alliance rewarded by 9 buses to Nianjian, 15/66. There are still 168 monthly tickets left. Buses, please help. There are only 2 days left. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.